thì người ta Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jim Basco, and of course, today I'm joined by Dryad, and we're super happy to bring you the next qualifier in the Nerd Street Summer Champs circuit. Dryad, it's been a exciting week of matches. Of course, we just got hot off of the Chicago LAN on Sunday. How you feeling? How are you doing?
I'm feeling great, excited for this one. Another week that we get to see a lot of great teams competing. 3 matches that we get to see on broadcast today, seeing who gets to that final for the top 2, for the top 1 at the end of the day. So it should be a good one as well. We have teams that we haven't gotten the chance to see before, which always makes it interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. A stacked roster of competition, and of course, we've got a great match to start things off. Let's go ahead and take a look at the round of 16 and the results from that. Of course, you've got results all over the board. Important ones: New York Fury taking it 2-0 over New Moon. Virtuoso moving on as well. Sonics with a quick 2-0. Past that, BBG Academy, who we will be covering in this game, beat Cosmic Divide, and so they'll be facing off against the Ganachis, who came in off a hot 2-0 off of the Pug Stars. So great stuff indeed. And like you mentioned, there's a couple of players for sure that we can recognize on these teams, but they are, I guess the level of competition across the bracket is really high.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always been also because of the teams we got the chance to see in the last couple of days as well, competing to get to the spot today, but also in other weeks where they've gotten pretty far. Actually, one of the things that is the most interesting about the first match that we're going to see is that it's a match that already took place, and it was Built by Gamers actually getting away with the victory for another tournament. So it'll be a little bit of a rematch. We'll see what ends up looking like in the progress that they had since that tournament, just to see if the Ganachis can put up a fight.
Absolutely, and looking at these two rosters here, of course, BBG Academy, lots of familiar names, and the Ganachis as well. Con Artists on BBG, Monsi, Blackheart, Fireball Ops, Zeldris, and of course the Ganachis comprised of Barracoon, Silenx, SVL, Harmon, and Dip. So gonna be stacked. Of course, the Ganachis themselves, not a roster that's been together for a huge amount of time, but these players themselves have a lot of competitive experience amongst them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good experience that we have for both of the teams, which, like we said, makes it interesting, makes that rematch as well something that we need to keep an eye on, and also has a lot of potential. Knowing the teams, knowing the orgs, they have what it takes to get to the finals. None of them have made it so far. They've gotten to around this stage, and then they get taken down. Just knowing that it's so competitive and it just keeps going. There's no losers bracket. It's just giving it all.
No losers bracket. And of course, let's go ahead and take a look at the maps that these people are going to be playing on, because we've got best of 3s all day long. So the first and the second bands go down onto Bind and Split, with BBG's first pick being Icebox defense, getting taken by the Ganachis, and of course the Ganachis pick back onto Haven with BBG onto defense, and the tiebreaker of Ascent. What are your thoughts on the maps here, Dryad?
I really like these maps. If I were to pick three maps for my own match, I would definitely go with these 3: Icebox, Haven, and Ascent. I feel like you get a good amount of variety between new compositions and old compositions in them. We get to see a little test on how teams have been practicing, something like a Fade, something like everyone that has been specializing on Chamber, you know, any of those possibilities that is interesting, and it gives that possibility in a map to start it off like Icebox.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a huge fan of the maps, like you just said. Generally, what we've been seeing is Haven, Ascent always as the first 2, but it's always good to get a mix-up in Icebox as well. And like you mentioned, that
Icebox is usually the decider, so it's nice to have it first.
I'm so excited. And Icebox generally is a little more scrappy too, right? It gets kind of dirty. Like you mentioned, you see that chamber utility. Sometimes if you're really good on the chamber, you hit some nut shots. But of course, Jet, super versatile on this map as well. But you did mention the Fade too. And so in VCT, that's something that we're seeing a lot of, right? That new combo with the Fade and Raise.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. I like that combination. I feel like interesting, and I feel like people are still getting used to figuring out all the cool combos they can make, and all the cool investment of abilities either early on or retake in situations like that one. So bringing it onto the table, it shows a lot about teams and about how willing they are to try something that is new, something that is unexpected. And I feel like this is the best chance to do it, right? First map, Icebox, you don't have too much to lose. You're just starting off, and hopefully in the best way possible for both of the teams.
Yeah, exactly. Really, I think you mentioned it really well. How ready are you to adapt to the newest meta, right? What are you willing to do to make sure you get the game win at the end of the day? And so BBG, considering this Fade pick for quite some time, yet to have locked it in. Definitely interesting, though. They're going to be running a double initiator on that side, whereas for the Ganachis, hovering over that Sova. It's pretty standard, nothing too deviant from the normal here. So I'm excited. They do lock in that fade, so it's always good to see new tech. And so this will be a good matchup. Of course, key differences here, AO and the fade. So it really comes down to how they're going to be playing these initiators. But overall, BBG, a roster that has a lot of experience working together. And so at the end of the day, in a best of 3, in this, small marathon gaming session, it's really going to come down to who has the better chemistry and can make it work.
One of the interesting things about the two teams, again, is the one time that they face each other, it was an Ascent and a Haven, and that means there's a little bit more information for the second and third map. This first one, still a question. We already get to see the compositions, like you said, the initiators being the biggest difference maker here. And I want to see, I feel like it's still is going to play out really nice, knowing that KO is going to start on the defense, give a little bit more information early on, take that mid control, denying it from someone like a Fade. That we've seen those lineups, we've seen how they look, and they can look scary. So the minute that you can deny that ability to the utility as well for Fade to be used, it is a perfect opportunity for the defense to even have a chance to play more aggressive.
Yeah, lots of map control on the attack, but BBG Academy starting off this best of 3 on the offense here, and it looks like they're aiming to take a split push with 3 people on the A side, and Barracoon opening things up with a great pick with the Headhunter there.
Yeah, that's a good way to start it off. Immediately, that chamber, one of the agents that we got the chance to talk about, having a great impact on the attacking side. And like I said, it's just a really nice utility, really nice initiators to get that info early on, to get that first pick. And now it's a 5v4 for this pistol round.
Yeah, really exciting, though. They did make their presence known on B, and so the Ganachis have to address it. So they rotated a lot of people, but BBG Academy have walked onto the A site, made it all the way to screens, and Dip is good for 2 back to back. And just like that, they've got the spike down in a great spot.
In the distance, you see the Classic trying to make a miracle happen, and at the end of the day, actually makes it the last one remaining here. 26 HP to work with. A recon dart, maybe, for his mid, making sure that no one is going to push him from different angles. But besides the 1v3, it's very difficult to make happen. Spike on the other side, you just gotta go for it.
I just gotta go for it. Yeah, exactly. I was really surprised the Classic connected there. My Classic would have never hit that shot at that range, but that's okay.
I didn't even try. Yeah,
I really don't even try. I never buy the Classic anymore. But now coming down, gets spots one out at Maze, takes a bit of damage for his worries, drops down, goes for the burst, and gets wrecked. A Dip good for 3 in this round as the Ganachis open things up with a round on the board.
It's a cool thing this attacking side wanted to do towards the beginning, right? We saw some information, we saw some utility thrown towards B, but that wasn't really enough to bait the defense to make that full rotation, to make anything happen. The only thing that we saw was that Viper playing towards that corner, if anything, trying to play for post-1 scenario, but that wasn't even the case. They were just able to get 2 Classic doing miracles, like we said, and that was enough. So first pistol round going to the side of the defense for Ganachi. So let's see if they can also make this one go as smooth.
Fireball going for the wide peak, but Harmon wider, and he is good on the shot, expecting that mid presence out of Fireball. Really well done. Now Con Artist and the rest of BBG Academy making presence once again over towards the B site as Dip repositions on the map, plays B on the defense this time around, is good for 2. Silence on the push here is looking for 1 more, and he'll find it as Dip finds the 3rd, and that's a second quick round for the Ganachis.
Make it happen fast and make that second round go the way of the defense as soon as possible. Like you said, it's a composition that is going to allow them to keep pushing angles like that, but because it's been 2 rounds already, and this is when things get the most interesting. Now it's when we get to see a little bit more hesitation coming in for the attack side. You can see them trying to take different angles, like we saw in that first pistol round, maybe creating that distraction with the owl drone towards either mid or B, and see how that is going to end up working out for them. In the meantime, Ganachi's ideally playing a little bit more far back.
Harmon setting the recon dart, wants to not put himself in harm's way and get some information in return, so that's always good. However, doesn't find anything on that. BBG Academy split across the map. They're playing a pretty standard default here. You've got 2 towards B, 1 towards mid, and you just lost 1 top belt as Barracoon showing us what he can do with that Headhunter, finding a opening kill on the buy round of BBG here as the Ganachis are chilling on a bonus.
Second opening pick that the chamber is able to get. It's always great to have it always have the synergy, always have the confidence on that chamber to be able to open up the fight, give the numbers advantage to the team, and with that have more to work with. But everything has been so quiet, and now the side of BBG Academy are going to slowly push towards A. They don't have any information yet. The owl drone is going to help that.
Enemy marked.
Spots one out at screens, clears out close maze. For the most part, that bottom left corner may still be exposed, and they check it out, realize it's clear, break the wall, and find a kill through the smoke. Well done from Fireball. Now in a 4-on-4, trying to take site control. Fireball finds a second, wants a third, but Harmon tries to get the cross from Rafters, but Monsi is good for 2. Now Ignaci is stuck in a 1v4. BBG Academy flipped around on its head.
It was just a nice opportunity too, because they went all around catching the defense, completely unexpected. Now it's only 1 remaining here. I don't think he has any rifles that are able to pick up, so from the distance trying to get a kill or 2 spotted at the end of the day. The Viper only able to lineups to work with, trying to make the enemy a little bit uncomfortable, but it's not going to be possible. So first round here, everything going as planned. For the attacking side, everything going as standard as we would expect.
Yeah, good stuff from BBG Academy. They had to win that one, of course. We were talking about it. It was their real buy round. So coming into round number 4, BBG Academy are only trailing by 1 round. Of course, you can see on the scoreboard Dip with multi-kill after multi-kill in the first couple of rounds, sitting at 6-1. He's hanging out. But this is going to be one of the more important rounds here, right, Triad?
Absolutely. We might even see the Viper Spit being used early on, especially because it seems like it's going to be a faster hit compared to what we've seen before. And yeah, there it is, Viper Spit coming in. You can have a little bit of hesitation for the attacking side, but they're still committed to going in.
Dip makes his way back out into maze, pops the orb. It's just taking space. Some recon is coming out, trying to find something, but with no information on their side, BBG Academy are really metering this aggression. I like what they're doing here and trying to take the high ground, because at least they have some sort of visibility over the actual pit. And now sending the Prowler around the right side to clear. Jenny finds nothing once again, as Dip has done a really good job of staying hidden inside the pit.
Has been really careful here, and we heard a couple of shots, but nothing really landing the way that this attacking side is expecting. And it seems like it was a late decision here to finally make that rotation towards mid, into that information that the Sova was getting early on, but it might be too late. It's already pretty well read for the defensive side. They're going to wait the kill. Don't get anything as of yet. They were waiting for it, and now the drone to take some action, get some information early on, but again, it's going to be expected silence though that goes down.
Watcher not gonna connect as Barracoon finds 1, finds a second. He is the menace in this lane. Finds 3 in a row as Harmon finds a 4th and a 5th. Just like that, BBG Academy had a grip on the round for just a second, but all in the span of 5 seconds, it crumbles down. Ganachi's expanding the lead 3-1.
It was a good read at the end of the day, and it's just something that you can take advantage of when your Viper got that ultimate so fast that we saw used early on, and even used in such a risky position that Dip needed to have the Sage working right behind in case someone from BBG Academy was going to push too fast, but that wasn't the case. The Viper Spit landed perfectly, and there was some hesitation that the mid-round decision making that can be a risk for this attacking team coming up, because it's an eco round for them, nothing much to work with. Maybe a Headhunter able to land a couple shots, but the operator on the other side makes everything so much more difficult to deal with.
He is so good and so quick on those shots. Barracoon, I want to say that's the 4th opening kill that he's gotten. I may be wrong on that, but Zeldris now trying to take some space here onto the A site. Up 410, dash in hand, goes to the rafter. That's deep, as the rest of his team trying to make his way towards that maze. He's gonna get clapped, and the rest of his team has to fall back. There's really no support here, but the fade now trying to play the site. Barracoon good again from top rafter as the plant goes down, and Blackheart's able to back on out of there.
Last player standing.
For the first time that we've gotten a chance to see, the spike is able to get planted, but even there, it's 1 kill that they're able to get. Is a lot more to work with. Has to reload with a Sheriff, will not be able to land a kill for this Viper, and that means a defuse will take place at the end of the day. It's all going really well, and one thing is that, I mean, you have an operator in the hands of the chamber is getting the opening pick, but after that, it's just the doubt of being able to go in and trade for your teammate, which so far in the 5 rounds that we've gotten the chance to see, that hasn't been a thing. No one has been trading and having the action. Is just maybe getting some information, but that information is being gathered by only playing for contact. Even after having those initiators, we talked about Fade, we talked about the impact that she can have, but we haven't really seen much of her abilities being able to give the value that we needed here.
Yeah, no, not really at all. And you would expect almost that BBG, with all the information gathering abilities that they do have, yeah, would go into these fights with a little bit more confidence, knowing something or another. Fireball realizes they're pushing through
Dude's going in.
Yeah, Pop Flash is going to be good, pushes both of them off the angle, and the mid control is now theirs, plus the wall to seal the deal, but it's instantly demolished as 3 members of BBG Academy, 4 actually, are looking at this mid, waiting for something to happen.
It's crazy because they're trying something completely different, but it's still read so well by the defensive team. The timing there for the flash, not the best. I mean, it's 2 kills coming in for the Viper. Finally, a numbers advantage to work with. And ultimate as well coming in for this Jet can be impactful, is going to finally allow them to take some control, but again, the defense just pushing in.
Yeah, Harmon, and really, like you said, the defense just taking all these aggressive angles, and I think throughout the pace of the match, or rather throughout the length of the match, the pacing has been such an all-over-the-place thing. The Ganachis really turning it up and making plays, taking control of the game as Harmon now in maze anchors to find one, and now in a 2v2. With the Viper on the flank, Bearcoon, all he needs to do is make sure that they don't escape out of screens, and Dip might be able to go big here. Around the back, Con Artist taken out. Yep, Dip now. 2v1, Blackheart in a 1v1. Spotted him. Back nest. Poison going out. Watcher deployed, and Blackheart pushes with the Watcher. Great stuff. At that point, it's tough to know what to do. It's like in a volleyball when you got the hot, or rather in dodgeball, someone throws the ball high and then chucks it low to knock you out. That's exactly what Blackheart did. Really well done. Puts up a second round for BBG Academy.
The jump at the end was still risky, right? You're jumping from nest, you know you can get taken down, you know the enemy already has spotted your location, so ideally just playing a little more patient. The spike has been planted, they had time to work with at the end, but it is the second round here for this side of BBG Academy, changing things around, and this is what I want to see from them. I want to see the variety coming up, a tour de force activated, and we've talked about Chamber on the defensive side has been popping up, and now hopefully it's time for Fireball to show us what he got.
Let's see what they've got. And, you know, if I'm Bearcoon, I'm feeling pretty good too. I've got the Tour de Force in hand. I'm chilling on the A site. The rest of my team has an extended presence on B, and it looks like BBG Academy might just fall into this setup as Dip posted a back yellow. The timing, elbow spot, and the shot's good. Fireball opens things up.
And again, being able to play for contact there, it's a risky situation, and this time around doesn't work out for the defense. I mean, Spike should be planted here. Everyone in the defense all going to be playing together here for this retake. Just waiting for the right opportunity to hit.
Let's watch now. Yup, it makes it just out of there. Tagged up a little bit, but safe nonetheless. Now, Fireball and Bearcoon, this is the fight to watch. The Chamber v Chamber. Bearcoon knows he's being watched, too. He's just, like, waiting as the Null Command comes out, completely denying that Tour de Force. Fireball takes Silence out. However, the Null Command makes the Tour de Force useless as Zeldris on the retake now finds 2 as Fireball and Con Artist connect for 2 more. BBG Academy make it a 1-round game, 3-4.
I think it was weird that towards the beginning we saw that ultimate coming up for Sova on the defense, right? We saw Hunter's Fury way too early. There weren't any tags. There was no reason to use it so early. No one was close enough even to land the way that it was expected, and you want to save that for a post-one scenario. You want to save it for when you hear the spike is going to be planted. It just seemed like a weird timing, or at least save it for one of those tags that, but none of that was a chance. None of it was a possibility. So it seems like for the first time ever, we get to see Ganachis going into an eco round, not much to work with, and that means that they're going to be playing back.
Yeah, Bearcoon, oh, he gets caught off with the operator in hand. Zeldris, a great updraft and dash to get into a good spot. Silence with the operator in hand now on the back of yellow. Realizes he's getting wrapped around it and needs to back on up. Good movement to get out of a sticky situation. However, the Ganachis on an eco overall in a 4v5, and the tip of the barrel stuck through the smoke there, and Zeldris is able to find another as BBG Academy on the offense find the plant. Harmon finds another, and in a 2v4 this is going to be tough for them for sure. They're just trying to find a couple picks.
You do have an operator, so at least that's something to work with. Knows exactly where the utility is going to be thrown. But yeah, like you said, it's going to be difficult. Has to push one by one, playing close to yellow, but it is not going to be anything else. Blackheart taking both of them down, the last two players for the set of Natchies. And again, it was an equal round, not much to work with anyways, but that means that the score now is a little bit more even, 4-4 on both of the sides. And now a BBG Academy that is looking better and better. It seems like finally they've gotten a read on how to punish. The aggression of the defense is showing early on. We saw it from the chamber, pushing aggressive with the operator, then getting taken down. Then in a couple rounds ago, we also saw with Viper trying to jump peek that corner towards yellow and getting taken down. So more and more information the BBG Academy is getting, and that's also giving them the rounds that they need.
Yeah, I know. When we saw Ganachi's really take a lead at this game early on, that's what it felt like. They were executing these early aggressive options and coming out on top so many of these times. Like you mentioned, Dryad, BBG Academy, tied game at this point, 4-4. It seems like they've got somewhat of a read on the aggressive nature of the Ganachis. Overall, taking it a bit slower. And I like this approach here now. 5 people towards the A site, really taking their time with the util and getting into position before trying to pop off a contact here.
Something that is interesting as well is that the defense here for Ganachi, when they're playing on this attacking side, they're playing so far back, right? You don't see them falling in, and that means you're going to be expecting this utility to come up. It doesn't even connect. This is a perfect opportunity for that retake to at least keep all 5 members alive.
Yeah, good stuff. Really good presence of mind from the Ganachis to realize that, hey, they're going to use this Fade ulti to get onto the site, and Harmon finds the shock dart to deny the spike plant. That's massive. At this point, they could try spamming from screen and deny for longer as 4 members of the Ganachi now on the retake here. Dip in the middle of Maze, tries to get into the middle of the action, finds one on 410. SVL finds one onto Maze, finds the res as well as Zeldris from the back line on Belt. Finds one top nest, and the fight is taken to the point. The Ganachis coming out on top 4-1, and now Zeldris left here finds one, but has to get off of this angle and try to save the operator here. As quickly as it looked good for BBG Academy, Ganachis flat back take the lead once again.
Again, it's just really good understanding that the Nightfall was going to be used, waiting for the right opportunity, taking one of the members of this attacking team for BBG first, and then having a 5v4 to work with for that retake, which surrounding them completely, taking advantage of those angles, ends up working the way that is expected for the Ganachi. So once again, they're able to take the lead. It got pretty close with a 4-4, but again, a 5-4 making a little bit of a difference for them, and another buy run for both of the teams. Operator still in the hands of Bearcoon that has been just popping up every single time you mention it. It's been so many first bloods, first kills that we see for this chamber.
Denying the drone. It's a good denial of info. And you get some info in return, right? You figure out who you actually suppress. So a little bit to work with. The Ganachis maintaining 2 here, rotating 2 off of A to address a mid presence. They got an inkling of an idea, and SVL comes out on top there, finding Monsi, and just as that happens, Zell just tries to entry, misses initially, takes the operator for the swing, and gets clapped by Dip, who is a menace on this yellow presence, as Bearcoon, from the site itself, finds another. And now in a 4v2, Ganachis looking good. Bearcoon for another.
There's so many scenarios like this one, right, where there's only 1 member remaining for the setup of BBG Academy, and this is something that I talked about before, right? We're not really seeing a lot of trades. It's just one by one they're getting taken down unless they take the initiative and they start getting those kills first. It doesn't seem like we ever get to see the numbers advantage even for this team once they lose that first advantage, and that is when you have to capitalize out of the first blood. And this time around, it wasn't the case. It's just more that Ganachi is getting away with. Is another chance where you're just playing from far away, and that is why this Viper positioning has been so nice. It seems like sometimes we see her A having greater impact, now having another Viper's pit to work with, and on the other side, Bearcoon this time around getting closer to A as well for the defense. So it's going to be very difficult, ideally. They're going to use a Viper's pit again in that position. It is so risky. You want to have the chamber to make sure that the kill is going their way. But yeah, it's happening at the same time.
Watcher goes out, detects nothing, not even one top screen, and Bearcoon is ready. Great on the spot and is repositioning to top rafters now. Has an angle on Belt. This is dirty. If he connects here, this will be disgusting. Silence, though, finds one on the other side of the map by Tube. And Blackheart just kind of doing their best. BBG Academy at a bit of a loss at what to do here. Recon has been used, not much found. And with a minute left on the clock, they're taking their time and hoping that Ganachi's gets aggressive, makes a mistake, and gives them a foothold.
There was a drone that was invested towards A, and they're still committed to this push, but the last two members alive, not many hopes at the end, and Barracuda waiting for the right opportunity. Finally, take down the Soul Boys, a 1v5 to work with, taking down only a 1, but the timing here, abilities trying to be used, doesn't capitalize off anything else. 7 HP at the end of the day for the Sova, and another round the Ganachis are able to get away with. It's a team that knows their win condition is going to be the Viper Spit towards A, and even though they have some hesitation, they keep some members towards B. It was a commitment in the mid-round shot calling that doesn't seem to be as aggressive for the set of BBG Academy, right? We see them slowing down, and yeah, they use the Owl drone, but besides that, there's nothing else to play for contact and to properly go in, even if they want to contest a Viper Spit.
Absolutely, that's probably the biggest thing that you can see, right? As soon as they get slowed down, like you said, something is missing. Not sure where it lie, but they slow down immensely and are unable to really come up with a plan to execute afterwards. Now taking their forces once again to A. And of course, like the Ganachis you mentioned earlier too, completely playing off of sight. They don't care to take this fight in early maze. And of course, with this aggressive Viper Wall, the Sage Orb to slow, they're able to rotate their team into great spots, and SVL uses the wall to his advantage, finds one, Fireball returns, Hunter's Fury across the map, dueling. Yeah, literally. But still now stuck in a 4v4. Ganachis here on the retake in a place that they're comfortable.
The drone as well as Spike is planted, but it's a 4v4 regardless. Now Nightfall coming up, spotted a couple of the players. I mean, you still have an idea where they're coming from anyways, trying to shut down a couple of those abilities, that utility to be used, and it seems like for BBG is working out.
It is working out for BBG so far. Ganachis, I like the idea that they have, right? Play the retake, use the Fireball to your advantage on it, but BBG with the aggression, not letting them take the site at all, not even gonna give them the chance. Con Artist finds another, and now Barracuda in a 1v3. Although he is cracked and he's really good at the game, time is ticking against him, and BBG Academy are looking to secure a 5th round in this first half. Triad.
And it's not looking bad for any of the teams. 7-5 at the end of the day. BBG Academy, we mentioned, they were struggling in the mid-round shot calling more than anything to either make that full rotation, make it happen fast and aggressive, or to commit with that information early on. But still, ending up with 5, pretty good. Ideally, more to work with on the defense. It's a time and it's a perfect map for this chamber to pop off more. We saw a couple kills coming in for him. We saw a couple kills coming in for the enemy chamber, but the defense was just setting him up for success. So now it's a time for BBG to see if the pistol round can be enough to tie up the score.
Absolutely, and with that, the Ganachis lead at the half 7-5. We will take a quick break and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the second half of the first match in the BO3 between the Ganachis and BBG Academy. We are, of course, talking about Valorant Online Open number 9 for Summer Champs. I'm Jim Basco. Joining me is Dryad. And here we go. On the second half here, we've got the Ganachis on attack. BBG Academy only trailing by 2 rounds as Fireball trying to take a page out of Barracoon's book on the defense and getting aggressive as the Ganachis are trying a pretty standard default here.
It's such a quick rotation for the defense too. The Sova and the Jet immediately running from mid towards B after that information that the Viper was able to give them, which is really nice to work with. But there's still a couple members towards A. They're split, like you said, a default all across the map to work with. And now, you know, there's someone in defense pushing forward. Is going to be the Fade trying to get the pick, but the Classic doesn't really work out. Harmon gets the best of it.
Yeah, Harmon comes out on top. These classic duels are so odd and happen in such weird spots, but of course that's just the nature of the pistol round. Con Artist from the top as Zeldris finds one from the back of sight. Viper Wall is going to be good to give them a lot of cover to work with as Zeldris has moved up into the maze and is trying to contest this area. Here's one on the pipes, and everyone on the Ganachis is low, but Silence able to connect with the head. That's going to make all the difference. Now BBG Academy in a 2v3 as the Ganachis.
So
once
low.
again, they're pretty much all at 1 or 2 shots. Yeah, this is really all it's going to take as that KO gets spotted out in maze. Con Artist tries to stick. Silence gets the third, and they're able to do it. No way. No way.
Okay, well, it happens. 7 rounds to 6 after BBG Academy gets away with that one. Interesting execution towards the end, giving the advantage to this defense. Just defusing, it seems like they were lineups, right? They were so low, so of course you have those doubts of pushing in and passing that Viper wall. But at the end of the day, something that definitely shouldn't be happening. Still, good round to make things even here. Spectres, Marshall as well, in the hands of the defensive team for BBG Academy. It seems like this is their half.
Yeah, they looked really good there, honestly. BBG Academy, how do they play this now? Fireball.
Oh. What a
you
timing.
hate to see it. Yeah, exactly. Great stuff from the Ganachis, and of course the Classic just working differently. That's a huge pick. Barracoon with another one. It's massive. This is their eco round. Ganachis tearing it up on BBG's.
Oh, wait.
Okay, never. Oh, my god.
Attacker spawn.
What just happened?
it
They
up.
just all lined up. They just all
Opens it
lined
up.
up at the same time.
Yep, wants a 5th. Barracoon returns, and he says, no, not enough. That's not going to happen. And now he wants to try and clap back, but BBG Academy find 2 in a row after a roller coaster of a second round there.
That could have gone for the side of the Ganachis. It was so good. You mentioned it, 2 opening picks to work with, messing up with the economy of the defense, and out of nowhere, everyone lining up because initially it was going to be a B hit that got slowed down by the utility, that information that we got early on, and it just all turned from bad to worse at the end of the day. That is crazy that they all lined up, especially with a gun that usually doesn't connect those kills. But again,
Yeah.
it was that second round. Things happen that way, and because of that, Nightfall is going to be available for the defense.
Yeah, sometimes things just fall apart, and of course the Ganachis, off the back of Barracoon's 2 picks there, have enough money for this madman to have an operator. Fireball returns, gets vengeance onto SVL for that classic right click, finds the pick there, and the Ganachis, overall, even though they're down 1, they are on a buy, and Zeldris with a cheeky peek gets a shot off, but knows he's being held with an operator now, and so Barracoon repositioning back by the ramp as the Ganachis try to send their spike over to B on the slowest push with just the the Sova alone.
That's him, the Slova.
Look at him go, so slow. Hopping to null command, working his way onto the site, not spotting anything, holding the Viper's wall because classic move here is you pop flash out of that and then try to make something happen. However, there are no flashes on the side of BBG Academy as Dip finds 1.
We already get to see such a massive difference for this attacking team, right? They're playing fast, and sure, they're getting some information towards B, but it's capitalizing in the best way possible. Numbers advantage as well. An operator that was bought and is already getting the kills that are necessary, but Muncie pushing pretty aggressively, and it seems like the defense, they want to stand a chance here. Defuse, only making the sounds, but nothing else.
Yeah, 2v2. Viper Molly is good. Blackheart doesn't have his gun out. That's so awkward. He knifes him from a distance, but eventually gets the shot. Now Blackheart in a 2v1 is good for 3 on the round. BBG Academy 3 in a row, and they take the lead for the first time in the second half.
He suffered a couple of losses here, but it doesn't even matter anymore. Really nice performance. Finally taking the advantage. I mentioned it before. It was something that they were trying for a while, but it's just those mistakes that we see for the Ganachis that are giving those rounds, giving those kills in a couple scenarios for free for BBG Academy to work with and to run away. Now it is them who have an operator, it is them who have rifles to work with, and the defense is a perfect situation. I want to see the speed now for the Ganachis to see how they're going to change things around. We've seen some pretty fast rounds for them early on. And it seems like it's still going to be the case playing for contact, having the chamber all the way in the front, and see if maybe a headhunter can be enough.
Bring them down.
Prowler out. Ooh, doesn't spot Bearcoon. Stays tucked away as the rest of the Gnachis. Made some initial presence onto A, and are working their way back towards B, of course leaving Bearcoon on a big flank. Maybe he's able to find one as Silence opens things up with the flash down onto B, tosses it onto the site to try and create an opening, but the Ganachis are on an eco here. BBG on a full buy. They're looking healthy as Zeldris finds that lurker with the operator, and so that cross map presence has been dealt with. The Ganachis in a really tough spot here. They have to get the plant down in a wide open field where they don't even have guns that'll do damage across those distances.
Spike planted.
You're still going to be able to plant the spike here, and I like the respect even for the defense, right? It's an eco round, but they're still playing back. They're still being careful. They know the utility in the retake scenario can be a lot better, and we get to see it in action as everyone from the Ganachis is going to be playing back, all in the same area too. There was nowhere else to run.
Oh, Marshall connects on his little toes. Harmon using that one way really well. The defuse is coming out. He's able to get half before getting forced off by the Hunter's Fury from the backline. Zeldris good for 3 as Monty sticks the defuse, and Harmon can't do anything about it. The rest of his team is gone, and he is too far away. 9 rounds on the board for BBG Academy.
It was a good idea, and I mentioned it's a good amount of respect that the defense had, even having the better rifles. They decided to play back and position themselves. Sure, you let the spike to be planted, but you have the Hunter's Fury to work with. That's going to at least deny that control for a little bit more, and then it is another round that BBG Academy is able to run away with. And I had a feeling that this is the kind of team that BBG Academy was. The moment that we saw them slowing down so much more on the attacking side was a good indication that on the defense they have a pretty good amount of communication, now playing way more aggressive, surprising the attacking side here, and going for a pick, not really working out, having to back up at the end of the day.
Yeah, Recon Arrow early addresses that aggression. Still not spotted out. However, they're cognizant that Bearcoon likes to flank around here, so they're just going to leave 2 people because he's definitely a menace. So you don't want to be 1v1ing him, and that Prowler would have connected, so he has to get on out of there. Ganachis, though, ready for the attack here as BBG Academy still hunkering down around yellow. Gets spotted out by the suppress and can't dash away. So BBG Academy need to just hold it, and they do. Fireball and Monty good for 2 as Dip finds the return. Still got the lead here. Now watching and waiting. Monty, here's one on the right side. It's a 3-on-3. It's tied up. The Fade Ultimate's been used. Trackers spotted. Dip going for the tether. Finds one around the side, and Bearcoon opens it up from the main. And now in a 2v2, things are tense. Zeldris coming from the back. Bearcoon drops down so low, but he's not dead. As Dip with the spray, neither are able to connect. And the spike still hasn't been planted as Dip with the spray through the smoke finds Blackheart. 20 seconds on the board. Dip pops the pit, and the spike will be going down.
With 2 HP, uses ult here. Spike planted at the end of the day is a 1v2, but it's definitely winnable. Everyone, last 2 members alive for the Ganachi, so low, nothing to work with. It's just that visibility that turns into a nightmare, playing in different angles as well, having a crossfire potentially from the angle that this Zeldris will be coming from.
Ooh, decides to not stay in it whatsoever, just leaves completely. Zeldris checking the corners, but not checking deep enough. Dip good for 4 in that round on 2 HP.
He checked everything but that one corner that was the most important. Gives a kill to the Viper with 2 HP. gives the round again now for the side of the Ganachis, and they were waiting for it. Spike was planted anyways, and they had the crossfires. It was a difficult scenario as well, but taking those duels one by one was an ideal situation. Doesn't really end up going that way. That means 8th round coming in for the Ganachis. Looking at what's next, I mean, we could look at the aggression as well that Bearcoon is giving on this attacking side. It's giving them more to work with, and now that they have better economy, now that they have still the operator in the hands of this chamber, there's more chances to work with, but still playing all the way back.
Bearcoon. Oh, he's gonna get spotted out. Zeldris, great stuff. Of course, Bearcoon's expecting the aggression, but just isn't sure where. They could come top pipes, it could come down and below and fireball. Once again, that's map-wide aggression. When we talk about taking control of the pace of the match, Ganachi showed us how to do it in the first half, and now BBG Academy in the second half with the 1-round lead are showing us how to do it once again.
5 members alive, a little bit of damage that was taken from far away, but still, numbers to work with for the defense of BBG Academy. Can get a little bit more. Now the tricky situation for the stage with the spike in her hand. Ideally pushing that A side, but the Sova, the owl drone, trying to get some information towards B, doesn't spot anyone.
Yeah, what? Didn't they just walk past? Dip did spot him. Okay, he was like, wait, hold on a second. I saw a question mark on my map. So he goes back, and Muncie is still sitting there. Con Artist in a 3-on-3 now. Spike still not planted. 25 seconds left on the clock. Ganachi's making a break for it as they're trying to head on over to the A site. Zeldris has something to say about it. Finds the head of Bearcoon. Dashes onto the site. He's at 15 HP, but realizes SVL is by himself as Harmon is on the other side of the map. Doesn't have the spike and needs to just try and find one here. Or he's going to try and save his Phantom.
The more rounds that we see, the slower that the pushes for the Ganachis get. Let's get that pick at the end, but it's a 1v3. The time was running out, no time to plan the spike either, so it ends up going for the side of BBG. Double digits now for this team. Really nice done. I mean, we had a couple questions about their attacking side again, but they were answering with a lot of aggression, a lot of early kills, capitalizing to more. Even the doubts that I had when it came to trading and being able to play together, it's something that on the side they look much more comfortable with, and it's giving them now 2-round differential that can turn into more. Because of that, though, it seems like the Ganachis, they want to change things around. Everyone looking towards that A side, maybe a 4-1. The Viper is going to be watching that flank, but the Viper Spit is going to put up a challenge, and Zeldris as well, playing so aggressive. No one able to do anything. Bearcoon, he highlighted him a couple times, but has been shot down so early recently.
And that's the second time, right? We saw Bearcoon previously playing around that Viper ultimate, that same op angle, and this time around, it was Zeldris using it to his advantage. Ganachis, like you mentioned, every round that passes that BBG claims a victory.
No.
The Ganachis just get slower and slower, and SVL finds himself a great pick off the top of pipes. I really don't even know how he found himself in that position, but has made his way through into maze, giving BBG Academy, yeah, a bit of a headache, but at the end of the day, BBG Academy closed it out 11-8.
It's unfortunate as well because this round that was intended to be played faster doesn't really make you justice for the speed that the Ganachis wanted to bring, right? Because there's a Viper Spit, there's an operator playing all the way back, they had the opening pick, and then you have all the opportunities denied. I feel like it's still, for the next round, a chance for that same speed, even towards that A side, right? You force the enemy, you force the defense to invest the ultimate, to invest that utility, so it's a good opportunity because the chances for the Ganachis are fading out, and it's crazy because they started in such a dominant way, but it seems like those scenarios where the chamber gets taken down, it's those scenarios where the round doesn't end up going their way. It's a numbers advantage and how much teams are able to capitalize from those 4v5s to make it even and try to get away with the round. Even the spike planted has been a whole challenge for both of the teams.
Yeah, we saw this in the first half of BBG on the attack, kind of experiencing the same thing that we're seeing out of the attacking team this time around, right? After getting picked off initially, especially against a foe like Zeldris, what do you do? And so hopefully having a talk about that at this point, Ganachi's kind of an odd spot. 11-8, their buy isn't great.
Yeah.
And so, you know, they want as many picks as they can, but they're going to be playing for some overtime action here. if they're not able to win this one.
They've gotten really close to winning those eco rounds, but it's never been an eco round win, the conversion that we want to see at the end of the day, even after a couple of trades. And it seems like BBG, they have all the momentum to work with, all this first round going their way, and it's the same thing, right? The Ganachis, they get that information, but what do they do with it? Because one by one, they get taken down. Blackheart again, good for 2, can get more, but the difference here, catching them from different angles doesn't seem to be enough. The guns don't connect the way that it's intended. The flashes are good for BBG Academy, and with that, there's only one player remaining. Is that Chamber? Jump spotted, only good for 1, but it was a very difficult task at the end of the day. That means match point coming in for BBG Academy. Only 1 more to go, and we'll see if this buy round is going to give more for the Ganachis.
Tough. Well done for the Ganachis in the sense that they found a lot of those picks, but at the end of the day, it's this round that's going to make or break this game. And of course, we are in a BO3 series, so if the Ganachis go down here, we'll be taking it to map 2, but still a fighting chance of full buy. Silence rocking that null command, whereas on the side of BBG Academy, they've got 4 ultimates, and they're going to pop 2 as soon as the round starts.
And this is scary. This is really aggressive as well, but there it is. First ultimate coming up. The drone is able to spot the chamber from the distance, and it wants to be a fast hit towards that A set. Has worked out so far. No one has been taken down, and that's all that the Ganachis need.
Ganachis onto the site. Ooh, good on the back, finds the wide flank from Zeldris. As BBG Academy on the retake now, pop the Fade ulti, get the trackers on. Con Artist doing lots of damage, connects finally onto 1, equalizes things. 4-4 as the Prowler follows the trail, connects as Dip, Silence, find 3 in a row, and now Blackheart finds himself in a 1v4. Bearcoon, top belt, finds the finishing blow, and the Ganachis find a round there.
They make it fast, and that is exactly what I wanted to see, and I mentioned it before. I wanted to see another fast round because the first one that we saw, it didn't give them justice. It was Viper Spit on the defensive side that denied any possibilities for them to properly plan the spike and play for that post plan. But the Ganachis, they stand another chance. Let's see how far they're able to get, because it's still a good amount of rounds in a row needed for that overtime to hit, and the possibilities are not a lot, but it's definitely there. Maybe some information, maybe a tag, then a Hunter's Fury to get the opening pick for the Ganachis can be something to work with, can get that first blood that we've been talking about. And also something that this attacking side has been wanting to capitalize on. Playing too aggressive, getting taken down.
Really well done from the side of the Ganachis. They had 3 people set up. Of course, we could see the 3 silhouettes waiting around the corner, but he could not. The Ganachis open things up, find 2 in a row. Zeldris with a quick flank. Finds 1 and now has the team separated, equalizes things into a 3v3 as on the B site, Ganachis get the spike plant, put the Viper's Pit down, and are waiting. On the side of the Ganachis, they also do have a res to work with, so I'm curious to see how they play this. Of course, the main thing here will be making sure that that Sage stays alive and close enough to your teammates to make it work.
The Viper Spit is going to be difficult. A lot of utility as well to deny even more visibility for this attacking team. And this defensive that is trying to go for the retake. They're even. A little bit of trades there for Soldiers with a 4K makes the difference at the end. Had all the information, heard all the steps, all the utility. And that is 13 rounds in his BBG Academy getting away with the first map.
Beautifully done. For a moment at the beginning, BBG Academy looked shaky. They are slow on their attacks. They couldn't find their footing, but the defense is really where things opened up in the BBG Academy, showing just so much knowledge and prowess towards the end there. Like you mentioned, Zeldris with all the info, gets great timing off the back of that yellow box, drops down, and with a great spray transfer, finds 2 back-to-back to close out the game. So really good stuff from BBG Academy. At the end of the day, though, Dryad, what do you think Ganachis had to do to try and make something happen? They like lost their steam.
Yeah, it seems like when both of the teams they won on the attacking side, that's when they were looking the weakest, right? A lot of questioning on when it comes to the speed, the tempo to hit those sites properly and to have a good amount of variety into the information. Because sure, they're getting constant information with those owl drones, they're knowing where the enemy is going to be playing, but those operators are so annoying to deal with on the defense. No one can get that first opening pick with the operator on the other side, and it was a BBG that I had a couple questions about before in that first half, and they just answered everything on that second one. First bloods going their way, a lot more trades, winning rounds, winning that third round as well, that I feel like made all the difference, because we don't usually see those going for the same team. It change things around. They look solid, and we're getting constant kills, so everything that you would need. Now, my only concern here is that the next map that is coming up, it's also one of the maps that we saw on this matchup or another tournament, and it was also built by gamers getting away with it in a pretty dominant way. So my question is, what can the Ganachis do to come back from this first map loss?
Yeah, you know, you had mentioned it, and I think we had spoken about it before. A very dominant win over the Ganachis on Ascent prior. The Ganachis, real respect to them for answering in the way that they did in that first game. But like you said, answers found to all of our questions. BBG had them all written down and opened the book for us. And so, yeah, lots of questions going into Ascent, but we will be back after a short break. I'm Jabasco, that's Dryad. This is Weekly Open number 9, and we'll see you right back in just a moment.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
back, everybody. We have map 2 of this match between the Ganachis and BBG Academy. And the first one so far, BBG Academy took back that lead and finished out the game strong, finishing out that first map on Icebox pretty confidently. By the end of it, the Ganachis themselves kind of struggling to find their footing, right, Dryad?
Yeah, absolutely. A really good first performance, though, ending the first half 7-5, and then a little more domination that we got to see for BBG. And just a reminder, guys, to experience Mavic Gaming Chairs, the exclusive partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local host. Mavic's Gaming Chairs feature the featured 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month. Use code NSG55 to save 55. Shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamer. So, you know, if you wanna click heads like these players do, I would go for one of these chairs.
Yeah, there's a guaranteed 1 rank increase that comes with the chair.
It just connected. It's just connected.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how they do that, but really, the future 9 functions are all good stuff. But with that, we are heading to map 2 onto Haven. So, Icebox and Haven, pretty different, but kind of the same in what you need to be scared of, right? The Chamber and the Jet really going to be setting the pace for a lot of this map.
It's going to be even more for Haven, right? There's that A long that is a nightmare, that C long as well, for the Chambers to pop off, and something that you do not want to deal with at the beginning, especially on the attacking side, right? And I feel like it's always a conversation, people saying, yes, Haven, it's pretty good for the attacking side, but when you have such dominant performances from someone like Celdris and someone like Fireball on the Chamber and the Jet, it's even more difficult, right? You can position them all across the map and make sure that you're denying those entries and those quick entries fast and denying any possibilities for Ganachis to win at least this first half. So it's definitely going to be a challenge, but I think in terms of composition, we're not seeing anything uncommon, anything crazy. The Fade, now, if anything, it's known and it's seen on both sides.
Yeah, exactly. The Fade Raze combo finally coming out for what looks like the Ganachis, and of course, like you mentioned, opting for the Jet onto Zeldris, who we saw be an absolute menace. And so, I'm a huge fan of Fade, especially on this map. It had a ton of Phoenix lineups before that poor man disappeared into the multiverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor guy. But hey, you know, his lineups live on, so really, he's living up to his Phoenix name. He's come back in some other form. So, you know, Blackheart, we saw him dominating in that first game on this Fade, being an absolute menace on Icebox, unanswered by a Fade of their own. And so the Ganachis now on the defense, or rather on the attack, starting things off, look like they're playing a good default and trying to take this mid control.
And some early utility as well towards the A side is going to enable this attacking side to play aggressive again. We got the chance to see on that first map, and this pistol round is another opportunity, going to get spotted by the train map, but we'll take it down. Now at least the attacking side is a little bit more aware of where Centers is coming for, and that is taken down. Everyone gathering up to kill this Jet, denying any possibilities, but they don't know there's someone else. Blackheart hungry for more 3 for Dip, and just everyone lining up for this Omen. Only 1 remaining for BBG Academy. It's going to be this breach alone in the middle of nowhere, and the spike to be planted, it seems like, towards C.
It's like an awkward engagement. BBG Academy comes swinging out of garage, and unfortunately don't find the value that they want, as the Ganachis ready for it answer back, as we had mentioned at the beginning of the round, playing a 1-3-1 split. Those 3 members mid really paying off big. Ganachis start off strong with the Dip finding a 3K in that round.
Good way to start it off here, and now the Spectres that we get to see. I'm interested in Dip because I see a Vandal in this Omen's hands, and I wonder, because it seems like it's going to last. Let's see, for this round, you just want to make it fast. You want to, yes, maybe mess up a little bit with the economy of this player, but ideally can capitalize into something greater for this round, making it fast. And BBG Academy, not much to work with. Everyone playing pretty close together towards the A side, the Jet and the Fade, with that utility to push together, but no one getting close just yet.
Dip almost found the angle there onto the Chamber. Silence once again had his knife out as Zeldris goes for the peek. Lots of damage down onto BBG Academy. Ganachi's, though, still just waiting. You know, every round that they've played this slower game, they've been able to capitalize on it. And so for the Ganachi's, it seems like they've got some sort of read on the competition so far. But BBG Academy, with a 3-stack onto A, might just be ready as Harmon finds one onto A long. Zeldris getting a little too curious for his own comfort.
It was playing around this fade the entire time, except for that one where it decided to peek, and it seems like it all ended up going. Continues to go for the setup Ganachi's, going to this transitory round in the best way possible. Everyone alive, just a little bit of damage taken. The fireball is all up to him to at least have some impact. It is not going to happen. Dip taking him down with the Vandal, and the Vandal that gets to live another round, another day. Nice to see for the Ganachi's. As BBG Academy now, they're able to buy.
Yeah, a must-win for sure for the BBG Academy. Their aggression not really paying off. Ganachi's doing a really good job of just waiting. It looks like they're ready to up the ante, up the pace this time around. You see a tighter group outside of A, util in hand, and they are ready to rock. So the Ganachi's looking to turn things up a notch now, Dryad. Will it work for them as BBG, like you mentioned, on a buy? Great concuss to start things off and slow it down a lot.
Trying to go for that orb, and I think it is going to be possible, but all of this attack inside, playing close together, going for those trades, denying any possibility for Blackheart and the Jet to get away alive. And now the utility, the last chance here to keep the breach alive is not going to be possible. Just aggression coming in for this attack inside. 3 kills for the Rays, and the spike blunted. Another round for the Ganachi's. They're committed to taking an advantage early on, and that is exactly what they've been able to do. I mean, look at the kills, right? BBG Academy, only 1 kill they've been able to get.
That's so tough. That's so tough. And this is what it was like on that first map too, right? Ganachi just completely running over BBG Academy for a little bit. But then, you know, BBG were able to bring it back. So I have hope yet, but awesome stuff from Ganachi's on that long push, especially to wait outside that smoke, play the counter flash, and just be ready for any sort of aggression there. So really well done. Now it looks like they're grouping up for a fast C push. Of course, BBG Academy, they've got nobody on this site. Maybe trying to play some retake with that chamber in garage, but Fireball opts to back off. Doesn't want to die just yet as he regroups with the rest of his team.
Right there.
The aggression and the early advantage, like you said, something that we saw before. Fireball, a little lost, look at the wrong way, gets taken down at the end, turning into a 5v4 to work with, and having no guns, having no rifles, it just becomes a nightmare for BBG Academy to get anything done here. We'll go for it at the end of the day, some trades, but from the distance, it's just silent. 1 by 1, taking the enemy down, 3 members alive in another round, now 4-0 for the setup of Ganachi's.
Definitely a round to be expected to, definitely a round that we expected the Ganachi's to win. In the middle of all that, Zeldris, you know, had a shorty, dashed on, found one, a nice little cheeky pick to put one on the board for themselves. But like you mentioned earlier, Dryad, BBG Academy chilling at 3 kills across the entirety of their team. Ganachi's rocking 4-0 on the scoreboard, and they've got a lot of momentum. Money is good for both sides, obviously better for Ganachi's in the long term, but Harmon ready to start the Rolling Thunder on any noise down A long. Repositions now to try and take the fight to B.
I started pinging the B side early on, so it seems like it was going to be that hit regardless. Like, we know that it's risky, but trying to get something with this ultimate from far away, no one to close. They were reading that there might be some aggression coming up. Spike is going to be planted at the end. And it's a 5v5 to work with. This is a B side. It's a good opportunity here for BBG Academy to pick it up.
Ooh, Silence, good dodge of the flash there. Almost connects on a 2, lining it up for just a moment. The Fade ulti coming out. I'm going to track a couple of players here. Dip, deafened from the top, finds one, almost finds the second on a Fireball. Now BBG Academy in a 3v2 on the retake here as Barracoon from middle finds one, hits the spam, has to TP out. The defuse is going down in the middle of all of this, using their body as a shield. Fireball able to defend, finds one, and Zeldris in a one-on-one comes out on top. Low HP, but finally BBG Academy are in the game with a round.
Keeping only one alive, and the operator at the end able to be picked up, but still a risky situation, still very messy for it being a B hit and a spike launch towards B. It's a nice scenario for the defense to pop off a little bit more to keep some members alive. But regardless, is BBG Academy able to get away with the first round? Let's see where that can take them, because they have to force their rivals. Again, they lost so many of those duels, and that is when it can become so scary to deal with, because the Ganachis, they are feeling pretty confident, and they're going for a different hit here towards that A side.
Taking a couple shots, going back again. Barracoon, he's not scared. He's like, okay, fine, let's do this. And he comes out on top. Beautifully done from the Ganachis. That's got to put an emotional damper onto things, as now Blackheart runs all the way down to short and is trying to get that operator, clears it out with a Prowler, but knows it's being watched by Barracoon, so he doesn't even bother at this point. Ganachis grouping up towards Garage. They've isolated the Chamber, who's still got his TP. Fireball waiting for the angle, misses the shot, misses the second, and doesn't reposition and pays with his life. Monsi returns, but just before that, Harmon's in the right spot, and so he's able to clap back. Ganachis with the spike plant down onto C.
Last player standing.
Good for one, good for two. Con Artist in a 1v2 has Rolling Thunder, has full util. Oh, but they're good with the push. He, once again, does not care, has no fear. And Ganachis, 5 rounds to 1.
And it is a win condition at the end of the day for the Ganachis to keep being able to plan this spike as soon as possible. It's just so they can play for the post plan where Barracoon is able to pop off, right? It's having the operator in the best scenario possible in an angle that is difficult to deal with in a rendezvous as well, that just gives the enemy just so many questions about where this chamber can be and how this crossfires can be working out for a team that has already spike planted, has already all that site control. So VBG Academy unfortunately lose all their rifles that they bought into the last round, and they're failing to capitalize out of anything else. So just trying to play aggressive, doesn't work out, gets flashed, and it's 1 by 1 the domination that we get to see again for the Ganachis. They have such a good read, and BBG Academy, they wanted to play different. Yes, it was an eco round, so they wanted to push together, hope for a couple picks, but only one is what they were able to get.
Beautifully done. Just striking and maintaining that mid control time and time again. Find 3 quick ones, and now Monsi, pistol in hand. The classic can be devastating, but really it's not going to rock the world of the 4 remaining members of the Ganachis, who are making their way up to C-Long now with 3 ultimates as well.
It's a difficult one. The last one alive, the Omen, coming on in the flank. There's nothing to stop him so far, so maybe a good chance to get one, but still being red, still being looked at. And with the classic, actually he's able to get Harmon, but besides that, a rifle in the hands of this Omen on this defense that has been losing round after round, and they're going to be pushing him. Doesn't want him to get away with that rifle with any other kill. Is exactly what goes on, and the Ganachis, they get the 6th round.
Beautifully done from the Ganachis, of course, working with less of a prime buy than they would have liked. BBG Academy find 1 pick on the round. Coming into this next one, though, it's going to be important. We could still get a 6-6 half triad. These are real things, real possibilities, especially off the back of this round, right? This could be a momentum reset.
We'll see if that's actually the case, right? It seems like it's all about the control that the Ganachis is able to get early on, some early picks as well. And we see that utility from the defense. It has been effective, but it seems like at the time of actually pushing together, either towards that A long or C long, where we've seen most of the fights take place, is the Ganachis taking them down so fast. They have a good idea of where someone can be hidden behind that box. Wasn't the case, so they have even more control to take, but we see that rotation already taking place. And that Rolling Thunder, that turns into a nightmare. You see on the one side and then the other.
Connects, but no frags are found here as Monty is stuck in hell. And he's blind, gets the help of Con Artist, who returns that trade to 4-on-4 as the rest of the Ganachis make their way onto the site. Con Artist returns for another, and hits a 1v2. Fireball stuck here. Wrapping around the left side. They don't know he's out just this far, and he might be able to get the better of them, but he goes for the pre-fire, revealing his location. And now Fireball, in this 1v2, doesn't know where either of them are either. Connects on the headshot, finds the operator, and finds the second headshot. Back to back. That's a 2nd round for BBG Academy, and an important one, to say the least.
a nice 1v1, isolating those target, those duels, which is nice, a nice scenario for this chamber in a difficult situation. We haven't seen many of those clutch opportunities for any of the teams really, but it's a good way to, like you said on the round before that round, just change that momentum more, see how far BBG Academy is able to get on this defensive side, because yes, you might have a really good attacking side, but taking advantage as soon as possible is everything, and the Ganachis are not going to make it easy. 3 ultimates available for this team, and another heavy use of utility early on that just leaves a question for BBG Academy to figure out where this attacking team is coming from.
Garage Control is the name of the game. Prowler sent out. Trademark destroyed. No rotates from the Ganachis just yet. As Blackheart rotates out of Garage, throws the Prowler. Fireball needs to back on out of there. And now Blackheart, stuck on the site, is able to return. And Monsi finds another off the back of that reposition from the Omen ulti. Well done there. Ganachis now in a 3v4. Spread out across C-Long and Garage. Dip close to the site. Who's spotted out? Just for a moment, the spray almost connects on him. So he shoots back, giving up his own spot. BBG Academy looking good on the defense now. Ganachis up in hand. They've got 2 ultis as well, but things are looking grim. Bearcoon waiting for the jump peak, so he's aiming higher than usual. Concuss not going to connect. I can't find the shot there, but his thought was good. He knew what was going to happen.
I mean, the right idea here, but not able to connect the kill. That means just turns into a very difficult scenario for this attacking team. The spike right in the hands of the defense and nothing else to work with. Dip, like you said, was playing so aggressive when they took and they tried taking that side control, but Blackheart looking for the last kill. Dip with 15 HP to work with. Trying to get at least 1 kill, trying to stay alive, but it's not going to be possible. Blackheart, such a consistent fade and player in general, to be able to get away with those kills, those duels. Looking up and trying to find where the enemy is, that gives them the 3rd round for BBG Academy. And a little bit of a slow round for what we saw of the Ganachis. They lose the spike in the worst potential spot for them to work with and to take back as well.
There.
You got to commend BBG Academy's mental fortitude, really. Down so many rounds. Down 6-1. They're crawling their way, clawing their way back against the Ganachis. Looking confident on these past 2 defense rounds. Playing an even spread. Ganachis once again taking their time. Per the usual, they're taking mid and Garage Control. Gonna get rid of this trademark and try to work their way up.
The trademark does get taken down pretty early on, but that means more information. And once again, a fade for BBG Academy that is rotating so early on. Allows them to use the Nightfall and allows Fireball to be able to get away with that pick. Is going to take some damage here from the paint shells by managing to stay alive in this corner, as a spike is going to get planted for the side of the Ganachis. Good scenario for them. Still not a numbers advantage, but they can make it work out with those angles.
Here's a good old Phoenix lineup. Yeah, that's for the Watcher right there. And then the ultimate comes out as well, so the trails have been revealed as Zeldris scoping out Garage. Shorty in hand, needs to try and make his way out of the site, and he's good for 1, as at the exact same moment, Fireball, Blackheart, return for 2, and Zeldris swapping out the weapon is clean on that headshot. There's a flawless defense round and a flawless retake from BBG Academy.
Very similar to what we saw on Icebox, where yes, it was the Ganachis being able to get away with the first rounds in a pretty dominant fashion. But BBG Academy, the more rounds that pass, the better read that they have on the enemy team, especially on the defensive side. And this is allowing them to work a little bit more coordinated for this retakes, as we saw. It was the lineup, it was the fate as well. And it was just different angles to take from that C side, going from Garage to the one long position that the Ganachis wanted to take, but we haven't seen many of those, right? It's still risky. There's a lot of flanks that have happened throughout this map. That makes the situation even more difficult. So the spike is going to be headed towards C, at least as a point at the beginning. There's a trademark there that's going to maybe stop them for a little bit as the fade, where it has a good idea where this might be coming from.
Blackheart taking a bit of damage. SVL closes the distance, tosses the boom bot, tries to keep him occupied in CT as he watches this Garage exit, trying to put the lockdown on anybody that gets any ideas here. Fireball in a good spot, has the high ground, has a good angle, but at the end of the day, BBG Academy have to get onto the site and try to play a defuse here. For this post plant, though, the Ganachis do have a Raze ult in hand and are ready for the spike tap to come through as Fireball waiting on Garage. Can't get the best of dip and has to get out of there.
Such an aggressive position here, but at the end of the day, it's going to get spotted. Almost defused at the end of the day, but all the kills coming in. The Ganachis get on fire, and the Flawless that comes up right when they needed it the most. All members alive in a retake, and this is something that I mentioned, right? When they're going towards the C side, when we see this attacking team towards that C side, the way that they position around is more than anything to pick the enemies that are pushing from backside and from garage. We haven't seen them all playing towards long. They did it this one time and it worked out perfectly. Finally able to get back around after losing 3. That means the advantage on this first half will go their way. It's one more to go. We'll see if it ends up looking the same as Icebox did.
Concuss comes out, slows down that A aggression once again, and really just such a good job from the Ganachis, as you mentioned, just collapsing the defense on that round. Now, as we head into the last round of this half, Ganachis lead by 3, and on the repeat, Barracuda is ready, calls it out, spots the operator, and the full-on push onto the A site is coming out as the aggressive Rolling Thunder connects on nobody but Silence, which is a little bit awkward. But the spike plant is going down, and BBG Academy now on the retake once again, tossing out the Watcher, not spotting out anything. Fireball finds a pick from the top, and now 3 from CT. Harmon denying that area with the Aftershock entirely.
It's a 4v3 here now. The difficulty just increased for BBG Academy, but they can make it happen. There's some utility though that they have to deal with, and because of that, the Ganachis one by one are able to take down the enemy. Everyone down. Silent now, the other Fade with the last 2 kills, and with that, it's an 8-4 half. We're going to be throwing to a quick break. We'll be right back with the second half.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got the second half of BBG Academy versus the Ganachis, who currently lead 8-4 over BBG Academy. In the series, though, it's a best of 3. BBG are up 1-0. I am, of course, your host, Jim Basco, and of course, joining me today is Triad. It's been an interesting match so far, but BBG Academy slowly working themselves way back up the ladder, right?
A little different to what we saw in Icebox. Yeah, the difference here for the first half, but I mean, we'll see what BBG Academy is able to do now on this attacking side, and especially the Ganachis, they have a good opportunity here, pretty big advantage, especially with the pistol round. that they might be able to get some good utility, some chamber and feeds available as well to get the kills early on. And the headhunter hungry for the kills. Gets spotted so far, but shouldn't do too much damage yet.
Zeldris taking a bit of damage, closes the gap onto Blackheart, but can't find it with the frenzy around the corner, now collapsing onto the seaside. Silence, though, re-peeks and finds one. Monsi close quarters with the classic. Finds two. Con Artist with the third onto the seaside into Garage, and now Dip stuck because there's everybody on the team chasing him down. And Harmon thought he had a flank for a moment, but the rest of his team has disappeared. So now in a one-man fight against 4 people, tries to make their way up through Garage.
Spike planted.
Now, the first time that we see this before a pistol round is it's not ideal. Frenzy in his hand. See if that's going to be enough. Some utility as well to work with a flash. Maybe hoping for an opportunity, but just get spotted by the Fate utility. That means that this attacking team going to take the opportunity to try to surround him. Flash able to be good for one, but that's all that he's able to get for this breach at the end of the day. It's a 5-8. Ganache team that gets once again taken on way too early on these piece of rounds of BBG Academy. They get away with one more, and potentially this next one with the transitory is going to play similar to what we saw in that second round, when actually 2 of the members of this attacking team having a rifle in their hands.
Good stuff from BBG Academy, starting stronger than they did in that first half for sure. Can they keep the momentum up? Ganache's playing a pretty standard spread here, but a quick aggressive pick through Garage is going to set the tone. Ganache's with that advantage on their eco round. It's a similar state that we've seen them in before, getting the advantage on ecos. Can they continue to capitalize on it, though? That's the question. As BBG Academy, lots of presence mid, no one watching their flanks, and continuing to push up onto the B site here.
Taking a little bit of damage here, but it should be a B hit that they're committing to even towards the end. Has to get that fade, able to just take care of that pretty quickly. Soldier is hungry for kills, but at the end of the day, not expecting Airgun to be all the way back. 3 kills for this chamber. It seems like it's a perfect opportunity to bring an upset into this round. 3 members live versus 2 for BBG Academy. Yes, they have those rifles, but can they keep them?
That's really the question. And of course, they were they were thirsty for a taste of SVL, but he's going to back on out of there, use the raise nade to keep the distance between them. Large former Grand Canyon. Now BBG Academy onto the C site. Kind of have to keep their heads on a swivel. They could be C long, could be Garage, could be CT. They don't really know. And now with the spike planted, they've split up just a little bit. Now regrouping towards CT and trying to aggress here because they are in a disadvantage. And so if they can find these picks, it's huge. Find 2 in a row, and Blackheart, just like that, with a wide swing, finds the 3rd. BBG Academy locking down that round even after Ganache's Barracoon found 3 in a row with that Headhunter.
It's so risky when you have those Vandals and the Phantom actually that we got to see for this team, right? You don't want to lose them. That just messes up with the economy so badly. But BBG Academy, they get away with the round. They play together in a way that we don't see very often, right? Just pushing towards that CT, trying to get the kills and being able to play together, play for those traits. But now a bigger challenge is approaching because there's an operator in the hands of the chamber for the deep, and we'll see if he's able to get with 1 kill. Position towards A long, and no one peeking the angle just yet.
Flash. Monsi in the middle of the smoke. This is a really bold move. Dodges the concuss. Is able to stay up there, and the tether is good onto Zeldris. Monsi, though, backside gets dodges that tether and manages to stay alive. I'm a little confused here. Silence finds 1 dip on the retake. Hardly can play this. Barracoon jumping off shot finds 1 from the distance. Fireball is good as well with the help of Zeldris. In a 2v3 post plant through the smoke. Not good as Harmon and Co double up with Barracoon watching from the flank. And now shots through the smoke. Not going to connect. Harmon good for the headshot there. Ganache's 9-6.
And I get the idea of pushing past that smoke. It's just the suicide call at the end of the day with so members already on the B side, and knowing that for the defense, it's just a perfect site to retake and to get away with the kill. So I would have liked BBG Academy to play back, right? They had the angle for where the spike was planted to get the kills from a distance after they heard the first defuse, but it wasn't really the case. They decided to play a little bit closer, and it seemed a little bit more just less coordinated. So now they don't have economy, and the reason why you say this, right, is because they invested even more rifles for that round. They wasted all of those as they got taken down, and that means that the Ganachis now have 9 rounds. Now have those rifles that they took from the enemy team and can get away with the next one too. They still have an operator before we sell it towards that A side, now pushing towards C and playing pretty aggressive. Might be the duel between the two chambers towards that side.
Flash on, dash on, TP on, and they are on the B site. BBG Academy get the plant, Prowler out towards Garage, and they're playing a little bit more aggressive overall, hoping to isolate whoever was that C player. And so Barracoon making his way out C long is spotted by Fireball, who's good on the headhunter shot to find one. And now looking for the double flank. Harmon flanks the flank watcher and able to find one as SVL goes for the defuse. The Rolling Thunder comes out into the middle main. Not going to connect on anybody. Gets halved. The Aftershock connects. And now in a 2v3, pushing onto the site. Silence finds one. Harmon stuck on the middle of site, finds the headshot onto Zeldris, but Con Artist is able to find the burst shot there and closes out the round 7-9 onto the Ganachis. What a roller coaster that was.
It was very back and forth, right? We talked about the duel towards the beginning between the two chambers on that C side, especially because the defense wanted to push and come up with a flank, but the trademarks are always going to slow that down, get taken down by the headhunter at the end of the day. You're hearing that trademark being taken down, and with that, it's just more opportunities. It looked very risky for BBG Academy though, because they went all around through Garage to capitalize on those kills, to catch the enemy from different angles, and they suffer a good amount of losses at the end of the day though. Even things up just a little bit more, 7-9. And hear some ultimates coming up.
Dip playing inside the smoke. Monsi kind of expecting it. Smoke criminal himself may have made a footstep there, and off the back of that, Zeldris is going aggressive. Great blind out. Paranoia's Zeldris, unfortunately, who finds the headshot using the blind there as well, and SVL through the Prowler finds the kill onto Zeldris. You hate to see it, but of course, BBG Academy do get the spike planted. They've got the Rolling Thunder, and Ganachi's on the retake here in a 3v4. Have that Showstopper and the Tour de Force active.
The Rolling Thunder here should be enough. Now they're playing towards long. A very good opportunity. We already saw it working out once for the right time to hit. And so far, that is good for one for the Raze ultimate that connects in the best way possible. It's still numbers advantage to work with. On the attacking side, the defense having 2 members alive, trying to be spotted, and from the distance, trying to connect the shots. It is not going to be possible. The time is running out, and the attacking side, they get away with yet another round. Now, the interesting thing about this is last time the two teams faced each other and they played on this map, right? It was 13-7 for BBG Academy. So you can tell that the Ganachis, they've been improving. They are looking pretty strong. It's just now a matter of not letting that advantage go away. They have operators at hand. They're positioning themselves well. It's all about those rotations because BBG Academy, they seem like they want to avoid that chamber and that operator in any way possible. So they've been going B over and over again. It has worked out for just enough, but it's time to change things around. They spot Dip playing all the way back. Doesn't even drop. Wanted to go for the kill, and it doesn't connect the way that BBG Academy was expecting, or the way that the Ganachis was expecting, excuse me, for a 5v4 to work with. And now a rotation that can take place. You already see the defense ready for it.
Waiting for this C-long push. I like what BBG Academy are doing, though. Not giving any info whatsoever as the smoke comes out now. Concuss as well. Zeldris looking for the dash on the site. SVL completely blind, deaf, doesn't know what's happening. Zeldris, though, the defense using that fade ulti, sending out the Watcher, spotting out a couple. Silence good with the shot through the wall. The Watcher connects. BBG Academy forced back C-long, lots of damage down onto them as Silence finds the 4th on the round, make it number 5 for SVL. Ganachis 10-8, expanding that lead to 2 rounds.
And it seems like now for a while it's been 2 rounds that are really making the difference here for the Ganachis. But being able to get those rounds in a row, though, that is the question, and that is the one thing that hasn't been consistent enough for this team. At least, so they're able to get those double digits. So something nice to work with, knowing that the victory is getting closer and closer for them. They just have to deal with BBG Academy first, and it seems like for BBG Academy, yes, they've been going on the B side a couple times. It has worked out, but they know they need to change the strategy. Last one didn't work out, so it's time to go for that A hit. Some information that is going try to be gathered by this defense, by this fade. Doesn't get anything yet besides someone is looking all the way back. The operator, though, hard to look at, and at the end, not even the peeker's advantage will be enough. Bearcon taking down the enemy chamber, one chamber getting the other. And with that, once again, the Ganachis having more to work with.
Beautifully done. Bearcoon just so good on those reaction shots. BBG Academy crippled, but returning now onto SVL. That was huge. SVL had the advantage there, had the angle. Still not going for a fast execute. BBG Academy kind of keeping their presence. A little bit of a mystery for the Ganachis as the smoke now comes out towards CT. Ganachis hit by the Rolling Thunder and able to TP out. Beautifully done by Dip. And although they will give up the site, oh, Monty finds the kill there through garage window. Beautifully done. Once again, Ganachis now stuck in a 3v4 retake as the spike goes down.
Such a nice crossfire to work with, just because you know the possibilities of this Omen has been towards the C side over and over again, can be again, and has been playing inside of those smokes, so you start to read him a little bit more, gives them more chances. 4 members alive for the side of BBG Academy to the distance. There's a garage side, it seems like it's going to be enough. Blackheart with a 3k at the end. 9 rounds now for BBG Academy, and it seems like when it's all going wrong, it's the Spade popping off, getting some multi-kills, getting some clutches at the end to close it down as soon as possible, and to once again make things almost even for this attacking team.
Yeah, beautifully done from Blackheart. Great sprays transfer. And honestly, there was a moment where Silence had the Haunt, or rather the Watcher, out onto the site. Spotted 2 on default, and they could have gotten torn up by the presence coming out of Garage Tunnel. However, trading kills back and forth. BBG Academy making this a 1-round game. It's 9-10 so far in the second game here, and BBG Academy have a 1-game win in this BO3 so far, and that is a huge way to start off this round.
They've just been so unlucky, getting taken down in the worst timings possible. Towards C, now towards Garage, and then the opportunities fade away with numbers advantage. Once again, going for BBG Academy, they could be tying things up on this round. Can be a 10-10. It's just a matter of the Ganachis here, what they're able to do on the defense. They know there's going to be a B hit. It happened before. Harmon trying to run away, but Soldiers won't let it happen. 2 kills for this Jet. Only needs 1 more. And a Fade that is lost in the middle of nowhere does get taken down. Is a 10-10, and we make things even at the end of the day.
Sheesh. Harmon, you know, almost had a moment of greatness there. Gets the flash, finds 3 of them just lacking in middle, connects onto 1. But at the end of the day, BBG Academy, look at that streak, finding 6 rounds to the Ganachis, 2 in the second half. So really turning it up on the attack. 10-10. And of course, game is 13. So BBG Academy, they need 3 more rounds to dump the Ganachis out of this bracket, whereas the Ganachis need 3 to take us to a game 3. So lots on the line for sure. And it looks like BBG Academy are setting up for a push here, though slowing it down now.
Slowing down just a little bit after that information that's obtained by the defense. 3 members on that A side, and that makes things very difficult for BBG Academy. Lazy gather that information is going to allow that opportunity to make a rotation happen, but they haven't moved yet. They're still committed into sewers. Is going to be enough because there's some information as well on the side of the Ganachis here on the defensive side. They might have lost that last round, but they had the advantage over and over again, and they do not want to let it go. Slowly clearing those corners to go for that A hit, and yet they're still committed to it.
Silence finds 1. This A push, they are committed Of course, Ganachi's have that raise tucked away just outside of A long, so this might prove to be catastrophic as SVL finds one, finds a second, and the Rolling Thunder connects on the third. Blackheart stuck in a really tough spot with the Aftershock in his face. Will he choose to see the eye of God? And though it's against his choice, Silence takes him there. 11-10, Ganachis take the lead. They don't want to go home. They want to take us to map 3.
With the 3 members alive, right, the information, it becomes so much more difficult when you only have that breach to work with. The only thing that we saw, right, is trying to clear that corner, but besides that, to get information actively with the 3v5, it becomes so much more difficult for BBG Academy. You're not able to get with the round that they wanted, and again, it reminded me a little bit more of those rounds on that mid call shot calling that was lacking on Icebox in that first half. Hoping to change things around to play a little faster, as we see a smoke that goes all the way back, denies Abyss ability for the chamber to get comfortable on that A long, but still an A hit that wants to be committed here.
Dropping the Omen, clearing out the site, getting a quick scan. And really, BBG Academy are trying to draw the rotate towards A, and it's working to some degree. They're trying to be quiet on their retreat here. However, Ganachi's present, steadfast. They're holding on to both C, Garage, B, and of course the A link as well. They are not to be tricked here, and the Ganachi's now putting some more presence down onto C, just as BBG Academy are getting ready to execute through Garage and onto C through a split here. Trademark spotted out, destroyed it, and there it is. The ult comes out from Fade, sending the dogs as well. Prowlers hitting one onto Wood. SVL finds one with the showstopper, backs on out into CT. Silence returns with one, and now Blackheart onto the site with the rest of BBG Academy is just stuck in this corner, can't find anything. Harmon returns, and the Nachis at 12-10, they're at map point.
We could be going to that third map, is very much a possibility here, but it's one more to go for the Ganachis. They've been playing so well. Yeah, we saw a little bit of rotations, but the rotations were slow, and it was because they had that right idea. But sure, BBG Academy was trying to go for that A hit, but it didn't work before. It was a fake in another scenario, so they had to change things around. And the Ganachis, they have a really nice read on this defensive side. Realistically, the one hit that has worked out the most for BBG Academy on this attacking side has been that B hit. I want to try to at least get close to the mid control again, but no one to push just yet.
On Artist, ready for the flash. Zeldris ready to hit the dash. He's got it activated. Will he make the call though, as Monsi from the top can't hit the shot? Dip is able to return, and just like that, BBG Academy's aggression kind of metered for just a moment as Harmon ready with util in hand, Aftershock deployed. Blackheart's gonna be anchoring it down on the link. Dip will go down 4-on-4. It's evened out. BBG Academy, they want to put up a fighting chance as Harmon returns. The Ganachis do have that Fade ulti still in the pocket as Fireball in the smoke. Such close proximity, and of course trades back and forth. BBG Academy in a 2-on-3, holding on for dear life. Fireball finds one, Con Artist finds two. They flip it on their head. SVL now stuck in a 1v2. What does he do? Watching the right side, connects through the box, walks through the Aftershock, drops the spike, goes to mid, closes out the map, and the Ganachis find a map 2 victory off a massive clutch from SVL.
Massive clutch, playing so well at the end for this raid, just immediately peeking that corner, knowing where the spike was going to be planted. It meant that the last player had to be playing towards courtyard, and that is exactly what happened. As duels 1 by 1 that happened, it allows us to go to a map 3. I love how competitive it looks, right? There's a couple mistakes that teams are so good at capitalizing on in these last couple of rounds. We got to see it so well for the defense. That spike gets defused, and it gives that second map for Ganachi, so we're 1-1.
We are 1-1. Yeah, really well done. But of course, we do have to shout out the people for making this happen. So Mike and Ike, take your candy game to the next level with a pack of these Mike and Ike original fruits or the Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. Power up with Mike and Ike. And on that, we are headed to map 3. So I'm Jambasco, that's Triad. We're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back with that action before you know what happened. So stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Welcome back, all. We just had a intense game 2 that went the distance, 13-10, with the Ganachis taking the victory due to an insane clutch from SVL in a 1v3 situation. I am, of course, Jim Basco, joined by Dryad. What a game that was, and we're heading to game 3.
Yeah, it was a really nice one to see, especially that clutch. But now the players had a little break as well to see what they need to change for this last map, right? And it is exactly what I wanted to see, that competition coming in early on, because it's a long day for Valorant. It's a long day for the summer champs, so starting in the best way possible just to try to get those victories. And that's when we start to see how competitive it can really get in those maps and those map picks. I mean, 13-9, 13-10, they've all been going back and forth, but it's ending up on Ascent, the decider here. And a decider that I feel like we don't get as often. We were talking about before. Usually those deciders are, you know, a map like Icebox, but because we started with it, then Ascent will be closing things up for this match, and it means that even more of what we got to see is going to be there, right? The composition shouldn't be changing too much. The with the presence maybe of a different Sentinel coming up.
Yeah, exactly. Occasionally, you swap out the chamber, you get a little bit of Sage action, a little bit of KJ action, lots of good setups for both of those agents for sure, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Fireball gravitating towards that Killjoy. Something that we have seen a lot of as well is, of course, Sova and Odin's, because half of this map is cardboard. But with the presence of Fade and with the success that Blackheart's been having on the agent as well, I really don't blame him for playing the character here.
Just a really good player. I mean, extremely consistent when it comes to getting kills and using that utility to support Soldiers a little bit more. We saw it in Haven towards that A side in so many scenarios they were playing together. And maybe they didn't get a kill every single time, but we saw that the synergy that we see very often, and it's so nice between the initiator and the duelist trying to pop off. So like you said, yeah, it's nice to see. It wouldn't make sense to really see anything else from Blackheart at this point. The Fate that has been consistent, has been popping up, has been getting a good amount of lineups and information for the team, and everything else. Yeah, like we talked about, the one agent that we expect to change is maybe not see as much presence from that chamber, but instead having that Killjoy that will potentially have on both sides.
Yeah, here we go. It looks like a mirror comp for the most part on these things. Sova and Fade, the key differentiators, but not too different at the end of the day. Good stuff, though. Yeah, like you mentioned, Blackheart just an absolute menace on that agent. And really, when it comes down to it, what we've been seeing a lot of from Ganache is mid-control at the end of the day, right? Haven, that was their play time and time again, and it worked out for them, finishing out that map 13-10. But both these maps that we've seen have been immensely close. And so it's anybody's game. And off the back of that SVL clutch, there's got to be some momentum riding for the Ganaches right now.
We'll see who's going to start here in the best way possible. Is last map. It is Ascent. Compositions changing just a little bit, but the biggest difference here is going to be the initiators, right? The old initiators on this map against the more modern initiators with a Fade in the hands of BBG Academy, the hands of Blackheart specifically, that has been getting kills, has been allowing those pistol rounds as well to give an incredible amount of information for BBG Academy. So we'll see if the defense is able to get something done first. As the Ganaches want something to say, and already starting pretty aggressive towards that A site.
Spotting out 3 people with that KO knife. Null point finding its value early into the round. Harmon scouting out bottom mid in the middle of that smoke. No enemy presence is detected, so that is all good. But from the side of BBG Academy, they're doubling up on Catwalk, ready to address any sort of aggression. And Ganache's just like that will be backing it up to a main, trying to execute now, working their way up into this hallway. The one thing that they do have to watch out for is potential line presence that could have happened. And so taking their time once again as the KO null point suppresses and detects them yet again. Waste some more time with 45 seconds now left on the clock. Ganache is full sending it back on over to B.
Like this idea, right? Everyone working together in this pistol round, initially getting some information towards the A side, but not fully committing. That means the rotation, look at the positioning for this defense, is mostly towards A side. The only one waiting at B is Killjoy, and not all the utility that she was able to buy, but because of that utility is only a classic in her hand, will be taken down. Yes, a trade that takes place, but the spike should be planted here as the defense comes back for a retake.
4-on-4, looking good so far for the Ganaches as they get the spike plant down and 45 seconds added to the clock. BBG Academy split through CT. They've got market presence in the name of Zeldris, who's got his dash ready and wants to clear this B main entryway, and he goes for the peek, but Silent is too good and comes out on top there. Now, BBG Academy on the retake need to be watching out their back as they jump onto the site. SVL finds 2 back-to-back. Blackheart returns, and now in a 1v2 with 27 health, finds the headshot, and now is stuck in a 1v1. Of course, Ganachi's have the health advantage. Silence has the angle as well, finds the dome, and just knows where to look, putting 1 round on the board in game 3.
You can actually see another pistol round that they get away with, and it's something that we gotten the chance to see a couple of times now. It's a team that is pretty good at attacking. Yes, it get risky sometimes, but having that one angle down 1 pixel that makes a difference. Even though BBG Academy was almost about to pop off. I like the way that they play together, but again, they only had the 1 killjoy on the B side along with the utility, and it just made it impossible for everyone to come back. The fade Blackheart made an attempt, but it didn't turn out the best way possible. 3 kills still for this fade, and the second round coming out. The side of the Ganachis having those specters at hand, doing some really strong rifles as well, but it's an immediate peak and 3 kills for Harmon out of nowhere. There's only 1 last player remaining, the one that was towards B side, that killjoy. Last one, but everything else going as standard, as expected for the Ganachi. Spike is going to be planted here, and Killjoy may be hoping for 1, but it's not going to be the case.
Not going to be the case at all. Like you said, Harmon finding 3 with that Bulldog, criminally underrated as a weapon, I feel like. Especially post those buffs. I remember there was a moment after those buffs to the Bulldog and the Guardian that people were like, oh my god, the world is ruined. The meta is destroyed and everything's shattered, but that never happened. But occasionally, we'll see plays like we've been seeing throughout this series with the Bulldog that make us think that we should be using this weapon a lot more often. So great value there at the end of the day for Ganachis. But BBG Academy coming into this next one with the full buy across the board as the Ganachis taking the paranoia to the, taking the action to the paranoia, taking the paranoia to the action, trying to start things off strong. Ganachis, though, not going to connect on that Hunter's Fury as Con Artist on the defense. Finds 1, Zeldris finds a 2nd, and the spam through the smoke is good for all 5 on a flawless round to clap it back on a bye.
It's the first, it's the 3rd time that we see that a hit wanting to take place first, right? Because you want to avoid the Killjoy utility as much as you can, right? And this is when you can play mental games for this defensive side. On the Killjoy, you can position that utility in different ways, maybe even towards the A side, towards 3 to see how things are going to shape up. But for the Ganachis, they're still committing to this early information game on the A side, hoping for a little bit more after, and as well as trying to build those ultimates to work with, because 2 rounds, it's great, but now their rifles are the ones that are going to make a difference, and Muncie alone, good for 2, immediately shutting down the fast aggression that now becomes so much more predictable.
Yo, my god. Predictable, but great shots nonetheless from Monsi on that 2nd wide peak and a 3rd there, plus the BM to shoot the body afterwards. You love to see it. That just means the BBG boys are getting the engines revved up for a long-term victory here at BBG Academy. Find the quick first one with the flawless round, and they're looking to make it a 2nd as the Ganachis now stuck in a 2v5. What can you do? You know, capture some orbs, bolster your ultimate economy just a little bit, but at the end of the day, they're just going to want a couple picks here. But that's not going to happen. Himself just shuts them down like that out in mid and finds 2 quick ones. Jesus. BBG Academy tied up now in the final map of this best of 3.
The interesting thing here is the last time that the 2 teams played each other, played this map, it was a 13-2 actually going for the side of the Ganachi. So I'm wondering how they're able to take it such a big advantage early on, right? A single round the BBG Academy is able to get here would just mean that the narrative is changing a little bit more since that last time. So it is something BBG Academy is trying to do. The defense looks pretty solid, but it's more than anything because the Ganachis and this A hit just becomes so predictable. You have it as a trade that they're trying to get early on, but it isn't even needed because Selgers just immediately gets a headshot into the KO. No more information from this player. Fakes the dash as well. Peeks again, but nothing else that can be found. And now the Ganachi is once again in an uncomfortable positioning to work with. Dash available for this attacking jet, but will not get anything. I love Selgers in the way that he's playing different angles, right? It's long, right? There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to hide, yet he's getting the best out of it every single time. And out of nowhere, 1 by 1, because they get taken down, there's only 2 players remaining for the Ganachi.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, Zeldris. Just keeping the information overloaded on that A-long. Like you said, dashing early into the wall to just break their information flow. Did he leave? Did he dash into wine? What just happened? We don't know. And then he wide peaks and has his team double swing it with him. And so Of course, the Ganachis are not expecting that. And then again, with the smoke after smoke and maintaining this constant presence without overheating is exactly the fine line that we expect these people to be able to walk. And Zeldris finds 4 in a row on that round in a beautiful, flawless round for BBG Academy.
And it's so nice to see, and it's another scenario, right, when you don't have the numbers advantage to work with. And for the side of the Ganachis, there was no movement that we saw after those first picks. They still committed into peeking the angle one by one, and one by one they got taken down by Zeldris on this jet. It seems like Zeldris is a player that we've seen as well be pretty consistent throughout this match, but it's also a map and that A side that is made for a jet like Zeldris to pop off and to make a difference. Now double updraft trying to spot someone, is able to do just that, but the kill doesn't quite connect.
Like the aspiration, gotta keep thinking outside the box, right? Gotta keep it fluid. So double updrafts, good, don't connect. Alarm bot destroyed. Blackheart keen to it, just kind of waiting, and you can't get too close to market, because if you do, you're gonna get dashed up and really collapsed by 3 different people, so that's never fun. Ganachis, though, waiting in mid and just waiting for some picks. They have their point man in SVL waiting out, but he gets spotted by those prowlers. Great pickup of info there. And in the entire time that this has been happening, BBG Academy have snuck their KO into this corner. So now Fireball needs to play this bait for him really well. Timmy the turret, RIP the GOAT. Pop flash connects. No push though. Frag to deny space, and the push from market is good as Con Artist returns in a 4-on-4 now. Watching main, he's gonna go down. Great wide swing from Dip. And a 4v3 push onto the site. Monsi stuck alone. Back boat. Prowlers not gonna connect. Monsi finds one on the drop. Almost snaps and hits the second as Blackheart goes down, leaving Zeldris from CT in a 1v3 swinging market. Oh, but the movement from Harmon to dodge those shots is too good. Ganachi's tied up at 3-3.
The right idea about the information, and also something that we haven't seen too much of this attacking team, right? The mid control. It hasn't really been present in the first rounds, but now we see it. It makes a difference. Sure, you have to break some utility from the enemy team, and that might reveal your location, but it gives what is needed for the Ganachis to make things even early on. 3-3 so far. A couple ultimates to use, 4 ultimates actually for the Ganachis, and it seems like once again mid control, the knife thrown all the way back, making sure that no one is going to be peeking towards catwalk, and even if they do, they might be risking their lives, so this operator cannot get any value that is needed. Waiting a little bit more for the KO knife, so it's spotted at the end of the day. They know exactly where that jet is.
Yeah, exactly. Great info. And of course, as the smoke dissipates, they're keen to keep an eye on it. They don't want to take the fight, but Barracoon gets a little curious once again. And you know, I don't blame him. We've seen him win many a fight, many an aim duel, but ultimately goes down in a round that the Ganachis could have used that lockdown to secure this one. So tied 3-3 in the 7th round now. Blackheart detects a couple out in B main. Wants to use the tether, but can't as he gets null commanded and suppressed off the angle. Great paranoia. Might have been from his own team, actually. That is unfortunate as Blackheart finds 2 with the Odin, shutting down that push. And now in a 1v3, Harmon really can't do much and goes down to that Odin as well. Great round from BBG Academy. A little bit unlucky from the Ganachis.
It's unlucky with a push, and a push that once again we get to see towards mid. It was played so well by this attacking team, right? It was first, we got to see the recon dart trying to get some information, doesn't get anything, waiting for the knife, waiting just a little bit longer to a point where the jet on the defensive side, Zeldris, thought that it was not longer going to be a thing. It ended up happening, and with that, just with a couple trades, it seems like it was now BBG Academy 4-2-3, and another fast push now towards that B side, but that utility, just such a nightmare having the killjoy towards B.
Absolutely, SVL just jumps over it, dashes, and Blackheart good for 1 on main. Not expecting SVL to be in this switch location. It's returned on, though, with 3v3 Ganachis. Got the lockdown, got the Hunter's Fury, but BBG Academy, if they're able to move quickly, they could just use that null command and deny everything here. So let's see how it plays out. BBG Academy waiting on the retake now. KJ lockdown has been used. They can't destroy it, so they have to respect it. Waking on up, and Harmon, reading it, is able to connect with a bit of damage, but can't find the second hit. Still a 3v3 here. Con Artist dashing out onto the site itself. Ready with flashes in hand, pops one out to the left side. Connects back boat. Harmon trades back 2-on-2. Con Artist goes down. Zeldris now in a 1v1. Harmon backside. Good for the shots and finds it for a third in a row. Ganachis tie it back up 4-4.
Harmon was flashed, but because he was in that corner, no one else could get him. So it was a perfect opportunity to get those 2 kills. It last went into that 1v1 turn out in his favor, knowing that information and hearing that jet as well from far away from those stairs. So things get even once again, and you can see how competitive it is. Everyone fighting to get to those grand finals. We'll see if it's actually going to be the case and for who they'll end up looking, because it is also the first time in the even compared to the first 2 maps that we saw, right, that it's really going back and forth. It's not just one team dominating towards the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. Can they keep up the pace? Of course, going back and forth like this is not easy. Mentally exhausting, physically exhausting, and emotionally exhausting, really. I can imagine the toll it's taking on these guys as Monty detects the presence, wants to try and walk away so he doesn't give away his spot, but TP's back to back. Jenny, on the Ganachi side, though, they have slowed it down immensely.
They slowed down compared to the first round for this attacking team, where they were just pushing forward. And yes, they conditioned the defense for those aggressive hits on the first rounds, but after that, the pace changed a little bit. That information game was more towards mid. So that means that the Ganachis are bringing up one of the strategies that we already saw from them, but waiting for the right opportunity. They don't know if there's someone going to be playing towards one, so they're going to have to clear that first. And the defense doesn't really know. We see the KO. See some information as well thrown, making sure that no one is close to B. They have the right idea. No one moving for those rotations too quickly. Besides that, fade slowly coming in.
Yeah, drone pushing Zeldris just a little further back so he can't find the pick that he wants. And of course, no dash as the suppress comes out as well. Con Artist, wow, okay, that was lucky as heck. Zeldris off the back of that fatal too, and off the back of all that commotion, finds a second as Con Artist finds one as well. Blackheart good for 1, and now quickly BBG Academy have flipped it on its head once again. 5-4. What a great round from them.
It's another one of those scenarios where the attacking team is all playing together, and you get to see them playing and getting some information early on, but after that, once you hear that owl drone, you know it's going to be a fast hit, especially because the time was running out, right? Even trying to plan the sky, the spike would have been a massive risk for the Ganachis. They do not get away with the round, and things once again look positive for the set of BBG Academy. 5-4 to work with, and a defense with an operator towards the A site. Knife thrown towards A as well. It seems like it only got the omen, so to go back.
Ganachis forced onto a suboptimal buy as they're taking their efforts slowly once again towards the A site. Smokes from BBG Academy just denying them map control and vision. It's the most important thing at the end of the day. BBG Academy have Zeldris trained on main with the operator in hand. Drone comes out, it's gonna spot him out, and he has to get on out of there. However, the Ganachis, this is a giant ravine to cross, especially if you've just got pistols. The flash does help, but the return flash from Con Artist could be monstrous as it connects onto all of them, and Con Artist finds 3 on the round as the defenders pick up 6.
And if you look at it for the Ganachis, every time they play a slow round, they end up towards the A side. It's just every single scenario for them. So you saw BBG Academy. I mean, the Ganachis, they wanted to initiate the fight. They get some information. You see the owl drone, but already BBG Academy had 3 members towards that A side, denies any possibility. He's able to take different angles and different crossfires to get the kills, and it reads the Ganachis, this attacking team, perfectly in another case. So it gives him 6 rounds to work with. It gives him once again another A hit, and I've yet to see the mid control. It feels like for the Ganachis it's missing, and it's always the same strategy that is being read by BBG Academy.
Yeah, it's a little questionable. I'm not sure what exactly is happening, but of course you got to give it to BBG Academy. Every time that the Ganachis try to take it mid, the alarm bot, the presence from that fade with the Odin, just so many variables around that mid that I guess has made it feel dangerous for Ganachis at this point. And it looks like you mentioned, they've been kind of conditioned into fearing all of mid and catwalk and keep funneling into this A main. And so now the Ganachis with with 2 more rounds remaining in this first half, they're looking to make things 6-6, and this is going to be an important one on that journey, as they've got buys now, but won't have buys in the next one if they lose this. So Ganachis, lots riding on this line for sure.
PBG Academy, the clear catwalk for the fade utilities. That means I have a good idea here. All the killjoy utility is going to be once again so annoying to deal with for this attacking team because the time is running out. They're just going to have to go in, dash, and hope for the best.
No dash in hand for Zeldris, so he can't peek out of the smoke and get away, but he does as the door is closing. That's one way to do it if you don't got a dash. Use the door's geometry. Fireball, though, back boathouse. He's tucked in here. Now the Ganachis, 13 seconds left on the clock. Fireball goes for the peak, revealing his location. Finds 2 with the collect, finds a 3rd onto the lane. It's beautiful. Dip, though, from the main is trying his best, but with 1 HP to his name, there's only so much he can do. BBG Academy find a beautiful 7th round.
Yeah, like you said, there's only so much that you can do in a scenario like that one, right? It's so slow, the time is running out. You're relying on the jet to lead the way, but there's so much utility to deal with that everyone else is kind of left behind, waiting or having to take some damage before having that control. Even the door, as it was closing, just gets the kill. It's just a nightmare to deal with. So 7 rounds for BBG Academy, being able to take the lead in a pretty dominant way, but there's potentially 1 more to go for them. Operator and Zeldris, who once again is towards A, where this attacking team is looking for to go again.
Absolutely, and there's, Ganachis, I would have hope still yet, because as you mentioned, BBG Academy feeling dominant in the past couple of rounds and expanding the lead, but the Ganachis got to keep it in their head, They win this round, they take it 7-5 to the next half. They win the pistol and the one after, it's a tied game, 7-7. Very possible, but things are starting to get spicy as Harmon opens things up with a fantastic opening pick with that Hunter's Fury. Con Artist equalizes, but Bearcoon able to find another. So now the Ganachis in the lead in terms of how many people they've got alive. Blackheart equalizes it out. Zeldris takes that main control, and Fireball was going to be massive in that mid on the push, but the Ganachis are good, and they're able to find the 5th round here as we head on to the second half. We're going to take a short break, but before that, we want to shout out these teams for doing phenomenally. Don't go anywhere. The action will continue. We're on map 3, and we've got the second half after a quick break. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, all. We've got the second half of the match between BBG Academy and the Ganachis. We are in the third map of this best of 3 between the two Titans, and currently BBG Academy lead by 2, 7-5 at the half. Entering into this second half, we've got the Ganachis on defense, BBG Academy on attack. I'm your host, Jim Basco, and of course joined by Triad here today. It's been a really tight match and closer than the first two have been.
It's been pretty much very back and forth, right? And this is something that we mentioned. It's a difference between, compared to the other maps, just because it was a pretty dominant start for one team and then making things even. But now it's a 7-5. Anything can happen. Both of the teams fighting to make it to the grand finals, but we'll see how far they're able to get as the pistol round, the second pistol round here, starts to take place. And already some mid control that BBG Academy is trying to take. Doesn't capitalize from it early on, so it just gets taken down.
Good recon from the KO. Detects SVL out in mid. Watcher not going to spot him out behind the wall exactly. Con Otter's still taking this space. On catwalk, does he check his corners? Yes, he does. Onto dip, finds a good double headshot as SVL returns from across the map and trades back and forth as Silence pops out onto the catwalk. And just like that, the Ganachis take the control of the pistol round 6-7.
The Ganachis really understanding the early win condition, and we've seen it for a couple of those pistol rounds now. It's, you know, when they're playing on the defense, they're going to be playing back. They have some nice crossfire towards catwalk, so even if one of them got taken down, it was the immediate aggression coming in from tree to guarantee that most of the kills and all the kills would end up going for the side of the Ganachi. So 7-6 can be a 7-7. We'll see. There's not going to be any force coming in for the attacking team of BB Academy, so only the classics to work with, maybe some utility that we get to see early on, especially in the hands of like Killjoy and the hands of the KO on the other side. Already even more split than what we saw for the Ganachis when they were attacking.
BBG taking their time once again, rotating back and forth. They don't really have range to work with, so they need to take the fight to the Ganachis. As you mentioned, of course, doing a good job of just playing passive, not giving up any info or anything. SVL has made his way into Wine, enjoying a baguette. Goes for the peek, finds one, gets blinded, and is able to return to Wine as Dip and Silence are here to help him out. Almost finding another there, but really just keeping BBG Academy at a distance as they try to make their way up through tree and into catwalk. Monsi made his way onto the site, found two, broke Silence's ankles, and are looking for a push here as Blackheart finds SVL in Wine. They might just get the spike plant down, but still, Blackheart has to cross on over from main onto the actual site. With the door down, this is possible, and the Ganachis are setting up a flank pinch.
8 HP. It's a difficult one here, but it's possible. Once again, looking at those crossfires and the early aggression. For Muncie, good for 3 kills. For this Omen needs one more just to end things in the best way possible. Gets spotted as well towards Wine fighting to stay alive, but playing towards different angles. It's so difficult to smoke as well. And even though he's able to spot the Omen all the way up, it is not enough to get the kill. Blackheart, again, with 8 HP, was able to make it happen. So really good round actually coming in for BBG Academy, changing things up a little bit more.
Yeah, huge, you know, off the back of that round, we were just talking about it before we entered this half. All that Ganachis had to do is win that pistol, take their momentum into the bonus, and then they were tying up the game. BBG Academy, beautifully done to play super slow around that A main, draw the attention there, rush up cat, cut through behind them, and find the kills. And at the end of the day, they found that second round. So really flipping things on its head, the script has been denied, and BBG Academy, they want this victory.
Now, is going to be the bonus playing out for this attacking team. We'll see what they're able to get away with, because the Ganachis, they lost everything that they got before, so it gets a little bit more risky. Even though we've seen more variety coming in those early rounds for BBG Academy towards this attacking side, towards the A side as well. And the defense, not really having the best idea of where the enemy's coming from. It's a 4-1 that is being played. There's a flash as well just to go in, trying to get the orb, making sure that no one is playing towards Wine. With less than a minute remaining, is going to be that A hit playing out.
Fireball pushing through, almost finds one there coming into Catwalk, and now has to run to rendezvous with the rest of his team as the Ganachis are taking the fight to the site itself. Barracoon now waiting, has Timmy posted up. Do they know they're getting flanked? They don't. Fireball, good for 2 and tree, gets turned on by SVL. But the Ganachi's down to just 2 remaining members as Dip finds one on Jenny. SVL on the cross is good for another. Blackheart drops down to 18 HP. And on Jenny here, this is a tough fight as Dip trying his best with the burst fires at a distance. But Blackheart's got the spike, and he's going to make a run for it. Doubles back? Trying to catch Dip off guard, but Dip is ready with the headshot. The Ganachis found round 7 for themselves.
It's so low as well for this fade, and it was the right idea, but not expecting Dip to be pushing already so fast after hearing a couple steps. It almost worked out. Just by that 1v1, anything can happen. And with that, they can actually get their 7th round, and operator now in the hints of their jet. Still not really wanting to use the ultimate, waiting for a little bit longer, trying to capitalize more on this weapon. It is going to be positioned towards mid, playing all the way back. And for the first time now, BBG Academy wants to go towards B, but there's an Odin to deal with, and it's not going to be possible for Soundtrake does get taken down. No jet available for the attacking team, and it seems like one by one they're going to peek this Odin on the other side, and it's not going to end up in anything good for BBG Academy.
Okay, able to sneak his way into the actual smoke. Blackheart stays alive for just a second longer. Harmon with a great snap on Amonsi into market, and now the Guardian is doing its best, but spraying a Guardian through a smoke is a lost man's folly. So 8-8, it is tied back up once again. Ganachis looking good. BBG Academy want more. Tied here, and of course the tactical timeout is called Triad. So what do you think they're talking about? What has to happen to try and create an opportunity for one more round here and to take the lead?
It's interesting because we haven't seen many of those timeouts coming up. I believe we only saw one in one of the earlier maps, but besides that, I feel like teams, both of them, can capitalize more on that, just knowing how close this match is, going back and forth very early on for the first half, and trying to get a little bit more to synergize with. I want to say though, this attacking side on B, it's a nightmare. We didn't get to see it too much in the first half. I don't think that's going to change after seeing what happened, right? Everyone getting taken down by the Odin, and also caught off guard by the Odin, right? It's something that has been meta in this map for a long time, but there's also so much more variety, and because it was the first attempt at that B side, they were not expecting to get taken down. I want to see more of those crossfires. I feel like for the defense, it has looked so well, and they can capitalize from those aggressive positions to change the narrative a little bit more, knowing that it's 8-8 and anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. It's just stressful, man. Just stressful, you know, overall. And so coming into this one, they're tied 1-1 in game wins, tied in round wins. BBG versus Ganachi. Leaving the spike in spawn, that's obviously an indicator at this point that they're going to rotate off, right? They don't want to get caught out trying any of this nonsense early in the round. They're not committing anywhere hard, and so they're trying to draw out util on the offense. Great from Ganachis though. They're just holding, not peeking, not using anything, and allowing BBG Academy to run their util out. Here's Silent thinking about potentially throwing a frag. If he gets any audio information, that frag will go out and deny entry into the site for quite some time. Harmon though, his spidey senses are tingling and he was about to end someone's life through that wall.
Going to be careful about it though. Just the information that is going to be everything, of course, for the KO. Now the lockdown, but they know exactly where it is, and guess what? He has lineups. Does he go down? Nope. It's in a different side trying to find it.
Oh.
And now he's trying to go. Run away. I don't think he can.
He can't escape. One player gets detained.
30 seconds left.
The jet from BBG doesn't though, and so they're not expecting it necessarily. I mean, from Ganachis rather. Silence still waiting. Tether comes out, not gonna connect. And Ganachis just metering their aggression here off the back of the KO ulti. 12 seconds to get to the site and get the plant down. Fireball opens it up in a 4v5. Ganachi still got that Sova backside. Harmon has to stay alive. If he can deny the plant, they can win the round. But the plant Do they have time on this? They do. Just in the nick of time, Ganachis are able to make, I mean, the BBG are able to make it happen. Ganachis have to back on out of their guns in hand. They're gonna be broke, and so they make the choice to just not mess with this situation.
I can't believe they got the chance to plant the spike right there. There was no time remaining, and I was questioning the lockdown because yes, they got one player, which is pretty rare to see, but at the end of the day, they didn't capitalize from the lockdown. It didn't create anything besides having the Ganachis on this defense push forward and make sure that the Silva was able to stay alive, trying to play for a crossfire while he was back online, and it got questionable, especially when you're playing against time, and time is your biggest enemy. But is a BBG Academy trying to find where this defense is, not really getting too close. So the Killjoy, the Omen, will be able to stay alive, but it means now that the lead will be going for the set of BBG Academy. And now let's see if they can keep it, because it's been going back and forth for a while.
Really has. Much closer than any of the other games, which were a little more streaky. And of course, we got 13-9 in the first one, 13-10 in the second to the Ganachis. Here we are at 9-8, definitely going back and forth. Econ looks pretty healthy for both these teams coming in for ultimates. We got the Fade ulti, Omen ulti. It really just comes down to how these guys want to play it and the counterplay between the couple. As the Hunter's Fury, aggressive on defense, tries to connect, doesn't find anything, tags one up, and decides to put it away there. Con Artist taking just a bit of damage, but not much else, as SVL detects the Fade, and off the pop of the Blade Storm, they're going to back off.
Playing back, just being hesitant that the Jet might be pushing forward, actually, and should we get caught by that utility, which is ideal for them to peek after. But more than anything, that mid control is something that they want to attempt, and we saw in the earlier rounds. Then we didn't see it again for BBG Academy. It's a good strategy, but again, those are the really slow rounds that we've gotten a chance to see from them in a couple of scenarios, and they get risky. There's a lot that can happen so quickly because the defense, they have a pretty good idea. They make those rotations. There's two members or three waiting for this catwalk push.
Car ulti in hand, gonna use it, and the cat push is coming out. It's split from A and Cat with their one KJ lurking in mid, trying to catch that rotate. If she can get some information, it'll be huge. But Silent now dodges the flash, is good for 2 headshots back to back, and Harmon finds a third through a wall as Dip and SVL combine for 9-9. We are tied again, Triad.
BBG Academy here, they use some utility, they throw it all the way back towards mid, and that means, you know, running out of time, it was going to be that A-Kid playing towards Catwalk, and that is why the crossfire was going on. I said it, I wanted to see how long that lead was going to last, because it's been so back and forth over and over again in this attacking team. They have to try to change the pace once again. It's an absolute possibility here, but besides that, maybe you're relying a little bit more on this KO as an ultimate to work with. Can it give that space and that aggression the team is looking for?
Placing alarm bot.
Trying to bait out something. BBG Academy hit the TP off of A, but no one's playing really close enough to try and capitalize on it. So while Ganachis are a little frightened, they have a double tree set up here. BBG Academy are waiting for this B main push. KJ getting a little aggressive. They almost caught out a double kill. Zeldris now running it down mid. Teammate in hand. Blackheart. Oh, not able to find the kill there either. And they're going to take out Timmy the turret, work through market, and get this push down onto the B site. SVL in the middle of all the smokes, and KJ utility still manages to stay alive. It's a 5v5. Ganachis, 3 members here holding on for dear life as BBG Academy waterfall onto them. Fighting 1, fighting 2. Barracoon now stuck on site. He can't connect with the shots. The remaining members of Ganachis now in a 2v5. What's happening here? Poor guy.
You're just making sure that he gets taken down. That's it. It's a 9-9. It's 2 members alive for the defense here. The Ganachis have a difficult task. It is possible there's still some utility, maybe some smokes as well. Can change the story here. A couple duels would be enough to hit the Economy BBG Academy because how back and forth it's been. But from the distance, Zeldris gets the best of Dip and only 1 more to go. It's almost a flawless for this attacking team. BBG Academy, they get to double digits.
Woo. Scary. That was a really all over the place push from BBG, just barely working out on timings. You saw Zeldris and Blackheart working their way up mid. There was a moment where Silent could have popped them both, but neither of them were expecting the other. So in a moment of confusion, BBG Academy hammer it left, bust out onto the B site, and are able to take the advantage here. 10-9, Dryad. Whoa, I don't even know. It's so back and forth. It's so close. Both of these teams feel like they could take it at any moment.
Those double digits, I have a feeling for BBG Academy. That is exactly what they needed to get away with it. But the Ganachis wanted to put a fight in, especially on the defense, especially playing so aggressive. You're able to capitalize with that first kill. The operator being enough, shutting down that Blade Storm 2. Now putting a challenge for BBG Academy. What are they going to do? They're still split. The spike is still on the floor.
Death bell tolls for SVL. Or rather for Zeldris, as SVL picks up that one. Great reaction on the shot. Anchoring down mid. Blackheart and KJ getting curious yet once again. They should be afraid to cross this mid lane, and they are. Respecting SVL in that shot. Catching out Zeldris just on the jiggle, and once again, good for 2 on the round. With that shot, he's going to reposition. Ganachi's still got 2 towards A as the smokes come out. Paranoia's back and forth. Both of them connect, so everybody and their mothers are blind as the Prowlers come out. Harmon from the top rope finds one. Con Artist around Jenny tries to clean it up, but he's going to get wrapped in the Ganachis. 10-10.
Another quick rotation as BBG Academy, they're playing slow. They got that information. That first pick went to the operator in the hands of the Ganachis, and that was everything that they needed. BBG Academy, they look lost without the Jet, and they can't really capitalize again from the mid round to turn into a victory. It's so interesting that conversion between the first kill and how the round ends up looking for both of the teams have been something that I've been looking at, and it is why we're 10-10 right now. Both of the teams having double digits to work with. All the Killjoy utility once again towards that B site, and a BBG Academy that wants to get some information, wants to make sure that there's only the Killjoy. Could be something more, a catwalk as well, still a risk.
Scary times to be a BBG or a Ganachis fan. Sitting on the edge of their seats, watching chaos really unfold. BBG trying to take mid-control. Prowler not going to connect. SVL, just such faith in his teammate that he's actually going to destroy the utility. Wow, if I felt that way in my ranked games, things would be different. But unfortunately, you know, that's not how things work out. Ganachis still holding out. Suppression going to connect onto 2 in a catwalk. So Silent has a good bit of info to work with here. And it's always tempting, right? Whenever you get a single piece of info to start dumping your utility, Silent really good at just waiting. Doesn't waste the frag, doesn't waste a single flash. And of course, we're seeing this mid push again coming out from BBG Academy as they're trying to hammer it left. SVL in B main, though, catches one and Zeldris returns in a 4-on-4. BBG Academy through market, ready to bust through. Harmon, though, gonna shut it down with an Odin, and with the cross being covered by Silent, this could be bad for BBG Academy. But Blackheart, in the middle of it all, finds 2. Harmon returns, and it's a 2-on-2 with all tied up. Shorty good for 1, and he can't find the second shot. Onto the site now, spikes being planted. BBG Academy in a 2v1. Dip is at full HP. BBG Academy both kind of low.
Oh, should I spot him? Making sure that he doesn't get seen at the end of the day. I'm not sure if he did. It seems like he was looking at the other side. So 1v2 to work with for Dip.
Oh, and it looks like with the BBG Academy are watching that left side staircase. Dip able to make it out. He spots out 1, gets the shots. And now Zeldris back boathouse versus Dip. How does he play it? Dip has no idea. Zeldris needs to realize that he's been unspotted. Smoke goes down, tap on the spike, spray comes out. Dip, oh my god, the patience, you gotta love it. Finds the shots, does he have time? No time on the clock there. BBG Academy picking up another round. Oh my.
And with the smoke, at this point, it's something that has characterized this Omen over and over again, just playing inside of the smoke. And it's such a risky situation, but the time against him and the spike that doesn't get diffused the way that he was expecting. So 11 rounds for BBG Academy here. I want to see how far they're able to get. It could us pretty much also go to the overtime, and it would be a nice way to end this quarterfinals, right? It's been 3 maps. Third map that we get to see right now, and it's the one that has been the most back and forth between the two teams. None of them wanting to let go of that lead. The KO knife being spotted and used early on. Doesn't get taken down though, so that information is going on for this attacking team. Now the point is, and the question is, when are they going to decide to hit? The spike is on the floor. Soldier utility is being hurt towards A.
BBG Academy, once again, taking their time. Time is ticking. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. They are waiting for any aggression, but Ganachi's keen. Once again, they're not going to give them anything to work with. And they've got KJ Util spread across the map. They got the alarm bot active in mid. Molly on A, and of course Timmy. El Tourette on A as well. And so smoke's coming out. Ganachi's staying stoic. Suppression down in mid should give them a clue as to what's happening as the Ganachis use their drone, spot out one on catwalk, but it's not enough to really commit or rotate just yet. In the middle of all of this action, though, BBG Academy have been quietly making their way over to the B site, and without the KJ Util here, they may have an opening. Let's see what SVL Silent have to say about it. As SVL opens it up, Molly goes down, SVL finds 2. And the null command to shut down all the abilities on the exit here is good as Harmon finds a 3rd. Blackheart does pick one up and goes for the res as both Silent and Zeldris have yet to peek here. Onto the site. Find one. SVL good for 3. Fireball returns for 2. 5 seconds left on the clock. No time to plant. And Ganachi secure round 11. It is 11-11 in game 3, Triad.
SVL with 4 kills at the end. A really nice way to shut down that aggression that was coming for B. And I feel like it was made, right? You hear that turret, the turret coming in towards the A site. You usually assume that all the casual utility is put in the same place. It's either towards 3 or it's either towards the B side, like I've seen most of the times. But because they hear the turret, it seems like it was safe. What they didn't know is that it was a Jed. SVL playing all the way back. It's 2 kills, makes all the difference for BBG Academy, knowing and reading them so well and how slow they like to play. So it's 11-11 now. 1 more to push any of these 2 teams to match point, potentially having that overtime play out as well. And again, the defensive setup changing a little bit more. The Killjoy utility more towards that entry, towards that choke. They're so hard to deal with, but the attacking team, BBG Academy, they're not close to that area. You're going to gather some information towards mid, trying to take that catwalk control, and the Omen, in the meantime, having a right idea, is going to play back.
I like what the Ganachis did. They set up all their KJ Util on B, because how many rounds in a row now have BBG Academy made presence mid and A and then ended up on B? So can't hate them for it, but BBG Academy this time around are setting up for this A execute as SVL with a wide swing finds 1, looks for the 2nd, and is good for it. With the dash in hand, Silent finds 2 more. Con Artist returns. This is their eco round, and so SVL picks up 3 to silence 2, picks up round number 12. Ganachis in the lead again. And we are 1 round away, Dryad. Either the Ganachis win it all on this one, or BBG Academy take us to overtime.
It's a patience game for the Ganachis. You don't see them, like we saw early on, just pushing those angles, playing too aggressive with the operator. It's just been all about playing back and surprising the enemy. SVL playing towards 1. Having no idea how many members were going to push him. No one checked the corner as soon as possible. So it was a perfect opportunity for this match point. The Ganachis only need 1 more to close this map, close this match. But we'll see if they can get it over with from this one.
Interesting. They were thinking about using the lockdown to bait out something here towards the B site. Ganachi's lockdown of their own. Not gonna... Oh
No.
Gosh, that's catastrophic. That's the lockdown eliminated from BBG Academy. That was their win condition. Oh, man.
Yeah, that is, I mean, once again, catching the enemy completely unexpected in the worst possible timing. just had the utility in hands and the Killjoy gets taken down. There's no other opportunity. They just have to play with one less member with the Killjoy being absent for what is remaining of this round. BBG Academy once again running out of time, less than 45 seconds to work with, playing towards mid. And now the defense knows exactly where they are.
Frightening Fade ultimate rather gonna be used on site, but doesn't connect on anybody. It doesn't clear Black Boat either. BBG Academy, hopefully they don't have a false sense of security walking into this, and they don't. They send out the util. Zeldris is good for one, tying things up. It's equalized. Bearcoon on the back. Oh, can't find it. Found Artist is better. SVL though from the skies finds two, finds a third. Monty close range equalizes. It's a one-on-one. Spike is dropped. He needs to pick it up. There's 4 seconds for him to plant. He's going to try and stick it here as Dip is pushing around the right side. He's going to go wide on the corner. Dip finds the shot, and just like that, the Ganachis close it out to be your victors of this best of 3 and move into the grand finals.
The Ganachis at the end taking advantage once again of the weakness for BBG Academy. They were playing so slow. The spike had to be planted in the last couple seconds remaining, and that means that 1v1 just was a lot easier for the Omen coming in on the defense, coming in for the Ganachis. They're able to move forward towards the semifinals. It's nice to see how they started in a way that was going back and forth, but then it was more of a defensive setup from beginning to end. They were not picking those angles. They were even hesitant to buy operators just because of how back and forth it was and how many operators they were losing. And with that, they're able to move forward to the semifinals, and it seems like we're going to see them go against NYFU.
Wow, beautifully done. Ganachis versus NYFU. Yeah, my bad on that. They're not moving to the grands, they're moving to the semis, but what a game. 13-11, bringing it down to the very last person alive. Of course, on the other side of this bracket, Lenny Time V19 versus the Sonics going on currently. We will continue to follow the Ganachis versus New York Fury up next, but Dryad, what a game that was, man. I'm speechless after what a close game, and I can't imagine how BBG must feel right now.
Yeah, as always, the games that are the most frustrating are the ones that, you know, it's a matter of 2 rounds to really make a difference, to push it to overtime. And even, I mean, not only it was back and forth, especially in that second half, but it just turned out to be a 1v1 to guarantee if the map was going to an overtime or not. So it's so close, but so far, I think on the other side for BBG Academy, they fell into the same trap of playing slow, trying to gather information, and that was just playing in the best way possible for a defense that was making rotations so precise and so in time. I want to say as well, the Jet, 3 kills for the last round made the difference, made that 1v1 turn out as easy as possible, and it is now the last 2 maps that we saw for that match that ended up in a clutch that is pretty much unexpected, but it turns out in the best way possible.
Really just beautifully done. You got to give it to these guys. And like you mentioned, SVL off that left side staircase, coming down flying from the sky, finds 2 headshots back to back and a third to follow it up. Just really, really well done. At the end of the day, though, they will be moving on into this match against New York Fury. So it's been great so far, and with that, we will head to a quick break, but not before we shout out our sponsors. Of course, you want to experience Mavix Gaming Chairs. They're the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local hosts. So all Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month. Use code NSG55 to save $55, and you can shop now at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. So with that, we're gonna take a short break while we get this next match set up, and we'll be right back.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. It's 16 frame, and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
Hello everyone and welcome to the recap for the day number 1 of the Chicagoland for the Nerd Street Summer Champs. We started off the day today with Lotion G up against Acacia GG, and Acacia, best of 3, were able to win it out and qualify and move into the playoff bracket. Then we moved into group number C, and there we got to see the E-Girl fan club go up against Last Resistance, and it was a close map between these two teams, but Last Resistance were able to squeeze it out and really take the lead over the E-Girl fan club. Then, Last Resistance came up against Jet Diff, a team put together of quite a few Valorant pros, and despite the fact that Last Resistance was looking like they were giving Jet Diff a run for the money, Jet Diff came ahead and made their qualifications into the playoff bracket. Then we ended out the day with a best of 3, the qualifier between Last Resistance and who else but E-Girl fan club. Forced all the way to map number 3, E-Girl's fan club came out on top, making Last Resistance pack their bags and head home. So now we're going to be moving into playoffs for day number 2.
Day 2 was phenomenal. It brought us into the quarters and the semis of the tournament, and my oh my did we get games. Starting off with Native Black against Chirac Gang. They took a close game 3 victory in the first round. Then head on into our quarterfinals. We watched the Wet Rats versus the Four Funners. A tough game to say the least, but the Wet Rats really styled on Four Funners. The Wet Rats themselves comprised of a hodgepodge of tier 1 pros. Then the action progressed into the semifinals, where we got to watch Oxygen Academy versus Native Black. OXG Academy, a storied roster. They've won event after event, but Native Black, this new up-and-coming dark horse of a roster, shut them down 2-1. Native Black, with that victory, send themselves into the grand finals, where they met up against Zero Marksman Black. And while Native Black was able to eliminate the Goliath of an opponent in Oxygen Academy, they were simply outclassed by Zero Marksman Black. In the final 2 games of this best of 3 series, Zero Marksman Black probably let them get a collective 7 rounds across the entire 2 games. So Zero Marksman Black, once again, your victors of the Chicagoland, winning their share of $10,000 here. Adding that to the additional money that they've gotten from the Fullerton land, they're looking to create a legacy for themselves, and Zero Marksman Black might just be at the very next LAN event as well. welcome back everybody to the Valorant Open Qualifier number 9. It is happening online. I'm Jim Basco, that's Dryad. We just had a fantastic Game 3 showing between two titans of the scene, going the distance all the way, but ultimately, what happened in the end, Dryad?
Yeah, it was almost getting to the overtime, but at the end of the day, the Ganachis getting away with that victory. A crazy 1v1 clutch to make it happen, but time running out, and that means that those semifinals should be interesting, and it will be between the Ganachis and NYFU. Should be a good match, right? We look at NYFU, the results that they've gotten in every single tournament that they've been part of have been absolutely insane. Have put up a fight against the top teams that we have in North America at the moment. And in the meantime, there's the other match as well that you see going on, just to see who will make it to those grand finals later today.
Yeah, Ganachi's a storied roster to say the least. They've got a lot of credible players on there. Of course, we saw Barracoon popping off in addition to SVL, Harmon, and all the rest. But NYFU, definitely a caliber of their own with your boy Dre, Shot Up, Odorous, Neptune, and Jaesung. This match is going to be spicy. Heading on into this one, Dryad, what do you feel?
In general, I would say NYFU, they should have a pretty good advantage, right? They got over with the first match that they were playing a good amount of time ago. They only actually had to play one map into that one, and so that means, you know, they're not tired. They have some momentum going though, and is a team that already experienced victory with the grand finals here in Summer Champs. It was another week, but they got the #1 spot, and like I said, right, it's a team that it's almost about, and it's been so close to hitting that tier 1 level, but it's been so close and so far, and a tournament like this one is a good opportunity for them to get some tournament experience and to see if they can make it to the top again.
Absolutely, yeah. Fraggers galore. It is so much fun to watch these guys play, and NYFU, a relatively new team to the scene here as well, right?
It's relatively new, and we see maybe some inconsistencies coming up, but the most important thing, right, is that overall in the other matches that they've had as well, from yesterday as well to today, they've been able to fix those mistakes. So that is the biggest win condition here, right? Being able to even talk about it as we get to see the maps select. First map will be Ascent, second map Haven, and that third one, that Decider Icebox. So it is the same maps that we saw in that first match, just in a different order.
You love to see it. Ascent, Haven, you know, just the most popular maps that we've been seeing time and time again, but for good reason. These are bread and butter maps, not too gimmicky, and really award one individual play, which we've seen from Barracoon and SVL just pop off in huge ways, but also if you're able to play the macro of the map really well, right? And that's something that we've been seeing a lot, especially in that BBG game. Push and pull, playing the tides of the map, and it works so well. So Ascent and Haven, I'm happy to see going to map 3 for Icebox. Always fun, always some random thing happening, but you know, that's if we get there indeed. So like you said, NYFU, their win condition is really narrowing down how they're going to play this map, and I'm excited to see their Ascent and Haven. They're definitely in for a bit of a matchup though against the likes of Barracoon and SVL, right?
Absolutely. Should be a good one regardless, and we mentioned it before. We mentioned it during that first match. If there's a map that we always expect to be that decider, it's gotta be Icebox. So I hope we get to take it to the distance for this one as well, but it's all going to depend on how the players are going to be feeling today. I feel like both of the conditions that they have, knowing that NYFU only played one map so far today, and on the other side, knowing that Ganachis, they played 3 maps. They can play to the strings because maybe you're warm up, but also you can get tired quickly, and it's a long day still, right? You need to make it to the semifinals, you need to make it to the grand finals, and have all that energy to work with. So it seems like it's still going to be long. It all starts in a different way, right? It seems like NYFU, we haven't gotten the chance to see too much of recently, but they've been hiding some stuff that I want to see.
Yeah, exactly. That's really the key thing here. So many players with so much to prove. Names that come to mind, your boy Dre, right? Of course, being on Luminosity for so long, and now Luminosity themselves have exited Valorant, and so they've got stuff to prove, and this is a great match to do it. With that, we're going to let you simmer for just a moment as we take a short break, get these players ready to hop into the match, but you're not going to want to miss anything, so stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. We got Valorant Open Qualifier number 9. It's happening on the internet this time around. I'm Jim, that's Dryad, and we've got the match between NYFU versus the Ganachis, who are coming hot off the tail of just taking down BBG Academy 2-1 in a best-of-3 series. Dryad, lots riding on the line for these players, and there's great storylines coming into this one too, right?
Yeah, we talked about it's been pretty intense, but now this is where things get even more intense and more interesting too for those semifinals. We'll see how things end up looking. We got to see the map. It's exactly the same maps that we saw in that first match, but with that decider being Icebox instead. So we get a different order: Ascent, Haven, and Icebox to end us off if it is required to have those 3 maps. But I do want to say though, NYFU, they've been stomping the enemy. A lot of 2-0s that I see from them, not only in this tournament, but overall.
Indeed, yeah. And so when it comes down to really playing Ascent and Haven, things that we always mention: long sight lines, map control at the end of the day. And as the players get into it, it really comes down to what these guys have in mind. And so for NYFU, I really like the storylines that we're looking at in terms of players from other teams that have had a lot to prove and have had always a lot of potential, not always coming into fruition and finding success. NYFU, a lot to prove on this roster that's been together for such a little amount of time, while the Ganachis beating BBG Academy is a pretty big deal because, correct me if I'm wrong here, Triad, previously they had gotten slapped by them.
Yeah, it went to 3 maps, but at the end of the day, like you said, yeah, it was BBG being able to get away with that victory. So we see a little bit of evolution, which is great, especially making maps as competitive as they were. But we're ready to get things started here in Ascent. Like we mentioned, first map for the semifinals, as the other one is already going on in an Ascent, where we expect to see the exact same composition as we saw for the Ganachis before, right? Not really any surprises, maybe changing a little bit of those initiators and those comfort picks for the side of NYFU, but they're extremely experienced. It's a team that is an org for NYFU that have forced 3 maps against Sentinels, against Ghost Gaming, against 100 Thieves. I mean, it's a team that's all the way at the top. That's why I said it before. The team that you would expect to hit that tier 1 level at some point with the experience that each one of the players have. It's a matter of proving themselves, and it all starts in the first map. It all starts in Ascent, and it starts against Ganachis on the semifinals.
And that's the most exciting thing about these open qualifiers too, is that you get storylines that can form that would have not been able to happen prior. And so NYFU, like you mentioned, lots of stories on their side. And previously, the Anbox organization was kind of like a talent generating spot for other teams, right? They had great talent and weren't able to find success while they were on the Anbox roster. But once they left, to find teams that they did well on, right? Person that comes to mind is obviously Ye being the one standout, but NYFU, with their change now, they can change that and they can set up a legacy that begins now. The Ganachis, on the other hand, also a stacked roster, but when it comes down to meeting, you know, it's really a rock and a hard place between choosing these guys and who's going to win here. But Ascent's a great map to see who wins it most, fair and square. Going into this one though, looking at comps, nothing too crazy. Dip for a second was scaring me, hovering the Neon, but he's going back to that Omen. So it may just be a mirror match across the board.
Does look pretty similar here. Those initiators looking the same and looking a little bit more standard to what we used to see a couple months ago before Fade. And then Fade starting changing that meta a little bit more, just having that possibility for teams to play her. But if not, then you can always rely on that KO, on that Sova that are so good at taking that mid control, that mid information. We saw it in the first match. We saw it how much it was slowing down the defense and creating that hesitation to push catwalk, knowing that, you know, you can get slowed down, you don't have a dash to work with at the end, and you just have to wait and pray for the best. So denying that information is going to be key. I still want to see more mid control coming in for Ganachis. I feel like it wasn't really present, especially because they're starting on the attacking side again.
Starting on the attacking side once again, and from the Ganachis, what we've seen them do in this previous BO3 series, especially on Ascent, is that they like to take that mid control, right? And so Will they stick to their guns? Will they try something different? We'll have to see as we head on into map 1 of this best of 3 semifinals between NYFU and the Ganachis. NYFU taking the defense first and the Ganachis on the offense here. 15 seconds left on the clock before the round starts. It is a mirror match across the board. And let us know in the Twitch chat too, excuse me, who you've got winning this BO3 match. If you've got NYFU, let's see a 1. If you got the Ganachis, let's see a 2. Make some noise for the team that you want because they're going to need the support. Ganachis coming off hot from a marathon BO3 that went the distance. Can they keep up the momentum?
One thing to say though for the set of Ganachis, they played this map now 5 times in the past month and they've won all 5. So even though things get risky, things almost get to overtime, they're always able to close out this map. Definitely the best one that they have going on. So that is why it's so important for them to start in the best way possible. A little bit of information that is trying to get gained on this defensive side, and why if you spotting some of the enemy playing all the way back, but no damages yet.
No damage yet. SVL spotted out in market. Odorous from the back might be good, but Silence turns it on from the middle. Connects. Oh my gosh, the shots are crispy. 2 in a row. And he wants shot up as well as Barracoon opens things up onto the site itself. Silence misses those shots and decides, I'm going to get out of here. Let me regroup with the rest of my team because the Ganachis have all 5 members still alive as NYFU dwindle down to 2.
2 members live playing towards mid as we get to see for NYFU. Lost a couple members too early on, especially towards market. Now they regroup. They want to play together, but 5 members alive. Ideally, you can take down that Omen, that Jet solo first, but it's looking difficult for NYFU to start off this pistol round.
Let's see how they play it here. It's such a daunting task to try and accomplish. Your boy Dre goes for the wide swing, and Barracoon great on the hop up. That's a flawless first round of the Ganachis. Looking good.
I believe now it is 3 pistol rounds that we've seen in a row for the set of Ganachis, just understanding that win condition pretty well and making it happen fast. I had hesitations when we saw them already, when we just saw them in the last map, fixing those mistakes, taking a little bit of mid control too early on and trying to condition NYFU. And having a sign that they want to try things differently, but we'll see if that's actually going to be the case. We have a tech pause in the meantime going on.
Yeah, I like what you pointed out on the conditioning around mid, right? Because not only will Ganachi's Jet run it up mid and dash through market and get onto the site, but Silence will also be the second person there. So they were not expecting that at all. He was able to come through, find 2 on the rotate, and just shut it down entirely. Now Ganachi's aggressive into A main, but as NYFU pop flash out, able to find 1. Odorous, good for it. Pop flash back might be huge, but the smoke conceals them as he's able to find 1, and your boy Dre trades it back. NYFU guns in hand now, tailing after the Ganachis.
They have numbers here. They have a couple of Spectres that they were able to get to, so good possibility for NYFU to upset the second round. Is definitely there, trying to run away, jumping as well to close the door. Doesn't even happen now. They're finally trying to get close, but 2 kills for Harmon makes things even once again. And at the distance, this time around, Wilmsova getting the other, and is the defense shining more. So 1v1 is 34 HP that Neptune has. It can be enough. Doesn't really know where the Omen is coming from, though.
Yeah, exactly. And so he needs to find some sort of information. If he does find out that the spike is on B, it might just work out. And it looks like he's gonna does he discover it? No, it's hidden right behind the wall. He doesn't know it's there. Waiting now. Ganachis. How do they play this? Smoking CT. Walking out. Needs to get to the switch. Spike retrieved. 15 seconds left on the clock. Doesn't have time to go A. Needs to push onto the site. Neptune, 34 HP. Back boat. Playing for the drop. Drop spotted. Dip doesn't see him. Timing so good. And Neptune, what a kill there. Shakes his head in disappointment as NYFU pull off the thrifty. Tie things up in round 2.
Just playing right in the middle of that wall. Was not seen right away, and it's a perfect opportunity. I mean, even if NYFU didn't win that 1v1, it would have been such a nice second round for them, right? You take down pretty much everyone, but that's actually even better than that. They end up getting the round. They now have rifles to buy, and they're going to be committing into buying those rifles just because of how crazy that investment was on the other side. So perfect opportunity for NYFU to get a little bit more done with, and you see that aggression coming up. It's usually a Jet playing towards the A side, but the Jet position towards mid is that initiator, that controller, that Omen, and that KO playing together, playing towards one, going really low, but managing to stay alive after getting 1 kill.
Wow, manages to hop on out of that situation. Jason, good for 1, good for 2. NYFU are firing on all cylinders off the back of that thrifty round. Now Dip stuck with the Sheriff in hand. At least it's a good skin, you know, like it could be worse.
It's the best scenario that you can have here, and it's still the worst scenario that you can have. It's not ideal at the end of the day, and from the distance, Killjoy taking down Dip, getting taken down, and with that 2-1. NYFU taking the lead in a more dominant fashion. Only one of their players got taken down, so just can rebuy those rifles and go for it again.
Scary, 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 because NYFU at this point definitely do have the money to bonus on this round, but your boy Dre is like, nah, I'm gonna op. And this is going to put a damper on things if he's able to hit that shot. And so it looks like your boy Dre opting not to take an aggressive position on A, is playing a little bit more passive and has his eyes trained on A main, as NYFU, as rather the Ganachis, take their time across the map with a bit of a default push.
Control early on for Ganachi. We saw in the pistol round. We get to see it again, but there's an operator on the other side, and Dash that has been activated. Hasn't spotted anyone yet, besides the drone that spots the Jet back. We'll have to play back, making that rotation towards A site, but in the meantime, an attacking team that is taking all the mid control that was needed and have the freedom to go wherever they want. Going on the other side, would get spotted, gets taken down too, and it was the defense that were playing together again to make sure that they capitalized from that first kill.
That aggression really catching Ganachis off guard. Usually they're the aggressors on the defense, but flipping things on its head. Silence returns. Odorous finds one, equalizes. It's a 4-on-4 here. Odorous good for 2 and now stuck in a 2v3. Ganachis go for the res. Spike's not planted yet, and that little bit of time wasted could just be the difference in a round 1 as the flash comes out onto the site. He connects on a 1, finds a second with the help of shot up, and now SVL stuck in the back of sight. 1v2, finds one, almost hits the second. Holy, but Jaesung is good with 20 HP for a 3rd round.
Things get risky, but at the end of the day, it's another round that NYFU is able to get away with, and that flash just was so nice to play into the crossfire. One of the players at the top of the stairs, the other one at the bottom, guarantees that not everyone is going to line up for the enemy, for that attacking team that had just gotten the KO back alive. So another round, a defense that is reacting so fast, that is willing to play aggressive, and it gave them the opening pick. It can give them more with an operator in the hands of the Jet.
Taking this aggression once again to A main. However, Ganachi's trying to turn it up, but the flash and the shot from Odorous is so good. He's good for 2, he's good for 3. He hits the 4th as well, but isn't able to find the kill, dropping him down to 10 HP. Ganachi's, they were ready to turn it up, but so was Odorous and co.
Those fast rounds, they're so scary every single time because they don't have the chance to position themselves to get any information. It's just NYFU getting away with it, running with it. And that means that it's only a Killjoy remaining, barely any HP. 9 gets taken down by the operator, and NYFU that get that 4th round. It was also a round that should have been more effective for Ganachis. They had a couple buys there. They had a push towards B the first time they attempted so early on, and it was just denied. So going to be a timeout, see how they can change things up, because it's such an aggressive defense that is hard to deal with.
It really is hard to deal with. I don't even know. Like, they've been trying different things, but NYFU just have the read on them wherever they go. And it was interesting too, because they had a disadvantage in terms of numbers on the site, right? They were just running the 2 on defense on that B site, playing aggressive into A main on the defense like we've been talking about. They get the info, and Odorous is able to lock it down, headshot after headshot. Not even sure how they could try and open things up here, but they're taking a moment now to talk about it and try and figure it out, because they need to try and get some momentum back before their mental breaks into a million pieces.
It's just a scenario where ideally you're avoiding playing for contact, but because of how aggressive the defense is pushing, you don't really have a chance to play anything else. Right, besides maybe the turret towards B, just push towards the corner, telling you if there's anyone peeking aggressively, but everything else gets really difficult to deal with, and you gotta stop this momentum for NYFU before it gets worse. The timeout is over. The lineups are ready. And it seems like this time around, the spike is on the floor, is playing for picks as we get to see more Ganachis. Let's see if this one turns out to be a little bit more successful, because again, look at how aggressive his operator is willing to play.
Jeez. Barracoon 2 posted up with the the Odin. Not able to find anything as Dip, waiting way back in spawn, is able to find one on the A main aggression. And we were talking about defensive aggression, NYFU though, taking that compliment a little too much to the head, and they've just been doing it round after round after round. So good to see from Ganachis that they're addressing at least something here and adapting, as it looks like the push is starting out from the Ganachis onto the B site here. They are using some of their util to push NYFU back as Harmon finds an opening kill. He will get fragged in the face as NYFU buy a couple of seconds more time. Waiting for the pop flash now. Neptune, Odin in hand, not gonna connect. Harmon good for 2. Great flash. Jason finds 2 to return, and NYFU are knocked down to 1 person here in a 1v3.
This flank has been going on for a while from the last Omen for NYFU to get something done, but everyone got taken down before he could get to the site, making this scenario, this 1v3, a lot more difficult. Can isolate this first duel though, tries to do it, but it's not going to happen. One Omen getting the other. Dip taking him down. 3 kills for this player in 2 rounds for this set of Ganachis.
Good round from Ganachis. They really needed that one. Not even talking about like the actual game, just mentally. You know what I mean? NYFU were kind of styling on them the past couple of rounds, and good stuff from Ganachis, good presence of mind to not get tilted. They wait on the A aggression, each one, go B, and they're able to plant it and really just set up their take there. So good stuff. Ganachi's life yet. It's a 2-round game separating these 2 squads. We are in the semifinals, and it is a best of 3.
So we'll see how this is going to look. Catwalk, once again, getting smoked. No possibilities as well to get a kill with that operator. That means either waiting for it or playing slower and this VL. Maybe. Hoping for some aggression to get that kill, but it's not going to happen just yet. No one playing too aggressive in the meantime, as the Jet is not going to be towards Catwalk, but towards mid. Shots at the distance, but doesn't get anything just yet. And this is what we saw for the side of Ganachis before, right? It's messy rounds at the beginning, but they start to read the enemy more and more. And because of that, NYFU isn't able to play as aggressive as before. Everyone's being able to stay alive. Less than a minute remaining, and this is when they go in.
SVL, great push through tree, dashes through. Jaesung and Shot Up have no idea what's going on. They are caught completely off guard. Ganachis pop out onto the site, and this is great for the post plant. If there is one, SVL, great with the headshot from the top as Dip finds a 4th, and now Neptune in a 1v3. Ganachis ultimates galore. They are hanging out. I don't think they're going to use any of them, as Neptune is in a 1v3, and he's got to do his best here. But things aren't looking too good for him as Ganachis pick up a 3rd round here.
It's just a pyramid that they had going on. No possibility to get all those 3 kills at the same time. And understanding that chance for, first of all, a spike to be planted and to play successfully for the numbers advantage, which turns out in the best way possible for Ganachis. They get that 3rd round, 2 in a row. Let's see what NYFU is able to do, because this is the last full buy round, or almost full buy, that they're able to get away with some light shields that we get to see. Not the best economy, which means that they need to capitalize on it.
They really do, and Barracoon is waiting with the operator. Last time around, he had an Odin in the same spot. Connects. Good for 2 onto Jaesung. And your boy Dre on aggression there. Finds one to return. Gets out and is safe with the spike on the A site. Not sure what the Ganachis are aiming for here. Oh, they've got the Omen ultimate, so they're gonna go grab it, and they do succeed with that. Ah, you love to see it. I was like, hold on a second, something's conspiring here. Ganachis, great job in a 4-on-4 now. They've got the lockdown to play this post plant. Barracoon opens it up, making it a 4v3.
as an operator too, and it's so many different angles to work with for Gnachi that should be able to get away with this round. It is risky for NYFU. They don't have the best guns as well to work with. They get taken down from the distance. No more Killjoy, no more utility available for this player anymore. Which means the best opportunity here is going to be playing back, saving the last 2 rifles that NYFU had. To see if they're able to at least keep up with the momentum. Is a 4-4 that is going to be pretty soon. Gnachi's playing that one beautifully. Like you said, that ultimate really making a difference. They position themselves, they know the win condition. They get that spike early on, and that is all that they needed.
Good stuff from NYFU. Alright, rather the Gnachis, and NYFU going to be taking a timeout off the back of that one. Getting a little comfortable there. NYFU, you could see they rotated all 4 members of that team to the A site, and they were like, we've got the spike. But whoever's in charge of shot calling, a little critical error there as the Omen ultimate grabs the spike, takes it across the map, and they're able to nab the spike plant and the round afterwards to tie up the game. A good moment here to discuss what's been going on. They're realizing now that their aggression is being countered on the defense pretty hard. And so I wonder what their next moves are post that.
And you see the slowdown in that aggression from the defense of NYFU, but because of that, they're taking the time out to see how they can change things around. Honestly, I like the aggression. I feel like it was working out. They were slowed down, but they can control the game. They can shape the game a lot better. It just means that this one is going to have to be an eco round, and whatever strategy comes up next is the one that matters the most. So potentially an advantage coming in for this side of Gnachis, but the more rifles that I see have by in general in terms of what this side of NYFU is willing to invest is 2 Vandals, and besides that is a Judge to work with 2 Sheriff, not too much. A lockdown can be enough here.
Yeah, lockdown's present on both sides. The game is tied. Guns obviously going to be the key differentiator. Gnachis. Realizing they have the weapon advantage, they know they can slow it down and play for the picks, because when it comes down to it, they have better weapons to take these picks with. So, setting up in great angles, trying to wait for any aggression. You see 2 people from Gnachi set up on A, waiting for the same main push. 2 people set up from them as well in middle, waiting for the cat push. And they've got Bearcoon waiting outside of B main. With a minute left on the clock, Gnachis have yet to move and are starting to rotate that spike over towards the B side. Information going out now. Harmon droning. And in the same moment, NYFU have moved their Sova from B to A as well. Doing a great job of faking it out here.
And the drone was just enough, but now this is where the aggression starts. Gets flashed for a boat drip, but managing to stay alive just enough. Almost getting the kill with the Judge, but getting too hungry for both of the kills at the same time. It's a 5v4. Spike hasn't been planted. There's 20 seconds remaining, and the defense is back.
Exactly, yeah. Jaesung now through market needs to bop this door and check his right angle. SVL finds one before going down. Gnachis in a 3-on-3. Lockdown present. It's going to go down as the spike gets planted as well. Remember, this is entirely made out of cardboard door, and the Hunter's Fury can just destroy it from across the map. So Harmon, in the middle of all of that from B main, has found one. Jaesung now has the task of trying to clear B main and lane at the same time. Flash is good. He can't find one on the push as Harmon, halo around the head, is good on the first shot there. Gnachis taking the lead for the first time in this game.
The good thing is that, yes, we saw 2 of the rifles being bought by the side of NYFU, but they still have enough for the round that we were talking about. And it's the potential reason for that tactical pause to see how they can change this strategy. It's interesting to see as well, this Killjoy having an operator, right? Usually, especially in the match that we saw before, we saw it in the hands of SVL, but changing things and putting a challenge for Killjoy player who's going to be all alone towards B as they're playing a 4-1. Some more information that is going to be gathered towards the A side, but look at the defense. They have a right idea of where this is coming. They don't want to contest it too early on. Just waiting enough to get that catwalk and that map control. Works out perfectly for NYFU.
And just in that moment, Gnachis decide to pop out onto the site, and they're gonna get the plant down. Oh, they're trying to stick it. They're going to get bopped off of it. The KJ lockdown is deployed and they can't get the plant. Harmon opting to stick it. He's going to get detained as well. Oh, the lockdown gets destroyed. Shocks are good. Now pop flash out here. 3v4. Good for one. Shot up returns. And now NYFU in a 3v1 versus Dip, who's hiding inside the smoke. They're aware he's there. They're shooting through. Dip's trying his best, swings out and gets shut down. 5-5, it's tied again.
Remember, it's alive at the end, and NYFU, they're able to defuse the spike here. Really well played. We saw a rotation that happened a lot faster, and they were able to position themselves in a way that just played against Ganachis. This is something that we saw from Ganachis in the last match too, in just a couple of those rounds. Because they like to play so slow, it's just more information and more conditioning that the enemy has to know that yes, they are playing slow. That means that the early information, the early drone, doesn't really indicate that they're going into that site, into the A site, like we saw even in their round before. So very well played, but that means NYFU going to tie things up. It's a 5-5. It's stacked for the most part. 4 members, another 4-1 for Ganachis. This is Spike is on the floor, and they want to play forward.
They want to play forward, Ganachis. Will it work for them, though? Leaving the Spike top mid. They've made some presence outside of A, so NYFU, naturally, they get a little curious. Shot up's like, ooh, what is around this corner, I wonder? Does he lose his head for it, though? Shot up, deciding not to peek A main. Good choice. As Ganachis work their way down catwalk, walking. Not a noise has been made just yet. Trying to work their way into tree. Got to check this close right corner. Of course, silent. There it is. Clear. And working their way up market as well. The drone will get heard by NYFU. And you can see they've pushed into B main, taken out the turret, and are ready to play some sort of retake if Ganachis want to come through market and bust out onto the B site. NYFU cognizant of a potential B main push as well, so they've got eyes trained on the location as Silent pulled out of tree. Harmon returns, equalizes 4-4. Your boy Dre finds the main pick, wants the wood, but Harmon comes out on top. Great headshot there as shot up returns. Neptune with a good shock as well, and Silent into CT gets knocked off. Neptune 6-5.
The Tuso is popping up here, and it's a 6-5 last chance here, and we might even have a tight scenario, but NYFU able to close that one when they needed it the most. It gets intense, but this time around, yeah, we saw a lot of aggression in the first rounds. What are they doing now? They're playing back, and they're letting Ganachis waste all the time, all the seconds. It has to be under a minute, so they're under pressure, and there's an operator playing all the way back, so ideal situation for this defense. Another aggressive information play that is going to happen here for the Soba, trying to run away, able to do that, does get suppressed, but able to get away with his life, which is what matters the most right now for this defense. And that means everyone is running away. Yeah, that was enough.
Yeah, that frag, and then SVL lost a leg to the operator, so that was unlucky. You hate to see it. NYFU, though, chilling off the back of that. They know they have him scared. Ganachis, 1 round left in the half. Odin on the attack. Mollying out Wine. It's always good to check your corners, and that is a dangerous spot if it does not go addressed. Your boy Dre, good from the top rope. Forcing Odorous out of the corner, connects for half his health once more, but can't find the finishing blow as Odorous breaks down the trap door. He finds SVL on this push through catwalk, where he's found success before, but not this time around. And now NYFU in a 5v3. They are chilling on the defense.
Been a lot of damage here, but more than anything, NYFU managing to stay alive so far. All members, a little bit of damage that we saw the Killjoy take. But besides that, again, time running out. Ganachis don't have too much to work with. The spike is going to be on the floor. They're going to try to get at the smoke to try to make it easier. Dip, good for one shot up, getting taken down. Now this is where it gets the most interesting. Once again, ultimate coming up. Spike is going to get planted. And it's just a race to see who is able to catch this Omen first.
This is really scary. If I'm Dip, I'm kind of pooping my pants at this point. And so he's waiting on site as his teammate Harmon gets demolished. Dip is now sitting in the middle of the smoke, finds one, finds the second headshot. Nah, don't tell me this is gonna happen. 2-on-2 onto your boy Dre, connects at the close range,
The
and give me the
turret,
turret
no.
with the headshot. You hate to see it, but New York Fury finished out this first half 7-5.
I want to say that, like, even at the end, it's some really nice kills that we get to see from Dip, but it's still missing a lot more, and we've seen in a couple of scenarios. He just hides behind the smoke, the communication as well to make that rotation happen as fast. It wasn't possible until the ultimate was used, but we'll see how the second half is going to look like after this break.
Welcome back, all. We have the second half of the first match in the semifinal BO3 between New York Fury and the Ganachis. Currently, New York Fury coming to the second half in the lead by 2 rounds, 7-5. And on this second half, Ganachis will be on the defense, New York Fury on the attack. I'm Jim Basco, joined by Dryad. And it's been really close so far off the back of some disgusting Omen plays.
Yeah, turning that last scenario into a whole mess, but ended up playing for the set of NYFU as they take the advantage. 7 rounds on their side. Let's see how far they can get it. And let's see if they can get the pistol. They lost the first one against Ganachis. They want to change things around. Now they are on the attacking side. Some early mid control that they tried to gather. Some utility as well to get that information. The spot is VL, 62 HP. Can get at least a kill and is able to do just that. Numbers advantage now, definitely going for the side of Ganachis, but playing aggressive. And your boy Dre looking for more. Not going to be possible. It's so back and forth here.
One enemy
Your boy
remaining.
Dre, yeah. Oh, Neptune. Oh, I feel like SpongeBob. He finds 2 in a row. NYFU onto the site now. Odorous looking for the shots. Silence returns and ties things up 1-1. However, he's down at 48 HP. Off the back of the site, the drone comes out. He knows he's in the boathouse. You can shoot the entire thing, so he uses the thickest part of the wall to his advantage as Neptune connects just on the corner, single-handedly bringing that round back into play.
Nice, playing around the utility and making sure that, you know, you're gonna have to shoot at the drone, you're gonna have to shoot at the dart, and the perfect opportunity to take advantage of it, get that kill as soon as possible before things get even more messy and you don't even know where the enemy is. So, perfect opportunity, perfect round for NYFU at the end of the day to manage to stay alive to get to the 8th round as the pistol goes their way. It's a Spectres in the hand for second round. And just deciding what Neptune wants to do here. Nope. It was almost a ban.
almost. Neptune now. They're just waiting outside of this B main, expecting some aggression which is not unwarranted. Neptune, though, going for the drone. Spots one out at the switch. Harmon completely blind, can't hear anything either. Finding one around the corner, trying to dash. Unfortunate. And they do find the second. So that spike plant's gonna go down as... Wait, no, the Ganachis are here to fight. They're on the staircase. They're gonna go down the one after another. And just like that, it's a flawless round for New York Fury.
What you could be expecting for them, flawless for second round. 9 rounds as well that they've been able to get. And a little bit of a bigger difference between... compared to what we saw early on, right? It was starting to go back and forth. Ended up looking 7-5. Now, pretty fast execution into the B side is going to give them that victory. Taking into account those specters that they had in their hand. And we've seen a good amount of varieties when it comes to guns for the second round. We've seen Bulldogs as well. We've seen Marshals. But the team that just sticks to what is common and what is good. That Spectre in their hands. That mid control that displays. A KO knife. Doesn't spot anyone, it seems like. Towards mid. But the hot walk, that's a risk. Doesn't get anyone yet.
Odorous posted up. 3-man aggression from the Ganachis on B. Interesting. Just kind of waiting. They have an inkling of an idea that someone might be right outside this B area as your boy Dre goes for the dash in. Odorous. Oh, gonna get found out by SVL. That's the spike. That's an important pick right there as shot up now in the middle of the smoke. Felix comes out on top there. I would be molding. NYFU go down to SVL as he looks for more, finds a third. That was tough, Triad.
Now there's only one remaining here, and the rifles to make a difference. Again, everything going as standard for both of the team's third round. Rifles making a difference for Ganachis and hiding inside of the smoke. Take an opportunity like that one to get things closer to the score that is desired for the set of Ganachis. But now, for NYFU, I see a fast push. I see the vision. I see the potential here for a fast push coming up for members all the way towards the A side. And it would be nice because there's not a lot of presence of utility. Maybe the paranoia early on, but besides that, you're not counting on match for Ganachi.
Tearing up the wall, Harmon says, "You cannot hide from me." And so sends a couple of shock darts out towards A main as they hear a lot of footsteps. KJ in mid, Odorous able to come out on top of SVL. You'll love to see it get a little bit of revenge. Vengeance is the name of the game. Smokes out towards Heaven. The sight push is good. Silence goes for the push through the smoke. Won't pay with it with his life. And now we're stuck in a 4v4 as the spike has yet to be planted. Harmon almost connecting for one more. Spike going down from the Ganachis.
Going to reload at the end. Makes the situation even more difficult. The door gets broken. It's open for the defense to come in, try to play for that retake, but it has to take those duels one by one, and so far it's not going to be the case. And YFU, they're going to get away with their lives. It's Harmon now good for 2. Can get more, can be the hope for this team. The Sova has done it before.
Neptune. Trey. Not spotted out by the turret.
One enemy
As
remaining.
Barracoon finds one, Trey comes out on top from the bottom, and Neptune connects from afar. 10-6 for the Fury.
Could have gotten scary, but that is not the case. Double digits now for NYFU. Attacking side. They look a lot more dominant, and they're running a good amount of strategies, even though they're starting the same, right? You put your Killjoy to play in a different side, to have the turret, to try to get some info, maybe one pick, but in the meantime, all 4 other players are going in for the kill, and it just takes one for them to play aggressive. I feel like that is the difference between what we saw from Ganachis, right? Even when they got the early pick, they had the hesitation to go into sight. But you see one pick, you see the first blood, and NYFU, they're playing aggressive, they're throwing that drone, and they're taking the advantage of this map. And Ascent has been difficult, but is the best one so far for Ganachis compared to all the other results. And in the meantime, on the other side, Harmon waiting as an Odin that has been hurt.
Take flight.
Harmon droning the drone, using the geometry to get some elevation. You love to see it. Trying to tag through B main. As your boy Dre makes it into market off the back of the paranoia from mid, who connects on nobody. As shot up, finds one on the rotate through Cat. Trey might be in a great spot, but just has a moment of hesitation as SVL finds one. They spot out shot up. They have to stay right on the outskirts of this lockdown, and as soon as it goes down, they're going to try and aggress. It looks like Harmon in the back lines, still alive, fighting for his life. Recon down, not enough as Odorous finds one and SVL returns. 2-on-2, Jaesung, Silence going toe-to-toe as Shot Up finally through main finds the final kill on the round. NYFU take up towards 11.
Shut Up gets a first kill and also gets the last one as we're going to a tech boss. Not sure from which one of the two teams, but it's still a lot of domination, and it happened again, right? First pick, you see one of the members going down, and it's already everyone for NYFU taking control of site, not leaving room for that full rotation to take place, making the defense uncomfortable in a position where it's only one more round and we can have that match point.
A scary spot indeed. Ganachi's almost gaining control of the game in that situation, but Shot Up, your boy Dre, and the teamwork on the NYFU coming out on top ever so slightly. SVL waiting again. This matchup between these two has been great to watch all on its own, but this time around SVL has a little bit of help in the form of Silence as Bearcoon goes wide on the shot and doesn't connect for a kill. Odorous comes out on top of SVL as well, and B main backs up off the back of that, and the push is coming out towards the A side.
It's an enter here, no members alive for NYFU. They can take this to match point, all depending on the Sova, all depending on the KO to make a difference, and they have to be playing together. Good for one. The Sheriff connects into the headshot, but a little bit more is going to be needed. In a frenzy in the hands of that Sova. Looking at that rifle, willing to get it, but in such a risky positioning. Paranoia connects right where it's needed to, and Shot Up, taking down Harmon. Pushes NYFU to match point, only one more to get first map.
Ridiculous, really. After going 7-5 at the half, the Ganachis have only been able to garner themselves one round in this second half. A devastating result as NYFU look really solid across the board, and with time progressing, it seems like their teamwork only gets better, Dryad.
We'll see what is going to look like the last round, and this is when things can get messy. Can play against a mental, but it's going to be a fast one again. It's split though because the spike. So where's that A side, that utility as well for the Killjoy on the defense for Ganachis on the A side. So you see the hesitation. It wants to be a fake, but the Killjoy remains strong in the utility too.
5-on-5 still. NYFU, they've got an Omen ulti of their own and a Blade Storm to pop as well, but with guns galore, Blade Storm, they're kind of waiting on it. Right now, once again, they're in that phase of the map where you're trying to draw out some aggression, try to make them pay for any cheeky setups that they might have. Neptune scouting out wine, sees nada, no big deal. Bearcoon chilling back sight, and the way he wants to play is off that turret. So as soon as it activates, he's able to swing, find one, and maybe cross all the way into safety. But 45 seconds left on the clock. Your boy Dre activates the Blade Storm. Recon Dart is out, as well as the Suppress. Suppress finds nothing. And the push is coming out as Shot Up gets denied on the ulti. Your boy Dre is good on the entry for one. Odorous as well. And now NYFU good for the plant here, as Ganachi try to deny with double shocks and buy themselves a little bit of time, but not before the plant inevitably goes down.
Spike planted in the situation that gets difficult, but the KO. Silence bring up a fight into this one. Makes things even. It's a 2v2 and it can be one. Still a long way to go, but has to take it round by round, kill by kill. Well, the utility, the last flash invested, and Harmon going down means it's a 1v2. Shot Up getting the last kill, and NYFU getting away with the first map of Ascent.
Beautifully done. Looked tight at the half, but NYFU blow the lid off the map, taking it 13 rounds to 7, dominating by the end of it. With that, we're going to take a short break as we get ready for map 2, but before we head there, we do want to shout out our sponsors for making this happen, Mike and Ike. You can take your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. Power up today with Mike and Ike. And with that, we're going to head to a short break and we'll be back shortly after.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Akuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
Welcome back to Valorant Open Qualifier number 9. I'm Jim Basco, that's Dryad, and we just had a pretty convincing performance from NYFU in this first semifinals BO3.
Going back and forth a little bit towards the beginning, but that second half is all about NYFU absolutely popping off and having something to show. It was, and I mean, it still is the best map for the set of Ganachis, having such good performances against other teams, but this time around it wasn't enough to close against NYFU. So gotta see what is going to happen next. Our second map, that is going to be Haven, should be a good one. We already got the chance to see it today for the side of Ganachis, but not too much on the side of NYFU.
Yeah, Haven does lend itself to, once again, Ascent and Haven, very similar maps in that the long sight lines will lend itself to more operator heavy and hit scan heavy players. However, what we saw on Ascent was really interesting because it was 7-5 at the half, super close like you mentioned, but then it was blown up by NYFU. So what did they learn? What did they do differently? Or was it just their defense is that impeccable? We'll have to see, because the Ganachis, they've got a burden to deal with at this point. How do you now overcome the defense when you won one round in the entirety of that second half? So they've got their work cut out for them for sure, and this is a best of 3. So NYFU, they take Ascent, they're moving on to our grand finals triad. So Ganachis, they got to make something happen. They got to make something happen quick.
It is going to be a difficult one, to be honest, just because, like I said, the map of Ascent, it was the best one that Ganachi had. Even though sometimes it gets risky, they're always able to close it. In the past month, they played this map 5 times, with this one 6, but it wasn't enough to keep the 100% score going on for them. So this one is a challenge. Now, they have made it happen before. It's just a question of seeing if it's another scenario like this one, the patience that comes for this team, because when we saw them before against Build by Gamers, the risk that I had is that they were avoiding those operators, they were avoiding those chambers a little too much, which is just forcing them to play right in the hands of the defense in scenarios of them going B, trying to play for courtyard and not working out in the best way possible. So starting off strong, absolutely a win condition here for Ganachis to see if they can also push us to a third map on the semifinals. It's pretty intense, and it got really close again towards the first half and the first map, but it just wasn't enough. So we have to see what they have to bring to the table next.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head once again. If they can take control of the pacing of the map, we might be cut out for a match. And of course, a popular pick that's getting more and more popular is Neon on Haven. And of course, your boy Dre employing that pick oh so well. So I'm excited for this one. I'm a Neon fanboy a little bit, so I'm a big fan of the finger guns. But to put some points towards Ganachi's side here, SVL, the rest of their team, they, not mention Barracoon and the rest, but like specifically SVL, when they need him most to turn up, he can turn up. And so he turned up to get them into the semifinals, right? Closing out that clutch situation with such a great knives, great aggression, and picking Raze here to complement that aggression might just work out really well.
I like this Neon a lot. Like you said, we've seen it more and more in this map, and this is a map that just enables very unique compositions to be played. It's more than anything out of what works out best for the team, right? There's no specific meta on the duelist that is going to be played. You don't get to see a Jet every single time or a Raze every single time. It's more understanding those win conditions and the strengths of a team like NYFU to see how much they're able to capitalize out of this Neon to go in, to play aggressive, and to open up the fights and to open up the sights for this team on the attacking side as well, that they're starting on first. And the defense, in the meantime, we already got the chance to see it. No new changes since that last map that we got to see from them. Is the duelist, it is the race, and it is the possibilities as well that you can have with those two initiators.
Good stuff overall. Odorous opting for the Cypher on this map, which is a controversial pick, and I like really the speed that you can see just compositionally from NYFU, right? Running the Breach, running the Sky, running the Neon lends itself to a lot of quick plays, and so mid-control, Garage, and a short is what I should be expecting here. Those are the shortest lines of sight that you can take onto your respective sites, so perhaps some nonsense going on in the first couple of rounds. I'm excited to watch it. Of course, Neon's just an electric agent to watch, and I didn't mean that to be a pun, but here we are. 0-0 on the board. NYFU entering the second game with a game lead. Ganachis, lots to prove. NYFU looking to double down on some domination. Ganachis now on the defense, and NYFU on the initial attack. Ganachis starting things off with a little bit of aggression, but NYFU, we were talking about speed in that fast lane. To the back of the site, off the back of that concuss as well, will connect as Dre is blind and can't find the kill there, as SVL, great nade from Garage, will connect and completely dissolves that push.
The Trailblazer as well, that should have been the opening. It doesn't really work out towards long, but And if they're always finding an answer, and this time around is going to be towards Garage. Good for one, but still looking for more. At least making things even as a 4v4. Having to target and get those angles at the same time. It's not going to be possible. A defense that manages to be strong. Shot up. Good for two. It's a 1v2. Can make it happen. Is a frenzy in his hands. Gets the headshot. And it seems like that should have been enough of Harmon on the other side. Staying strong, staying alive, and giving another pissed round. Now for Ganachi's.
Tough. Such back and forth moments there. Shot up, finding such great value. But going back and forth, and at the end of the day, Ganachi's on top. Really well done. NYFU previously on a Thrifty had won this, so there's potential yet again, but Ganachi's looking to make it a quick 2-0. Aggressive out A main, once again, NYFU as well, aggressive out C, and the speed is there, the slide as well, the concussion was good, but Bearcoon and Dip holding their spots and sticking to their guns, coming out on top. Ganachi's 3-2 here on a retake, NYFU down to 50 HP.
Oh, can't see anything, can't hear anything, a nightmare to deal with, and because of that, Ganachi's will finish the second round. The spike will get diffused. The second round as well that goes their way, so this is when it gets interesting. I like that. And if you know, they know they don't have the better guns to work with, they're just going to be led by that Neon to get that entry, try to get that opening pick, and if it doesn't happen, well, it's fine. It is a standard, especially in this map, as they look towards the bigger goal here, the Phantoms, the Vandals in their hands, and a different strategy potentially coming up. Some of the players look towards A site.
Considering it, they seem to be congregating outside of C on the attack here. Ganachi's still trying for this A aggression. They really want this play to work, and so the concuss, the tether, the nade, that was a lot of initial utility. And the same setup from NYFU coming out onto the C site. They are able to get on this time. Can they find the picks? They won't this time around. There's nobody to pick. And Odorous, the awkward spot in middle, trying to cast the rotates, gets spotted out by great utility usage from the fade, and gets knocked off for that aggression. Waiting now, posted outside of Garage. Neptune and shot up. Find two back-to-back. Great shots into this funnel as Harmon equalizes. 2-2 now. And this is a bonus round for the Ganachi's, and just like that, NYFU shut it down, shot up, finding 3 on the round, but NYFU also losing 3 overall. So the Ganachi's not bad on a bonus, and there's a potential for them to take back control.
Yeah, no, not ideal, but at the same time, just not the worst to deal with. NYFU, they get away with the first round here. They also allow Shot Up to get those last couple kills, and you also have an ultimate to work with. Should be a good one too, in case you get to see scenarios like that first map, spike in the middle of nowhere. You need your Omen to clutch, and you have Shot Up to be able to perform to that level. But in the meantime, now actually changing things around, looking at least towards that A side just for a little bit. We'll see if they maintain this position. They know it's a risky, especially that A long control, that you don't really know where the enemy is going to be hiding. So sewers seems like the safer approach. One by one, they'll be getting to that area. The Cypher utility is going to ensure that no one will be coming in the flank, at least just yet.
Shot Up gang waiting. NYFU a little confused. They were kind of expecting some more aggression on this A, which has been par for the course for the past 3 rounds, but not this time around. With 50 seconds left on the clock, they are starting to rotate, meander rather, over towards Garage. Smokes are out, util into Garage to pop them into this place, but they need to keep an eye on that window. It is a dangerous place to be. And off the back of that presence, NYFU once again double back towards the A site, and the Ganachi's are aware. They were going to rotate off, but have rotated back. Your boy Dre with a little presence onto B, as NYFU try to aggress towards A long. Bearcoon shutting down the short presence, getting out of there, and now the Ganachis in a 5v4 retake. Make it a 4v4 as Shot Up finds one. How do they play this?
This is a risky one here. The Omen at the end having to drop. 84 HP, not the worst here. Not having any idea that once again someone's going to be hiding behind that smoke. And your boy Dre, hungry for kills. Good for 2. Can get the last one, but the rest of the team got him. 3 members alive, and NYFU, they get away with another round. It's looking very similar to that first map, right? 2-2. A little bit of back and forth at the beginning. Both of the teams fighting for that utility and for that economy too, until at the very end is just one of them shining just a little bit brighter by 2 rounds. But we have to see how this one continues to look like, because there's an eco round coming up. Ganachis do not have too much to work with. That means I would like to see them playing together, and it seems like that is the case. Everyone approaching the same area, trying to take some mid control, but there's no one too close to them already.
That's always a little bit awkward. Your boy Dre getting stuck in the friendly concuss. Shot Up trying to just scope it out, and NYFU are cognizant of the fact, right? They know that Ganachis are on an eco, and so they don't want to get caught out by shorties. They don't want to get caught out by a mid rush. That's why you see them kind of taking their time, even though they've made presence. NYFU take the site. Your boy Dre posts up in his CT spot, and they're just going to kind of wait it out. Of course, they've got Odorous on the flank, making sure that they're safe with the tripwire and an agent of their own. Waiting now. This is going to be a 3-man aggression. He finds one, spots out both of the others. Dip is able to come out on top, though, through the trap. Odorous goes down. A 4v4. Ganachis now have a weapon to work with. Shot Up, concussed into short. Neptune ready to help. Got a flash ready to rock as well. Both of them in stock. And the tension's rising, but the time is ticking, and the spike is getting ever closer to being activated. Really, your boy Dre finds one on the exit, and just like that, Ganachi's gonna die to the spike, reset their econ. And it's a great round for NYFU to take the lead.
Getting out together, and NYFU, they get another round from that one. It's a situation, and it seems like at this point, the winning condition for NYFU just going for the spike to be planted, forcing the enemy team into retake scenarios where they already don't have the numbers advantage, they already don't have all the members alive to work with, and it's something that over and over again has worked out. It is, you know, an extra step of complication for Ganachis to take advantage of, and that means there's going to be an operator bot in the hands of one of the players for Ganachis on the defense, hoping to slow down all this aggression with the neon going first, with the trailblazer as well that gets spotted too, but doesn't get shot down. So Irkon just not having the greatest time, has to use that TP at the end rendezvous to stay safe. A spike that can be planted. Boy Dre once again opening up all that space that is needed.
Being a menace in the smoke, the criminal himself, your boy Dre, hanging out in garage, and it looks like they're going to try to aggress into that area off the back of the Seekers. Harmon, though, he is raring to go with this Rolling Thunder. Your boy Dre spotted out in a window, though. Noise does go down. SVL goes for the rocket. Not going to connect as the TP comes out, saves his butt. 4-on-4. Dip finds one. Shot Up returns. 3-on-3 onto the site. Silence from CT coming out. The push is good. Shot Up around the side. Can't find it. Silence will be the end of him there. We're tied again. 3-3.
The spike going to get defused, and a retake that seem a lot more coordinated, right? And it seems like it's just something that is a lot easier to do towards C, right? Everyone managing to stay alive towards the end and not allowing NYFU to position themselves for that post one the way that they wanted to. Sometimes we see them towards C long. Sometimes we see them hiding in those corners and hoping to get some crossfires going. But because of how fast that rotation was for Ganachis, that wasn't really a chance. So it means this 3-3 that we see so far, the operator gets to live another day, even though with light shields, but that should be enough for Ganachis to get some pressure early on.
Awkward on the Watcher there. Doesn't go where he wants it to necessarily. SVL stuck in the corner here. Watcher destroyed. Good on the push. Boy Dre and Shot Up finding 2. Silence, though, returning, and it's a 2v2. Lots of utility We've got the Chamber Tour de Force, and of course, Cypher's ult as Odorous is working his way up through the B side. Oh, Barracoon was ready for it. They know he loves flanking, but Odorous quicker on the swing. Good for one, and again, finds the second. Beautifully done. That flank really paying off this time around for NYFU as they take the lead in the 7th round.
Rounds over and over again that we see for NYFU, where it is this Cypher, this Sentinel playing either flanking or being the one remaining, watching the flank if the spike gets planted. And sometimes we don't see all the value that he brings to the table, but he's always there. And this is one of the scenarios where Cypher, where Odorous is able to pop up just a little bit more, get the last kill, get the last 2 kills too, and give once again the advantage to NYFU. Now another eco round for Ganachis. Let's see what you're able to do with it, because all those eco rounds, they've come from NYFU, and you're trying to change history here, but so far it's not looking good. Silence good for one. Has been spotted, still gets another one, managing even to stay alive.
That's beautifully done by Silence. Like you mentioned, they're on an eco, and if they can find the frags, that's what's important. Ganachi's great value so far, and if they can get a couple more, they might be in a good spot as Jason comes out on top, but just barely ducks under the box and stays alive from the wrath of Barracoon. NYFU taking up 5 rounds on the board to Ganachi's 3.
And again, it was an eco, so not a lot of high expectations coming in for Ganachis to win that one. If anything, to hit the economy like we saw. 2 really nice kills for that Fade, but besides that, nothing else was possible. Now, this should be a strong round coming in for Ganachis on the defense. They have that Nightfall available in the hands of this Fade player, so having that presence early on should be good. You see her being positioned towards a site. Actually, a 4-step on this side, and maybe a good read just early on, but is an NYFU that's looking to slow things down into this one.
Slowing it down a lot. A aggression has been noted from NYFU. They heard the raise paint shells, the concuss came out. So they know they're lurking around A. What they need now is more information on the rest of the map, and Odorous, it's his time to shine. He's been watching this middle area, hasn't spotted anything, and is now creeping his way up to be the nuisance that is the rotate catcher. Now waiting once again. The Trailblazer has been activated out C long. Rotation's coming out. You can see the Fade trying to make a move here, and Odorous caught out as Silence comes out on top. And now Boy Dre goes for the fake onto the C, but if you're keen, you can hear Neon's run if she's using her powered up ability to run down that ability. And so Silence good for 2, shutting down this push. Kill after kill after kill. Finds 3 in a row all by himself, and with the spike on their side, Ganachi's kind of hanging out.
One enemy remaining.
Barracoon finds the head there. I don't know what Shot Up was thinking in that moment, but now your boy Dre stuck in a 1v5. This is tough.
It is top 4 kills for this Fade at the end of the day, and playing so well, right? I mentioned that the Nightfall was going to be available. We never saw full push coming in for NYFU. Just them trying to get some information at the beginning towards B, getting taken down one by one until there was no other possibility. So they get to save those ultimates for this defense, and they get to stock just a little bit more momentum for this team on the defense. It's so important that they are able to make it even, and this is exactly the amount of rounds that you want to have, the minimum, right? At least 4 or 5 to have some confidence into the second half. But so far, Nachi's putting up a fight. Utility thrown, spotted. That was a nice one.
Yeah, that really was a nice one. Drops down into A lobby, finds that, and Shot Up through short. Great headshot onto Barracoon as your boy Trey executes onto the A site, is on the site before Dip can even complete his shadow, not shadow step, rather his ultimate. Gets Heaven control, but Ganachi's now in a 4v5 retake scenario. They've got no one on the flank, and the Sky actually from NYFU is the one on the flank this time around, because the Ganachis have spotted out Odorous already. They're not going to be expecting him here. And so the Rolling Thunder comes out, connects on a 2. Sky in a great spot. Neptune finds 1, finds a second. Silence on the head on a pivot is good for 1, but that concuss to follow shuts him down. NYFU at 6-4, 10 rounds in.
in the paint shells, they were annoying to deal with, but they weren't enough to put NYFU in an uncomfortable position just because of the different angles that they had taken. And this is something that Ganachis has been allowing over and over again, right? That positioning for the post plant that just ends up going in the best way possible for NYFU. The one time where it was fully shut down was when Ganachis was able to play the 5v5 towards C side. Every other time, it's not really going in the best way possible, but still hoping to get a couple more rounds. An ideal situation for this team, especially on the defense. Harmon is just pushing forward. Good for one. Not even knowing that is such an aggressive push for this defense. And this is how you change things around. One by one, they shot down any possibility of NYFU and they run away with a flawless. This is good change of pace, catching the enemy off guard, surprising them with those duels. And even after Harmon got flashed, he was able to get that opening.
Finds the opening, returns, comes back and flashes more, and just keeps fighting. That, like you said, switching up the pace like that is exactly what you want to see if you feel like you're losing the footing, right? Make some plays of your own. This is a game, it's being played by both teams, but really it comes down to who play each other's game. And so Ganachis doing it phenomenally there, going for more aggression this time around. They're feeling themselves, but little do they know NYFU is nowhere to be found and is instead collapsing down onto the C site, forcing the chamber to make a move, gets concussed and gets killed. Your boy Dre with an essential frag there.
In the fast lane, most of the time we've seen it straight from C long, but now also changing things around is NYFU having a spike planted and now Rolling Thunder to deal with. It's a race going in immediately. Doesn't spot anyone. Everyone is away. Playing towards long. Can get the kills too.
Turning for so many Ganachis in a 2v3 retake. Silas trying his best, but Neptune patient and just so good, and good for two more as we enter half here. NYFU are at 7 to Ganachis 5, and with that we're going to take a short break and we'll be back shortly after. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back. This is the second map of NYFU against Team Ganachis. We'll see how it ends up looking because it's a 7-5 and NYFU can take the lead even stronger with that pistol round. But it's been a good amount of pistol rounds coming in for the side of Ganachis. We'll see if it remains that way, if things balance out a little bit more. We've yet to see a 7-7. It's a very, very back and forth scenario between the two. So Should be a good one to watch. I want to see Yanachis once again on this attacking side. They look pretty good when we got the chance to see them before.
Taking it slow. Ganachi's keen to find something here. It's a 3-man push versus a 3-man push on the B site. And the brawl begins. SVL opens it up. Finds 2 as Shot Up crosses the gate. Finds another. Neptune returns in a 3-on-3. SVL is good for 3. Odorous returns. And we still got a 2-on-2 on our hands as Odorous finds 1 more. Trailblazer not going to connect. Barracuda tries to go over the trip but gets spotted out by the cam.
Yeah.
It's always a little funny.
Just can't escape all the information at the end. It's still doable though. Say Headhunter. Pretty strong weapon for those pistol rounds too. Just ideally trying to take the duels 1 by 1, and it is possible because the sky is a little bit closer, so can make it happen. Does get risky though, and the time can be running out too. Spike right in the middle, and now they know exactly where he is thanks to that guiding light.
30 seconds left.
An eye out on the bottom of mid. Odorous good for 3 on the round, but somehow Ganachis, they try to swap things up and they're like, let's go B, let's 3-man B. They'll never expect it. NYFU are like, let's 3-man B. They'll never expect it. And both these minds meld as NYFU come out on top. SVL finding 3, Odorous finding 3, but ultimately NYFU coming out on top.
A couple more kills, a couple more Spectres in the hands of NYFU. No forcing here on the attacking side. Just going to play with their classics, maybe a little bit of utility, but that's about it. As that A long control is being fought thanks to the utility far back, and now Yabodru trying to get 1 kill maybe at the distance, but it's not going to be possible to Fade gain the best of it, and that means 5v4 is a good gun, it's a good value that the side of Ganachis is able to get.
Yeah, really, the firing squad opened up onto Dre, who was trying his best to hit a couple of nasty bulldog headshots, but no money there. As Ganachis now take their efforts over to the seaside. Odorous, he's watching TV. No big deal, but spots out a lot of people and realizes it's game time as the Watcher gets onto the site. Shot up in the middle of the strap is good for 2, and Odorous from afar helps him out for a 3rd, shutting down that push completely.
1 enemy remaining.
You never expect the flanking Sky though, do you?
Things are getting scary in a situation like that one, and almost didn't connect. It's just a factor of those Spectres, but at the end of the day, kills go their way, and if you connect that 2nd round that was needed. And now is when things get interesting. Rifles being bought on the side of Ganachis. An attacking side that has to be aggressive, has to be confident coming in for this team if they want to catch up to that score, because they're letting it go.
$16-10 for Silent. 16-10 for Shot Up. An interesting spread for both of these teams. NYFU, though, leading at 9-5, winning every round so far in the half. Ganachis now coming in with a full buy for the first time this half. How do they set up for an attack here? Showing presence at C. NYFU really doesn't care, though. They don't even have a person in garage. They do have a tripwire set up there, and they've got Neptune. Big chillin', doing some jump spot in action. But like ships in the night, they're jump spotting each other perfectly in between the timings here, so no one's seeing anything.
Yeah, no one's seeing anything yet, and an attacking side that, once again, is going to play things slow. Not the first time that we see it for the setup in Nachis, but in this map, at least it can play out just a little bit better. They got in light, making sure that no one has entered garage as of yet. That positioning can be a risk, is opening up the doors for the attacking team to go towards C. It can be a spike planted, and it can be a full 5v5 post plant scenario for them to take away.
Aftershock clearing out the corner. Concuss as well, and SVL. What a great entry there to end up on the higher ground. If anybody was there, they would have gotten clapped. But NYFU relaxing now in a 5v5 retake. Barracoon could be in a very important spot here. shot up. Walking up onto Barracoon now. Dip finds him just as Barracoon looks away. That could have been awful, but there it is. Teamwork making the dream work. Neptune flashing out, getting onto the site, returned on by SVL as your boy Dre from CT finds another. Now NYFU, they don't have the long range artillery to fight this fight, and Ganachi's good for the 6th round on the board.
And that's when you take advantage of that C long, right? You know that the enemy only has Spectres in their hand. They probably just have a couple of those Ghosts, maybe Classics, but that's it. So you take that long fight and you know chances are you're going to get away with it. So Ganachi is able to do just that. 6 rounds for them now. And then NYFU that finally is able to invest a little bit stronger rifles, Vandals, Phantoms in their hand. And a hit coming up for them, at least just to get some information, as they have that pressure and they create those doubts for NYFU of where they can be coming from.
Watching some TV. Odorous. Hanging out. SVL spots out the trip. It's kind of nice. Shooting it from that far away ultimately is good because you're not really giving up any info and it's free value that you're getting from the enemy team. So good stuff overall. Nothing too crazy happening. Shot up though in a position to hit the paranoia, and Odorous is ready to swing off of it as the Prowler comes out. It doubles back for him. The blind is out and Odorous with the swing is good for 1.
The paranoia it lands, but it doesn't get the kills here. Neptune on the other side. Hidden, guiding like that connects. Wow. Good for 2, can get more. Doesn't stop spraying. Almost getting Dip, but Dip just with a single headshot gets away with his life. Just 1 remaining here. That fade. To get a breach and can do more. It's a 1v2 out of nowhere, and there's 30 seconds remaining. Having to act faster.
Odorous around the site will get the headshot there, but like you mentioned, Neptune, really big play, gets 1, flashes, finds the second, almost gets 3, but the spray not working out for them. NYFU in the double digits, they're at 10 on game 2. So if they win this one, they'll be heading on in to the grand finals. And if Ganachi's can't bring it back, that'll be the end of their tournament run. So there's a lot definitely riding on the line here.
There's an eco round coming up next, as NYFU are getting more and more comfortable, similar to that Ascent, where even though it was back and forth, NYFU, they know their comfort zone, they know your defense here in Haven to be able to pop off a little bit more. Now, something new, the Garage N3 early on, but the utility that's going to deny the comfort for the defense. Odorous goes down.
Shot up. Still, oh wow, finds the shot around the right side, catching him completely off guard as Dip, using all the utility in the world, finds a Boombot kill, finds a Satchel kill, and now leaves Neptune all by his lonesome. At least he has animals to keep him company, but even those he will throw out into the hands of enemies as he finds 1, finds a second, looks for 2 more, but the nade gets the better of him. Ganachi's taking up 7.
We saw every single kind of kill coming in for the race, right? The Pain Shield, the Satchel as well, the Boombot. I mean, all the utility used perfectly for Ganachi's to get away with that one, to make sure that that side control would belong to them, even though NYFU were playing just a little bit outside. It's just trying to make it fast and not really coordinated and that retake in the best way possible, but still 3 rounds to go here for Ganachi's to see if they're able to tie up the score. Even for NYFU, double digits that still belong to them.
Good finger guns in the middle. The zap connects, and that's a 3-on-3 as Harmon sprays him down. That's the danger of that ultimate ability, especially if you're trying to change altitude. It becomes so inaccurate and is high-key useless if you're jumping, if you're walking up steps, anything of the sorts. And now Ganachi's 3-on-1. Neptune stuck in a familiar location. It's going to be tough to say the least, especially with Barracoon rocking this tour de force.
Yeah, it is going to be a difficult one. Not only the numbers against Neptune, but the position as well. The Seekers may be willing to go for that information. It seems like Neptune, yeah, going for the kills, not really working out in any way through the force. Enough to get the last kill, and enough to get those 8 rounds for the side of Team Ganachi is getting closer and closer to those 10, but we'll see if it happens.
Scary, really scary. And of course, Barracoon's so good with Headhunter, the Operator, and those one-tap weapons that devastate entire teams. Hitting the shot when he needed to there, but overall, having a less consistent performance than he has previously. Maybe he wakes up, though, now, and like you said, they continue to take up towards 10, tie the game, and maybe take the lead. We'll have to see.
It's interesting because I saw them pinging a long, just wondering if there was going to be some utility exchange as we get to see those smokes too, but nothing else so far. B hit. This is something that we haven't seen in a while, and yeah, Boy Dre right at the front, trying to get some kills, shot up on the other side, and is good. Is a trade. Is a 2-4-2, and is a 3v3 to phase next.
She's on the site. The trades continue. Barracoon from the links, from the bottom of mid finds one. And smokes out to cover Neptune here, and he's going to continue to push out as the Seekers go through Garage, chase down Barracoon and dip as the spike gets planted. And the Seekers and the Flash, the Seeker's still going, man, and it will connect eventually. He's just keeping the pressure up on these guys, corralling them both towards C Long, and now facing an Operator and a rifle with no util of his own. How does Neptune play this? Taking these little jiggle peeks, spots out dip, and knows Barracoon wants the shot on him, and Barracoon with the swing will come out on top, and Ganachis make it a one-round game.
One run here to make the difference, and it was still really well played, right? The Seekers just going all around from Garage, actually from B to Garage, and then all the way to that C Long where the last two members were hiding. But going against that duo, it just becomes impossible. You know that the synergy, that communication is going to be on point to deny any possibility of clutches for NYFU. So looking better and better. Again, Ganachi said the more they play, the more they read their enemy, forcing an eco for NYFU. So not expecting too much besides maybe some nice plays hiding in those corners. The Neon, we see her. Blue in front playing Pursuers, Guiding Light, as well as spotting someone looking at that A long.
Waiting now. Getting one. Nade. Paint shells are good. That's spot on. That should be a kill for SVL, and it is. Ganashi's 4v3. There's Rolling Thunders available for both sides. And what could be great, and what I think what Ganachis are thinking, since they know there's Rolling Thunders on both sides, do they go for a fake? Do they split it, try to bait it out, and then hit somewhere else? It looks like Ganachi's instead grouping up together towards the A side of things as Neptune, ever present on these flanks, looks to gain some value from this mid-window push. Spotted out, though. Trap gonna reveal his presence. He needs to respect it, and he will back off.
This is just time that he's playing for instead of NYFU, right? Having those Rolling Thunders, knowing that you just hear the spike being planted, and then he hit that ultimate, denying that plant in the best way possible, trying to get some kills as well. And it seems like you're going to wait just a little longer. NYFU playing for a 3v3, that retake as well, and Reach as well, trying to go in. Is able to just get a trade, but that's it.
Your boy Dre, good with the judge. It's a lot of damage from that showstopper, though. And now Jae-Sung, Sheriff in hand, 1v3. This is near impossible, and Barracoon shows him exactly why. As Dryad, we have a tied game in game 2.
That lead for NYFU just slipping through their fingers. They were with such a massive lead, multiple rounds, but now they lost 4 in a row. They've lost the economy. Now, at least they're able to invest in it again, hoping to change things around for them to see if they can take the lead, because if not, it just can't be enough momentum for Ganachis to get away with that's needed. And we saw the early presence. That doesn't happen very often. It hasn't happened very often towards that A site, towards A long even, but they wanted to change things around, and for this attacking team, it gave them the results that they wanted. Now on Neon, I would think wanted to play a little bit more aggressive, just lends the utility, runs away, has that rotation, and is already towards B.
Kind of like that play from your boy Dre. Also gives something now for that chamber to be afraid of, right? Is the Neon actually coming? In this moment, though, Odorous has worked his way up a short, of course, is watching television. It's his favorite pastime. And what I mean by that is he's watching his camera, just if you weren't aware. but that's what's happening. Yeah, he's got this A site completely locked down. And so Odorous hanging out. Ganachi's doing their due diligence to clear out as much as they can. Camera will go down, so that is a vital piece of Cypher architecture gone. Ganachi's working their way towards C. Got Spike in hand. Aftershock ready to clear out this cubby. Neptune spotted, though, and the push is coming out. They already cleared out the cubby. And are working their way up C long as Neptune finds one. In the smoke, though. He's past the Rolling Thunder. This is massive. He finds two, and he's going for the flash and the push as well. He's good with the flash. Can't find the heads with the classic. The right click connects for 78 damage and some change as Dip now has the spike and is able to retreat back into the cubby, but not out of C long just yet.
Last player standing.
The push there. Ooh, your boy Dre connects with the headshot. Beautifully done. And now Dip, yeah, he's going to go down. That was huge from Neptune, putting NYFU back in the lead here.
And it all started because Neptune threw a Trailblazer towards courtyard, towards that mid control, didn't find anyone. So had a suspicion that there was something going on towards C. Peeks a little bit, gets that guiding light going on, and is able to play even more aggressive. Good for 3 at the end of the day, and NYFU once again back in the lead. This is exactly the kind of play that they needed. Those multi-kills that are so nice this time around in the hands of that Sky of Neptune. An absolute pop-off player, but now they want to get it to match point. Can they do it here? Can be another, and is potentially another slow round coming for Ganachi's, but the defense has already spotted them.
Here.
Slowing it down a lot. And I don't blame them for this. This is probably the best way to do it. Now Ganachi's working their way up so slowly. They have 5 people here. 3 long, 2 short. And it looks like NYFU are almost at that point where they want to leave, but they've pushed so far up C and they've got the presence in the garage window that they're confident that this is where the action's about to take off. As your boy Dre in the corner now. Concuss will connect. The dash is here. Does he go through the smoke? He's trying to, but Silence better from short as Odorous in the corner can't connect either, and the Rolling Thunder through is of no use really. Shot up in the middle of all this action. Can only find one. And Neptune, paranoid, up in heaven in a 1v4. That is so tough, but Ganachi's play it so well. Gun spotted out, head spotted out, and head goes missing. Neptune with a flash and the drop.
Whoa.
Can't find it as Silence connects and keeps it tied 11-11.
Yeah, it was going to be a difficult one anyways with that one player towards Hell. Having that crossfire, knowing that this guy was going to drop no matter what. And it means that it's 11-11. It's all tied up again on the second half. And it's Ganachi's that even though they play slow towards the beginning, they're able to win those very difficult scenarios. NYFU hopping off for a couple rounds now, slow down, meaning they're willing to invest anything that it takes as sheriff in their hands. The rest of those rifles hoping for a miracle once to take them to match point.
Camera taken out. Only I could. Where is everyone hiding?
Ganachi's knocked down a 3, trying to stay together and as tight as possible, because when you have that player disadvantage, all you want to do is try to trade back and forth. You got to play off of each other as tightly as you can. And now Bearcoon dropped down to 10 HP. Shoots the trip. Continuing to push through. Odorous on the flank with your boy Dre. Dip is conscious of it from the garage, but he can't find the shots when he needs to. In a 2v4, time is ticking as Odorous finds a 3rd, and your boy Dre, good for the 5th there. NYFU at tournament point. Ganachi's, they need to make this happen or they're going to get knocked out.
Ganachi's hoping for some overtime and hoping for the next 2 rounds after that, but they have to take it step by step because NYFU in situations like this one, when they have to clutch, when they have to close those maps, that is when you see them being highlighted the most in those chaotic situations. So they have to do it. They have the chance to do it once again. Utility for the Cypher, it's change, right? Sometimes we see towards A long especially, but now it's back in garage, guaranteeing you're covering as many angles as possible. Guiding light going to spot a couple of those members towards A, and that means already there's some hesitation being created by Ganachis, having to play back spike on the floor in the courtyard control that they want to take.
But shot's not gonna finish, and the paranoia catching him off guard. Shot up, thinks about going aggressive there, but realizes that might be a setup, and a good call from them to back on up, take what they've gained from that push, and play the round out. Beautifully done from NY Fusion, or NYFU.
NYFU playing well here. Being patient as well, not playing overly aggressive unless it's needed, but you're not expecting the raise in the corner, no one catching her, and there's a perfect opportunity, good for 3. SVL can get more, waiting for the rest of the team to come back in, tells him, see, is clear, spike is planted, and out of nowhere, only 2 members alive, 2 members remaining for NYFU to clutch this one up, and it turns into 1. The ult doesn't connect into anything else, and 1 by 1, they get taken down. And it's overtime that we get to see next.
It is overtime. Wow, off the back of that beautiful play from SVL. We were talking about it prior to this match, Triad. SVL, his aggression, and how he can make it pay off with the Raze. And now, it doesn't necessarily matter that he was playing Raze in that situation. He could have done that with anybody. But the positioning to get into garage through that wall of defense, through that C-long push to find 3, puts us into OT. NYFU fighting for the victory here. Kanachi fighting for their life.
2 rounds here, they're going to be needed. And almost perfect score that NYFU has had that can be broken, but we have to see it's all been 2-0s. It's all been domination for this team, all the other matches, but these semifinals are a different story, and it just ends up on this first picks and that first aggression, immediately having to back down. NYFU now on the attacking side, going for that B hit.
Cage triggered.
There's a little bit more here that can be gained. In the meantime, Harmon opening pick for the defensive team, or Team Ganachis. This is a player that has been incredibly consistent in these clutches. Can make it happen again, but that information, it's everything at NYFU trying to run away, playing towards courtyard. They're not playing overly aggressive, just different angles as well. The Neon all the way back so far, managing to stay alive, has been spotted, but can they take him down? Yes, that is the case, as everyone on the defense is playing together again.
They sung in the middle of it all. It's such a frenetic fight, and the spike is still taking this entire way through. Shot up, fighting for the tournament life here. Finds 1, finds 2, and finds 4 on the round. There's no way, but NYFU take it 13-12 so far.
Switching sides.
4 kills for Shot Up, and a positioning it seemed like was impossible, but he liked that setup as well for NYFU on the attacking side, right? They had most of their members, 3 of the members playing towards the courtyard, and yeah, boy Dre playing back, playing aggressive and creating that distraction too from a different angle. Yes, they suffer a lot of losses, but at the end of the day, they get ahead by 1 round. Only 1 more in the defense here is going to be needed. Shot Up, 26 kills so far in the fragger for this team. We'll see if that is going to be enough, because Ganachis, they don't want to give up just yet. It is their turn to go on the attacking side. Spike on the floor just for a little bit. But they're also considering this B-hit approach.
Thinking about it. Spending some time thinking about it. Spending some time thinking about it. And they're working their way up through garage. SVL looking to replicate glory here once again. Might have gotten spotted out on that bit of a jiggle peek here. Neptune ready with bird in hand. Finds 1, is ready for the second. Finds the second, and the flash is good for 3rd and 4th. That was beautiful from Neptune and Shot Up. And just like that, a 5v5 turned into a 5-on-1. Odorous jump peeks around the corner. Spots out the last remaining member. And the push is coming out from Neptune once again on the flank with the Trailblazer. Not going to connect there. Giving him a little bit of respect, but your boy Dre closing out the map, and NYFU take it 2-0 to enter into our grand finals, Triad.
and they get another 2-0. It's a team that has been doing it over and over again. They already experienced what it feels to get to those grand finals. They get the chance to make it to that one match again, and it was tough. It pushed to the overtime, but they're able to close the map, and that is all that matters. I think one of the best plays that we saw was that last one, right? That setup that we saw towards Garage, that crossfire between Shot Up and Neptune, different angles as well to conquer. And even when the attacking side was expecting it, there was nothing they could do. It just the defense playing a little too aggressive in the perfect scenario and the perfect timing to get away with it. So a 14-12 to close not only the map but the match and guarantee that NYFU will move to the grand finals.
Beautifully done. And of course, Ganachi's putting up such a fight, taking them the distance, entering into overtime after getting clapped 13-6 in the first map. Even the first one, they entered that halftime 7-5 and looked so good. So let's go ahead and take a look at the top 8 playoffs. This puts NYFU into the finals, and although it was a 2-0, my oh my, the story itself was riveting. And so we're waiting on the finish of Anytime V19 versus the Sonics, and of course NYFU will be going up against them in the finals. But with that, we are going to head to a very short break. Dryad, what are we trying to experience when it comes to chairs?
Well, I mean, we already know in order to get immortal, in order to make it to a tournament like this one and win, you just need a good chair, right? You just need a really good chair. You need to experience Mavix Gaming chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local hosts. All Mavix Gaming chairs feature 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month, and use code NSG55 to save. Shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers.
Beautifully done. And with that, we're going to head to a short break, and we'll be back shortly after.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Welcome to the Valorant Format Explainer for the Nerd Street Champs. Valorant is back for this year's summer edition of Nerd Street Champs, a biannual open tournament series featuring the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in the Nerd Street Champs Finals. Our Valorant series consists of both online and in-person LAN events between the months of April and July. Our online tournaments will feature 32 and 64 team brackets, while our LAN tournaments will feature 16 and 32 team brackets. Throughout the Valorant Champs circuit, you and your team will have an opportunity to compete for leaderboard points and cash prizing. These opportunities will be held across 14 weekly online events and 11 LAN events, all with varying prize pools. Leaderboard points will also vary based on the size of LANs. LANs will be held across North America, taking place in Fullerton, California, Bakersfield, California, Denver, Colorado, Georgetown, Texas, Brentwood, Missouri, North Brunswick, New Jersey, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 4 of the LANs will host a $10,000 plus prize pool. The winners of these 4 tournaments will receive direct qualification into the $50,000 Valorant Nerd Street Championship Finals, being held on LAN in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. our Summer Champs leaderboard will determine seeding going into the final event. In the finals, 12 additional teams will be joining those previously qualified for. These 12 teams will come from the top 12 seeds on our VALORANT Champs leaderboard. The VALORANT Nerd Street Champs Finals is the culmination event for the entire circuit, featuring 3 stages. Stage 1 is an open format last chance qualifier. Stage 2 and 3 will be the grand finals. Stage 1 will kick off with the last chance qualifier, where 8 teams will be awarded qualification into the next stage. Stage 2 will pit those qualified from the LCQ against seeds 9 through 16. The 8 teams to make it out of Stage 2 will then compete against seeds 1 through 8 in Stage 3. The winning team of Stage 3 will receive the lion's share of the $50,000 prize pool and the title of our VALORANT Nerd Street Champs. Sign up and begin your Nerd Street Championship journey today at nerdstreet.com.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the recap for the day number 1 of the Chicagoland for the Nerd Street Summer Champs. We started off the day today with Lotion G up against Acacia GG, and Acacia, best of 3, were able to win it out and qualify and move into the playoff bracket. Then we moved into group number C, and there we got to see the E-Girl fan club go up against Last Resistance, and it was a close map between these two teams, but Last Resistance were able to squeeze it out and really take the lead over the E-Girl fan club. Then, Last Resistance came up against Jet Diff, a team put together of quite a few Valorant pros, and despite the fact that Last Resistance was looking like they were giving Jet Diff a run for the money, Jet Diff came ahead and made their qualifications into the playoff bracket. Then we ended out the day with a best of 3, the qualifier between Last Resistance and who else but E-Girl fan club. Forced all the way to map number 3, E-Girl's fan club came out on top, making Last Resistance pack their bags and head home. So now we're going to be moving into playoffs for day number 2.
Day 2 was phenomenal. It brought us into the quarters and the semis of the tournament, and my oh my did we get games. Starting off with Native Black against Chirac Gang. They took a close Game 3 victory in the first round. Then head on into our quarterfinals. We watched the Wet Rats versus the Four Funners. A tough game, to say the least, but the Wet Rats really styled on Four Funners. The Wet Rats themselves comprised of a hodgepodge of Tier 1 pros. Then the action progressed into the semifinals, where we got to watch Oxygen Academy versus Native Black. OXG Academy, a storied roster. They've won event after event, but Native Black, this new up-and-coming dark horse of a roster, shut them down 2-1. Native Black, with that victory, send themselves into the grand finals, where they met up against Zero Marksman Black. And while Native Black was able to eliminate the Goliath of an opponent in Oxygen Academy, they were simply outclassed by Zero Marksman Black. In the final 2 games of this best of 3 series, Zero Marksman Black probably let them get a collective 7 rounds across the entire 2 games. So Zero Marksman Black, once again, your victors of the Chicagoland, winning their share of $10,000 here. Adding that to the additional money that they've gotten from the Fullerton land, they're looking to create a legacy for themselves, and Zero Marksman Black might just be at the very next LAN event as well.
Before I played Valorant and like other games, I was very competitive in chess.
That I am not actually down bad.
I'm also single, and like I don't know. I mean, I'd say I'm pretty handsome, man. Like my voice not looking too hot right
knows.
Now. You know, just making sure you guys know I am single. 15 and single. I'm a hot shot. You know what I'm saying?
I wear Crocs when I play. In my own home, and people think that's weird, but I don't know. I just like my Crocs.
I have to 1v1 anyone in Valorant. 10Z Zombie. I need to prove a point.
Yay, sir.
Yay. That guy don't miss.
Probably Redux that we just played. He was talking a lot of shit. It really pissed me off, but, you know, whatever.
Best skin in the game currently, Tree Vandal.
Best skin in the game, Prime Vandal.
The Prime Vandal. It's a classic.
RGX knife.
The most I think about LAN for a fact is just shit talking. I love shit talking. Are you serious? Play the ball! I don't know how much it affects the people that I'm playing, but I love yelling at them. I mean, it's all lighthearted at the end of the day. Like, I'm super cool with everyone that's here. I have like no bad intentions, but I just love yelling and getting in their heads.
Connecting with people and showing off that I still got it.
I love the environment. I love the hype after winning a match, and I like what's online.
Seeing my teammates mainly, and playing against other people that I played in ranked.
My name is Zekin, and I play for XM.
And the spike continues to take the player in hell. It's Zekin for 1, it's Zekin for 2, 3 on the round. He needs to find Giza, and Zekin will do it for the clutch.
There being a break for VCT, while some teams are in Iceland, most of the other teams, there's not a lot to do tournament-wise, and having a tournament, especially getting some LAN experience in with a new roster, was a good opportunity for us, I think. If you're on the fence about competing, the best thing you can do is just try it out and see if you like it. The best way to get better in tournaments and outside of ranked is just to play them. The more experience you can get, the better. So whenever you have a chance to come out to an event like this, you should do it. I played a tournament called VCS. It was an online tournament every Sunday for $1,000, and I used to play that every week after the school week was over. I would get with my team and we'd go play VCS every week. So that was my first kind of experience playing tournaments. I think the best way to if you're a tier 2 or tier 3, to beat the best is to play them and just get to know what it's like to play against them. Even if you might not win, still the experience is really valuable and it'll help them a lot to get better and kind of level up, I guess.
Spacey shit.
Welcome one, welcome all back to the Valorant Open Qualifier number 9. I'm Jim Basco, that's Dryad, and we went through the semifinals. We just watched New York Fury take it 2-0 in a series of tight games to make it to the grand finals, and we have an update on the bracket for you, right, Dryad?
Yeah, it's an interesting one for the grand finals as well. We were watching a little bit of the earlier matches, the quarterfinals, the semifinals, with NYFU, but the one who also made it to the grand finals is Lenny Time version 19 that we're going to be seeing. And it's a team, you know, when you look at the roster, when you look at the players, you're gonna know why they're here. And I want to say though, it was a tough match that they also had, a 2-1 against Sonics, but they're able to get away with the victory, and that is all they needed to make it here.
Yeah, you love to see it. NYFU almost went the same way. Almost giving up a map on the second one, taking it, though, 14-12 in the end. Looking at the rosters, though, Lenny Time V19, Made of Mock and Sways, Teague, Furbza, and Spaz. They'll be up for a ride for sure. NYFU showed us, especially in that first map of the semifinals, how dominant they can be and how well they can adopt in the second map. So exciting to say the least. Lenny Time, too, you got to give shout outs to them. Beating Sonics is no small feat.
Sonics as well, a team that I know really well, a team that we've gotten the chance to see not only in summer champs, but we also saw them playing for winter champs a couple times. You know, it's a team that really likes the tournament experience. It's a team that wants to be consistent in this tournament. So yeah, like you say, it's a difficult one to be able to beat them, but it also shows the level for these grand finals, and it should be a good one. Like you saw, players that we recognize have been in different teams. They've swapped a little bit here and there, but have a pretty confident roster right now that we're looking forward to seeing for these grand finals. We get to go into the map select. Let's see what teams are interested in playing, because I have a feeling it's not going to be the same as the last two matches, right? Yeah, and there it is, a bind to start us off, then second map Haven, and for that decider Fracture. So I wonder if that is going to be the case, right? We want to see those finals be as close as possible, but Fracture would be an interesting way to finish things up.
Oh, 100%. Fracture is such a weird map, but at the same time, I love it. The ingenuity that a lot of the teams have shown on that map really blows our minds. But of course, Bind, a welcome change to the Ascent Haven bonanza that we've been dealing with throughout really the meta of tournament. But Bind is awesome too, because it'll give us a kind of a reference. Whereas Haven and Ascent are great operator maps, Bind kind of thrives with the Phantom and the Vandal. There are long angles, yes, but at the end of the day, team play, map play will make all the difference. And talking about storylines, right? Lenny V19 beating Sonics, that's a signed team. The Lennys are not a signed team. I not to my belief. And so beating them, that's already putting them on a great pedestal. And if they can do it against NYFU, a newer roster, yes, but a stacked roster nonetheless, that's going to put a lot of eyes in the spotlight, definitely, on Lenny V19.
And the thing that I find interesting here is that the first map is, it seems like it was decision by NYFU. But when you look at the recent performances on Bind for Lenny Time, they've been just popping up. 100% win percentage on this map, playing it 7 times in the past month. Different tournaments, different matches as well, different teams, but just insane. And it's also a little bit of a rematch. I have the feeling that is why NYFU decided to go with this map, because last time it went all the way to overtime to allow Lenny Time to win. So, you know, when there's those overtimes, you know, it's close, you know, just some small mistakes round after round they can fix, and the teams are able to fix week after week. So, and NYFU trying to make that happen today.
That's crazy. It's a good bit of context going into this match too, because yeah, there is a bit of a grudge going into it. So all these storylines culminating now in the grand finals. Of course, we will be heading to Bind, as you mentioned. Yeah, there's a vengeance storyline and some more. So Lenny Time, what they can do is try and put up a performance once again in NYFU. What they need to do is show that, hey, we've grown as a team, and that's something that we definitely saw in the semifinals, right? In that match that went the distance, 14-12, they adapted a lot and had exceptional individual play off the likes of people like Shot Up.
And that is something that I want to continue seeing, right? Those clutch scenarios where it's an omen, it's a sky that have to pop off, and you have the confidence that everyone in the team is strong enough to make a play like that one happen. And it's just set plays as well that I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more, especially as we approach a map that at least today we haven't gotten the chance to see. Is a map of bind that can be tricky, so setting up those defensive setup that's going to be everything to take advantage early on.
Beautifully. Yeah, honestly, it's really just going to come down to who can play the map better. I'm excited to watch this one. We are in the grand finals. It's a best of 3. It's online this time around, but that doesn't change what's at stake here. Opting for an Astra and a Viper on the side of NYFU, I have to say, this is interesting. Sticking to the Rays and the Sky as well. Those the Sky, the Viper, and the Chamber gonna be the constants for both these squads. Changing it up on the controller side, that Astra and the Brimstone gonna make all the difference. How do you feel about Astra in this day and age?
It's one of those agents that, yes, we don't get the chance to see as much as before, but still played by a couple teams, and it's another one of those scenarios like we've seen with initiators with duelists, where it's more of what plays best for that specific team. And it's also not really a surprise for NYFU. This is a composition that they've run. The only variety that they're still, it seems like, testing out as of recent was that last time that we saw this matchup, they were playing at Sky, or instead of playing those initiators, they were playing a Fade. So trying to testing out that Fade, seeing if that is going to make a difference. But Astra has always been a constant for this team for quite a long time, just the last couple matches that they've had. So it's more a matter of that synergy working together to support this controller, to get those callouts early on, to make sure that those cooldowns do not turn into a nightmare to deal with. That's NYFU is going to start on the defense here. First map of Bind.
Love to see it. Odorous destroying the Trailblazer early, putting some pressure down onto B Long, making them pay attention. And on the push there, he's not going to find it. Great flash to follow it up, but Odorous can't capitalize as another flash connects. Jaesung has to run it back down B Long and tuck away into the garden.
The first one that gets taken down for this match, and NYFU that lose their Viper. In the meantime, Guiding Light good enough to register that yes, there is someone looking out at this long positioning, but no kills just yet, and a lot of shots with that hit hunter, like you just have infinite bullets, but that's not the case. In the meantime, TP and kills that happen right away. Shot up good for one, and in the meantime, 1 by 1, it seems like Anytime is getting taken down. It's only the Sky, the Chamber remaining to clutch it up.
Yeah. In U-Haul could come up big, and your boy Dre finds one as Teague wraps around. Dre none the wiser, but Teague can't find the shot. That's got to be disheartening as your boy Dre claps him up, daps him up, and they're going to secure the first round in the best of 3 grand finals.
A good way to start here. First round coming in for the defensive side. The spike gets defused and 4 members alive to work with NYFU. Again, they needed this pistol round. It seems like even in the last match in those semifinals, they were struggling to get those pistol rounds for a good amount of scenarios, and keeping it consistent is just starting in the best way possible. Anytime as well, not really expecting, it seems like, that TP to be as effective. Getting shot down immediately through the portal as they were watching from the other side. And it ends up capitalizing for the side of the NYFU. Really good play together, if anything. That communication that allowed them to make something like that in such a consistent way to happen in the first pistol round.
If they can find any way to find value on the second round, it would be great, but it's tough. Oh, Ferbza almost coming out on top in that fight, leaving your boy Dre down at 16 HP. Shot up, good for 2 and short. You'll love to see it as the shower presence is coming out from Anytime. V19.
Oh, no
the boom
way.
will connect at a distance. You hate to see it. It's like a homing missile. And now Mocking left outside a shower by his lonesome. Odorous for the easy kill and a flawless second round.
Trying to run away, but it was not going to be possible against that Boombot. And yes, like you said, 2-0, NYFU just going as standard, as planned for this team, especially if they're able to get those flawless runs. I just feel good for this one that is about to come up, right? With the rifles in the hands of Anytime to see if they're able to bring something new to the table, right? We see that the presence towards long early on, and then it just can get a little messy. So trying things out in a different way. Spike on the floor. They want to be playing for that defense.
I love what Odorous is doing, though, just continuously being a nuisance with that Viper utility, right? If you can't completely smoke off everything, why not just get in their face, get aggressive, let them have to deal with the orb and the wall at the same time, which is what Lenny Time has to do. They have that Brimstone separated from the squad, just keeping an eye out on Hookah. Spots one, decides to back off, which is not a bad move. And the poison will keep him at bay for just a little while longer. This entire time, though, Lenny Time has snuck up their Sky into Shower. And so this could be good, although he's spotted out quickly by a Boombot and a nade to follow to completely evict him from the area. So now Lenny Time don't have much to work with and are starting to group up outside of B as Odorous returns with a kill.
The one pick, and the spike that was on the floor is picked up by the Sky. They make that rotation. They get the extremity from B. And slowly but surely, NYFU try to take that side control. Paint shells all the way back, making sure that no one else is going to get back. And it works out perfectly. Others get taken down. Spike is going to be planted. And in the meantime, some Seekers to guarantee that no one is getting close enough. And at least that information will go for this attacking side. So waiting for the right time. 20 seconds, but just in time.
Spike planted. NYFU in a 3v2 on the retake here, all stacked up in the smoke. Oh, that could have been huge for Ferbza, but not able to find it there as Teague finds two, and Shot Up returns there with the Spectre at range and on a bonus round. That's a victory and a completely economic reset for Lenny Time, meaning NYFU, they're going to be looking good for the next couple of rounds here.
It's good. Yeah, one or two more rounds that NYFU shouldn't be getting unless there's an eco round that can take place for the side of Lenny Time, but we'll see if that is going to be the case in the meantime. NYFU, yes, they're going to be played slow and it gets risky at the end, but the B long control of the take, it's so nice to work with, and it is giving them so much of an advantage with rifles, with trades as well. Paint shell that got the kill at the end. So getting the extremities control, again, win condition for this team. As there's an eco coming in, Lenny Time did not have much besides a Spectre, a couple of those guns, and just hoping for the best. And that means everyone playing together, playing fast. Others get taken down from that.
Mocking and Co. Great swing there to find one. It was a really coordinated and a really fast push, so it really worked out nicely. Neptune hanging out. Frag in hand. Following the Trailblazer. Spots one out into Hookah. That's going to be massive if he can capitalize on it. Nade comes out to Neptune and he gets one, moves on, sends out the Boombot. There's nobody around here. However, Lenny Time, a really interesting split. They've sent two towards Shower and they have the Spike instead towards B long. So New York Fury sending someone to go and deal with that situation over there as Neptune stays the lone anchor on B. Now, Lenny Time moving forward on both fronts as they send over that Sky to join the rest of the team on B. Can they get the plant down? There's 35 seconds left on the clock. Mocking, dropping the Spike. Luckily not heard by anyone that was close enough.
30 seconds left.
And once again, maybe rotating. This is really interesting.
Once again, going to make that rotation. It's a 4v4 as well to work with Lenny Time, trying with everything that they got, and it isn't much. They're giving their best effort into it. Trademark that gets taken down, but gotta take down the chamber as well, and that is not going to be the case. Finally, in the last couple of seconds, the Spike that tries to be planted, but there's no one around to keep the last players alive, and with that, only the chamber for Lenny Time that gets taken down to NYFU 4-0. For this beginning round, it has just been dominance from they taking advantage of having an eco round on the other side, but also not disrespecting that, playing back, playing for exactly what we saw from them before, getting some hookah control early on, and also getting that lamps control that give them everything.
Yeah, that was really good. And the way they retake there was so good. Your boy Dre posted up on the corner outside of A short. Like you mentioned, you have to deal with the chamber. The trap is there, and it provides a good distraction for him to get one, get out. And with 4 on the board, New York Fury are playing aggressive on this B long, expecting the Trailblazer, hearing lots of footsteps, and opting to back out of there, leaving your boy Dre in a 1vX situation where he has to try to get one and get out. On the flash, though, he's kind of expecting the fake, and Sways goes so far wide and finds a headshot onto Dre. Wonderfully done from Lenny Time. V19 and now grouped up outside of B long in a 5v4. Seekers activated on the offense, not going to connect as Odorous swings and finds one, and it's equalized. Lenny Time in a 4v3. Chilling outside of hookah, but opting to take the spike through the TP and onto the A side.
And running, trying to take advantage as well, but the Astra pretty close, can take them down as long. A shot up here is the spike trying to get planted. Good for one, can get the second, knows exactly where the player is located. Across those rain boxes and the spike on the floor make the situation so much more difficult for Lenny Time to get away with 3 kills for shot up. This is exactly what we talked about for this controller. Needed to pop off in scenarios like this one, and it is exactly what this Astra, what shot up is able to do. 5 and 0, and Lenny Time haven't found an answer just yet. There's a timeout coming up for that.
Can't say I blame them. Lenny Time needs to figure it out, whatever it is. Now on an eco round, they're in a tough spot because they have just enough money perhaps to buy weapons that can make a dent, but obviously that'll leave them at little to no armor. So with 5 rounds on the board and 0 in their favor, how did Lenny Time respond? Honestly, Dryad, it just seems so dominant from NYFU across the board.
Is a good control that they have early on, and we get to see it because even though on the attacking side they're trying to take those remedies control most of the time towards long, yes, there's some space that it's given, but it's shot down at the end of the day, and that is when you capitalize from utility like the Astra, right? When you slow them down, you don't let them push past the smoke like we've seen throughout today, and you shut down any momentum, any aggression push that might be coming and might be changing that pace for the enemy team. So the defense doing exactly what they needed to, and I like that because they're respecting even those eco rounds. They're not pushing forward, they're not trying to get kill or trade, they're just trying to take the biggest advantage possible, and that is what's benefiting NYFU so much. Is just 5-0, not a single run that Lenny Time has been able to get so far.
Renewed approach here. Let's see how Lenny Time take it, as it looks like a quick push B long once again. Trailblazer hiding inside the smoke. Interesting. Waits to see if anyone pushes inside of it, but with that poison inside of it, it's going to be a dangerous place for anyone to be indeed. Odorous now in hookah. The Rays playing just on the outside of the smoke, and he's able to snap through his head. Furbza goes down as Odorous finds the pick, drops out of hookah, and repositions to handle the threat at long.
The pick just insane, turning around at the right time. NYFU, this is when they play aggressive, everyone together, guaranteeing all the odds are in their favor. And with that, there's one remaining. Spazo, good for 2. Only with the Sheriff can pick up a rifle, maybe trying to get close. But Yabo Dre on the other side will deny that possibility. Yes, you take down 2, but it's still, with so many rounds already won by NYFU, you really hit the economy. I mean, they got anything that they can dream of.
Yeah, great couple of shots from Spaz. Those are really clean. But like you mentioned, Odorous with a great flick, and Neptune on the aggression with his teammates looking so good. However, it's 6-0, and it's a buy round. Meaning, we could end up with a 6-6 half, right? It's possible. Not likely, but it's possible. Lenny Time. They've got a buy. They've got ambition. They're in the grand finals. They're here for a reason. Let's see if they can live up to that reason. Now Teague taking the fight to them as the Brimstone ulti connects on the back line and forces Teague's backup to move. As Odorous now, Viper's Pit, spots out one, but gets caught out by Sways, who's good from the other side.
Making sure that the gun doesn't get spotted, but at the end of the day, it does get taken down at the end, and we get to see a couple trades. It is the opportunity for Lenny Time to get the first round popping off. It's a 1v4. This Yaboy Dread trying to change things up. It's an operator in the hands of this chamber. But a retake here becomes a lot more difficult only with an operator in hand. It seems like it's going to spot him this time, yeah. The guiding light will let everyone know that this chamber is playing up top. And that the possibilities get denied. Maybe the headhunter can do something more, but they want to surround him too.
Landing the shot at close range. Not too tough of a shot, but you have to hit those at least. Lenny time though. This is big for them. Momentum starting to set in their favor as your boy Dre just kind of walks onto the site. Finds 2 back-to-back, is looking for a third. Spot them out on the box, but no reaction. May have not seen him just in time. Lenny time, though. Good for them. They put up a point on the board there in the game, officially.
The first point that we get to see, and even though it was a 1 before, it's a pretty good performance, right? Getting 2 kills and being able to swap for that rifle instead of the operator to make it even more possible. Just, you know, running out of time, all that pressure, everyone hiding, preparing those lineups. Make it hard, but anytime, yeah, first round that the attacking team is able to get again, it's bind, right? Like sometimes it's just frustrating to play on this attacking rounds. You get taken down, you seem to be doing everything as planned, but the answer is just not there at the beginning. So hoping that this is a momentum changer for Lenny time to see if they can get their second, maybe their third, make it as competitive as you can for these grand finals. And NYFU playing back in the meantime, having a good idea that it's been already a couple rounds where Lenny time has been trying to take that long control, and we'll try to do it again. There was a guiding light, didn't get anyone. A wall as well, making it harder, but operator to get the opening pick.
Good stuff from Dre. Repositions back onto U-Haul. Smokes denying a lot of position. Seekers go out from the back of A site. Spaz, awkward poison, but decides to pop the Viper's Pit anyway. Hit with the flash, and he's gonna get swung by Jaesung. It was a series of unfortunate events that led to Jaesung coming out on top, and the NYFU stuck now in a 5v2 position as Mocking through the TP. Tries to make anything happen, but Shot Up is already on the other side and ready for it as he finds 2 back-to-back for 7 for the New York Fury.
We didn't see any early rotations either. We just see the patience coming in for NYFU. Give them the 7th round here. And again, this is a revenge that they won since the last time these two teams faced each other. And it is possible that at least for the first half, they were able to get away with it. And things become a little bit more intense. Another eco round coming in for Lenny time, where an answer gets harder and harder to find. Maybe trying to change things around. I see most of the players looking towards that A site.
Anytime V19 with a 3-2 split onto Short and Shower. Your boy Dre not spotted out by the boombot. That's going to prove to be fatal for Ferbsa. Just 1 wrong bounce, and Neptune good for 2 through the smoke. A Shot Up finds a 4th, and Neptune for the 5th. Wow. They did not stand a chance in that round. Your boy Dre and the rest just collapsed from all sides of the map, and NYFU find an 8th round as we move into round number 10 in the first half.
And they had to try it, right? They had to go for that attempt towards the A side because we haven't seen too much pressure on this site early on. But unfortunately that it was an E-car round where everyone is trying to maybe get some trades, maybe put some pressure into the enemy, but not even a flawless coming in. And then NYFU getting away with the 8th round so far. How many more can they get? Only in this first half is just popping off. Yabo Dre immediately denying the ultimate to get any value. Perfsa getting taken down by the operator. Also using that rendezvous.
Wow.
And Neptune from behind. Hungry for kills. Hungry for the unexpected. Do we know that he's playing back? Hiding towards lamps, and it's a 4v3. Still possible for Lenny time, but it's not looking great, especially with Sway's now getting taken down, walking right to their face. Shot Up good for 2. 1v2, and best chance here, Lenny time. And Mocking, they just gotta run.
What a round. Neptune, like you mentioned, unrelenting aggression through the TP. Finds 1, finds a 2nd with the showstopper. Mocking, though, in 1v2. Tour de Force is ready, not active, and I don't think he will activate it this round. Whereas on the side of Mocking, he doesn't even have the Brim ult. He may have a Molly lineup, and that's why he's playing so far, but instead it looks like he's trying to head towards Hookah. And of course, both the players on NYFU cognizant of the fact that he could be elbow, he could be hookah, or he could be garden. So they're going to be scanning the horizon, trying to find all three. As the molly goes down, it is already halfway through, and the defuse will get stuck as your boy Dre goes down to the fire. He's able to get the stick. NYFU with 9 rounds won.
Oh, that hurts. The worst possible timing to make that one happen, and it just gets defused, just sticking it. And yeah, the molly, the damage, yes, took down the last player that it was needed, but you know, at least they get to save the ultimate just for a little bit longer. Looking at any win conditions for the upcoming round. Still a rough one. 2 more to go here on the first half, and Lenny Time struggling to find an answer, only relying on that ultimate coming up. Everything else may be a tour de force if they're able to play around the orb.
Yeah, I like the play originally from Mocking. You know, he wanted that 1 kill so he could get the Brim ult and then set up the play, but just unlucky. You hate to see it. Now Shot Up going for the swing, realizes he's being watched. Oh my god, Sways making an amateur mistake there and staying in the exact same spot. Shot Up re-peaks, good on the swing, and now Lenny Time down to 3 members as Spaz has worked his way into U-Haul, but NYFU are not paying him any mind whatsoever. With that Viper wall blocking off all of short, they are comfortable with the enemy being in U-Haul. They still have to come onto the site, and they still have to get the plant down if they want a point in this round.
It's wanted here, but it's difficult to Spaz. Able to take down Yabu Dre on the other side. I mean, good idea of where this chamber was going to be coming from, but still going to plant the spike. Less than 45 seconds remaining for them until they know.
Oh man, no, what am I watching? What am I watching? Oh no. You hate to see it. They were both lost in the sauce for just a moment. NYFU in a 3v2 retake, though. Lenny Time this time around may have a bit more success with their Brimstone util. They've got the molly still, and they have the ultimate ability. So at this point, Shot Up has the Astral Wall as well, so things might get dicey as the Astral Wall gets popped. Spaz decides to play on the aggressive side of it. Asher goes for the concuss, and it's good because he was already expecting them to be in that spot. And so without a molly in hand, Mocking, all he has is his gun and the Brimstone ulti, and he can't use either of them to much effect as NYFU find number 10 in the first half.
And that is insane. It's such a massive difference compared to the other 2 matches and all the other maps even that we gotten the chance to see today, where at least we get to see a back and forth early on, and then it just gets a little bit more momentum on that second half. But this first half has just been all domination for NYFU. They know exactly what the weaknesses are of the enemy for Lenny Time, and again, they're looking for that revenge. They're almost there, double digits already for this team.
From Lenny Time, I'm just trying to gain as much experience as I can, right? Every loss and every round loss should be a moment to learn, and now taking their learning through trying to set things up for a fast push here. But they know Odorous and the Sky make it really impossible to try and put any pressure down on the Long B area. And the best part about this setup too is that Odorous can do that. He can be playing hookah while his setup is still active in long, denying so much space across the map. The Brimstone ulti is popped, but the push isn't coordinated enough from Lenny Time, and the shots through will connect and do so much damage to Garden. Odorous and the rest of the team, great crossfire set up onto the site. Mocking with the widest swing I've seen on this side of the planet. Finds another one and Shot Up closes out the round for a halftime with NYFU leading 11-1 over Lenny Time. We're going to head to a short break, but we'll be back right after. Don't go anywhere. everybody. We've got the second half of New York Fury versus Lenny Time version 19. Not sure what happened to the 18 other versions, but I'm Jambasco. Joining me is Dryad. And currently, the score line is 11-1 at the half. Dryad, how does this make you feel?
You know, it's just unexpected overall, and we were talking about it. It's just weird to see a score like this one for any match, but especially for the grand finals. It's a bind that didn't give any openings for Lenny to get any rounds in the rounds that were desired. So 11 so far for NYFU again, and yes, they only need 2. A pistol round and the following should be enough to give them the victory, but anytime they want to put up a fight, and hopefully they can do something in the defense.
Poison's off.
In the smoke, the criminal himself makes an appearance. Odorous, good for 2. Giving them a taste of their own medicine. Lenny Time, they were ready for it. That's not the worst thing, but they are not able to come out on top as Odorous finds great shots back-to-back at Neptune. Shuts down the shorty at point blank with the frenzy. At this point, Lenny Time is down to a 2v4. They are full health, and New York Fury are all pretty low except for the Sky. So there's a world where things are possible, Dryad, but I'm not sure if this is this one.
I don't know. They're playing all the way back. They're going to protect themselves. They have some crossfires here for this post-one scenario, so the possibilities for Lenny Time are small, but no, they're gonna go for it. They're gonna try their best at really being able to play together here, but the first information is there. They hear the spike trying to get defused, but they're not gonna believe in anything else, waiting for their right time. And the last 2 kills come along. 3 kills for Odorous as well, and this Viper has been having a pretty good performance. And again, only 1 round for Lenny Time. The best hopes that we had for them was that pistol round, but not even then. Not even that has been obtained, so I see some interesting weapons. I'll say that. I see some interesting guns for sure.
Yeah, they're using... I'm so sad about the state of the Bucky, but, you know, it costs $900, so what can you do, really? I just haven't been able to use it ever since they nerfed it. Like, the shorty is definitely better, but maybe Lenny Time's got something up their sleeves. 5-man stack on an A as New York Fury go B. This is tough. But when we talk about like infrastructure and differences between squads and like really calibers of play, this is what we mean. New York Fury is just operating on a different level than Lenny Time at this point in time. And of course you can't fault Lenny Time necessarily. They're not a signed roster. They haven't been together for all that long. But they did make it a grand final, so shout outs to them for that. But so far on Pine, New York Fury are making it look easy.
I mean...
Interesting. Very good.
You know...
yes.
you know...
It's like they're trying to die, but they're also not trying to, you know what I mean? They're like, we want to throw, but we don't want to throw. Like, okay, yes.
It's a bait. It's a bait. Everyone gets close, they get killed. Yes. But they've definitely heard those guns, so...
Here we go. Oh, they're not even... Oh, he does find a kill at the end of the round, though. And there you have it. NYFU taking the first map of his best of 3, 13-1 on Bind.
And it's insane that we're seeing that. It's insane that we're seeing that score, right? 13-1. And first it felt like, you know, is a difference for map of Bind that on the attacking side, it can really be a nightmare. And it was just really well played for this defensive team towards the beginning. So many rounds gone in it. But on the second half, it just seems like it was just like there wasn't a single opening for this attacking team, for this offensive team on that pistol round. Again, the only chance that they had to change things around. But again, all those opportunities, they fade away as we look at that second map and we see if that's maybe able to change things up.
Yeah, there is hope still yet. I wouldn't be completely dismayed if I was Lenny Time. Like I said, they made it to the grand final, so there is credibility to this team, and maybe, like you mentioned, Haven is their map, and they'll be able to make something happen. So, with that, let's go ahead and shout out our sponsors for making this whole event possible, and of course everyone in the Twitch chat. But let's talk about Mike and Ike. Let me get this damn thing, because you're gonna want to take your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. Power up today with Mike and Ike. And with that, we're gonna take a small break as we get the players ready for the next map. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back shortly.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
I'm happy to see you. I'm Jim Basco. That's Dryad, and we just had a match for sure in the grand finals. We are witnessing a best of 3, and the first map just got completed with the New York Fury taking the victory there. Dryad, can you give us a blow-by-blow? What happened in that first map?
And why feud happened? I mean, towards the beginning, just domination, everyone getting taken down, and it seems like, you know, at that point, 11-1, the mental, the strategies as well to come back. The losing pistol round was just not playing on the side of Lenny Time to make it happen. But we'll see. This is a different story, right? This is the map pick coming in for Lenny Time, so hopefully they feel a little bit more comfortable to run something new. And compositions, I think, again, we're not going to be seeing any surprises. We mentioned and we saw actually the composition on the attacking and defending side for NYFU is actually the one that managed to give them that last victory that they needed. So we'll see how far they're able to make it this time and how that break played out for Lenny Time, and this map pick also plays for them. It'll be an interesting one. Hopefully they start with that pistol round, make it go to the distance, push us to that third map. Again, because it's Fracture, right? We want to see those societies being Fracture in those crazy maps where we get to see a little bit more of this strategy coming in behind from teams.
Yeah, you know, I do enjoy Fracture a lot, and so I hope we go to the third map, and I hope for Lenny Time V19 that we go to a third map. You know, I want them to win. I want them to have a good storyline here, and I'm supposed to be unbiased and all that, but it's fun to cheer for the underdog in this situation. Looking at the comps, though, like you mentioned, we are familiar with NYFU's. Your boy Dre, you know, Neon shot up, clutching it up on the Omen. Odorous, just a menace on this Cypher. And Neptune, so many exceptional plays with that Sky. Not to leave out Jaesung, but on the side of Lenny Time, they're opting for the Astra once again, which is interesting. There was moments of value on that Astra on the previous map. To see if it replicates itself on this one will be something entirely else. But for Lenny Time, I hope, like you mentioned, that break did something for them, right? Either mentally, emotionally, maybe they had a little powwow and they came together.
Please.
Yeah, something.
Anything. Well, yeah, but we'll see how it's gonna look like. Again, this is the map pick coming in for Lenny Time, so really, hopefully, they're able to get something going here, just to make those grand finals as competitive as everyone wants them to be, regardless of what team you're cheering for. We love that competition early on. But yeah, it starts off towards C. The attacking team, NYFU, get some information, swap some of the defensive players all the way back behind those boxes, and decide to make that rotation very quickly, very fast.
Not a bad idea. Had that Sky kind of in a no man's land in CT and B. As the fast lane goes up onto the B site, the executes coming out onto A. Ferb's not able to find one in the back. Equalized to 4-on-4 though. Now Lenny Time's chamber stuck in short. Does have the TP. Doesn't have it set up though. And isn't able to get out of there. Lenny Time in a 3v4 on the site itself as your boy Drake goes wide. Spaz is able to equalize the 2-on-1, or a 3-on-1 rather, and just like that, NYFU are able to pick it up. A little all over the place, but New York Fury find the round inevitably.
Like you said, the Neon just so wide and flash out of nowhere. Didn't have the right idea where to shoot. Does get taken down, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the team, and especially Neptune, was good for two in the last scenario where things could have gotten risky. Those last players alive for the defense were shot down, and with that, it's another pistol round for this match between NYFU and Lenny Time going this time around for this attacking team, and it's going to be the same strategy that we saw before, probably, right? You get some information, you have the Neon going in right behind the Trailblazer, and that should be enough, but it's a pretty heavy stack. 3 members of the defense, so we're seeing trying to stay alive, but yeah, we're able to take down Spaz, and with that, a little bit more momentum. Lenny Time is able to get good for 2. Is a 4v3. Suddenly, those Spectres don't seem to be doing enough.
Not at all. NYFU spotting out Mocking on the right side. Great job from Odorous. Always the rotation catcher. Playing a good spot and playing the bait of running all the way to A, while the spike is still working its way up on B. And Odorous wraps now in CT spawn and might just have a massive play here. They're encapsulating all of Lenny time on the left side of the map. Have Shot Up lurking towards grass. And with Odorous and Jaesung here, they're able to take the site. They don't know it's clear just yet, but they will shortly, and they will be able to get the spike plant down. Lenny time none the wiser as to what's happening.
It's also the best agents that you can have for a scenario, for a post-plant scenario, right? You have the Omen, you have some utility that was remaining, you have the Cypher as well, getting some information early on, and you also have some progress as well, able to pop up the breach as well, managing to stay alive. Still turns into a 2v2, a little bit of damage that was taken by Perpsa.
Yeah.
The dash is going to run out.
Let's see. Getting exciting. She was getting tempted to go for the dash. Hit by the concuss now. Smoke out. Tapping the defuse, but there's a hole in the smoke so he can actually see it. Jaesung finds one, and now on a 1v1. Spikes gets tapped, but he can't see it in there. That smoke is going to be good. And unfortunately, Sways able to find that one with just enough time on the clock. 1-1.
Nice. This is exactly what we wanted to see, right? Those early rounds, the surprise is coming in. A thrifty round for Lenny time. As now you mess with the economy of NYFU. I want to see the decision making here, what they decide to buy next. And it's going to be, you know, nothing crazy. The sheriffs, maybe some classics, maybe some utility besides that. Hoping to play it a little bit more passive when it comes to the aggression that can come, especially behind this Neon Yaboy Dread that is good for that opening pick, but then everything got messy because no one has that speed, right? Everyone playing behind this Neon, hoping to be able to make it different and hoping to stay alive for when the hit comes in. But once again, looking towards the C, and Odorous looking comfortable towards mid, but it's not going to get too much. 1-4-1 is a 4v4 for what is left remaining of the round.
Good shot from Odorous. A lot of confidence on that swing. You love to see it. And now spotted out 3 members of NYFU on C long. Jaesung with a great flash in the back. Got a little preemptive on that push before the flash actually comes into realization. Shot up, finding one now, stuck in a 1v3. And as quickly as it was looking okay for NYFU, Lenny time shut it down 2-1.
To play the way that we see for NYFU, and especially that composition, right? You need to have the C hits be consistent and be working out. But in an eco where you don't have too much, the difficulty just increases for this team, even on the attacking side, even with players that are able to pop off in so many scenarios. And now it just gets harder, right? Because Lenny time now is gonna have an operator in the hands of the chamber. We'll be playing all the way towards A. Is a 4 stack towards A for this defense already coming up with good results.
Herbza getting out of harm's way. Mocking, finding one through the smoke. That's a great pick. NYFU kind of on their back foot here, trying their best to push into short, but Mocking's got a good read on it. Flash in hand, Trailblazer around the corner. Sways opens it up with an off pick, finds another, and the third won't happen as Neptune returns onto Mocking, hit by the vulnerable, and Ferbza to finish it off. Lenny time, 3-1 above NYFU.
If there's a player that you want to play for that contact, right, it's Chamber, it's Sways. With that operator in hand, peeking towards A long and good for 1, and then out of nowhere good for 3 to open up any possibilities for Lenny time to capitalize out of that round at the end. So another control, and I do like to see the variety, right, for NYFU. They're trying different strategies, they're trying different things, but this is another eco round coming in from them. I see them again towards C, and this is the site that we saw the most on that last match. We saw it a bunch on those semifinals, so it can be the same case for this one, but it seems like anytime they're reading them so well.
Your boy Dre dodging the concuss, good stuff from him. Got the finger gun, but you gotta check your corners. Yup, Teague finding one in the middle of the commotion, and commotion's the right word for it, as Lenny time. On Lenny time, honestly. Going crazy here, Teague for 3, and there's a 4th from Ferbza, finishing out the round, putting 4 on the board. Lenny time are looking pretty good, man, and NYFU, their pushes have been kind of lackluster, and off the back of that, they're gonna call a timeout.
Timeout here that we get to see for NYFU. Trying to see what else can happen on this match, because even though it started pretty much back and forth with a pistol round and then second round going to Lenny Time. Lenny Time has been able to run and mess with the economy now 2 times for what this defensive team wants to do. And it's the aggression, right? We see it, and we are going to, I'm sure we're going to continue seeing that the hit on C side as try to find some comfort. NYFU, this is what worked out so many times on the semifinals. They want to try to do it again. It's also a perfect opportunity to have that utility be invested early on and to force some utility for this defensive side. But they're staying strong, and they're doing some stacks that we don't see from a lot of teams, right? It was a 4 stack on A side, and that was exactly when NYFU were looking to go for an A hit and a fast one. So it's just pretty much a really good read on what can come up next and how they can be just 1 step ahead.
Sway's operator in hand on the defense is going to be deadly. Lots of ultis on both sides. New York Fury. What do they decide to do with a group up that tightly on the A side? It leads me to believe it's going to be a quick hit, but they're leaving the spike behind. Maybe opting for a bait, dodging the concuss.
Oh, for so.
Pushing up mid, knives in hand. Ships passing in the night. That bird not finding anything because Ferbza tugs in to this window here, and Mocking's able to find one. Flash out the window. They're not expecting 2 though, are they? Shot up finds the shot, and Mocking on the push wrecked as they all turned around for that one. Lenny Time. Their streak of terror may yet be over as NYFU catch 2 in the middle, hit that TP, send it on over the A site, and Sways goes down.
And you want to have the aggression, right? The Neon Girls get taken down, but it doesn't matter. Numbers advantage coming in. Spike will be planted for NYFU. Now planted in a better position, right? That first one, it cost them a round, and it was a 1v1. They didn't know if it was defusing or not, but it's allowing them even enough time to position themselves all around and play back. Shot up it for 3, make it 4, coming up in an angle that was completely unexpected by Lenny Time. And with that, finally, the second round for NYFU. They took that timeout, they understand their win conditions, and they're able to capitalize from them.
Yeah, beautifully done. Whatever happened in that timeout was golden. They come back with momentum on their side. Just even aggregating around that A side, getting hit by the concussion. Not even sure if it was intentional, but that little bit of a delay taking it from A to Garage allowed them to pick off those 2. And so beautifully done. New York Fury, can they keep it up? 2 rounds on the board to Lenny Time's 4.
And again, another A hit. But again, look, the stack, 3 members looking at A long. They have to push back, but there's a crossfire going on, guaranteeing that yeah boy Drake cannot go into sight. That leaves everyone left behind without any sight control, potentially surrounded, and there's nowhere to run for upsides pushing forward.
They've got B site under control. New York Fury have the Rolling Thunder. If they're able to plant, which they can, and maybe make it somewhere safe, they might be okay. And a 3v4 shot up quite low in Garage. Teague not spotting him out, backside, and then 3 of them come back to clap him up. Shot up, good for 1. Looking for another, can't find it. Neptune in a 1v2 finds 1, but can't find the remaining 2. Teague flaps him back. 5 on the board for Lenny Time. And just, you know, like, I liked the initial play from New York Fury. You saw the aggression once again, the Omen TP to try and bait out some more rotates, but Lenny Time this time not buying it as easily.
And it's just a nature of the composition that we see for NYFU, that most of the times, yeah, you have some utility, you have the Trailblazer and the Neon going behind, but for most cases, it's still going to be the Neon going in alone, and that causes the trade to not even be possible, right? It's such an open and wide swing that we see for Lenny Time towards that A side, and you just take advantage of that, right? Because that B hit is a lot easier to retake as we get the chance to see, and NYFU don't have a lot of options left, so you have to try those sites. They have to slow down the pace. They have to slow down that momentum coming in for Lenny Time, or they're going to continue getting away with more and more rounds, potentially 6-1 here. An operator looks scary towards Garage, but doesn't get anything yet.
Neptune connects. One in Link, spots him out, Spike not planted yet, and they're double thinking this, but the Rolling Thunder connects on a 2, not the Jet in the distance, and they're going to continue to press the issue. Neptune, no flashes connecting there. Concerned about over-aggressing and overheating. Oh my god, NYFU. Go just far enough to bait out Lenny Time into wanting to fight. And they come out on top. NYFU looking for a flawless round here as Spaz tries his best in a 1v5 but will go down. What a way to clap back.
And it's insane because NYFU, they understand how much they can capitalize from that aggression, especially towards the B side, just taking those angles, and they got flash, but still decided to push towards that towards that A link to get just a little bit more, and it turns out to be the best scenario possible for them, keeping them in the game, keeping them with all the momentum going. And a 5-3 so far, 5 rounds coming in for Lenny Time, so at least changing what we saw from them on Bind. That was not looking good, but now the defense setting up a lot better. Guiding Light as well doesn't get anything towards A, and that directs an immediate rotation for the Sky on the defense to get closer to B, to get closer to C, where they already know NYFU is trying to hit.
Good shot from Ferbs that connects, equalized by a shot up in Garage. NYFU, Spike still chilling in grass. Going for the TP to A Heaven. Bold, to say the least. He connects with it. Sways is at the bottom of the staircase expecting the push. Shot up, goes for the smoke onto CT, and decides not to push his luck. You know, it was crazy that he even got here. And if he keeps getting curious, he's going to have to pay with his life. The spike gets planted. And if Shot Up can deny this Heaven presence just by staying here and being a menace, it'll be great. Shot Up, oh, doesn't find the angle, and Ferbs instead comes out on top, putting them in a great spot. Dashes backwards to fake it out, break the line of logic on the defending team here. Neptune, great stun as Ferbs finds a third, finds a fourth, and wants a ace here, but Mocking picks it up. Lenny Time, 6 rounds on the board.
The 4K for Ferbs are really well done here, and that is the 6th round coming in for Lenny Time. Looking a lot better in an angle that was so aggressive for Shot Up, right? Knowing that there's someone that was going to push him, they were going to try to surround him, and even though it was the right idea, that headshot disconnected a little bit better for Lenny Time for Ferbs, so specifically with 12 kills, the top of the kill feed. Hoping to get even more, hoping to get a big advantage here into this first half, but we'll see if that's the case. Operator still in the hands of Sway as he tries to position himself now towards C. That is exactly where NYFU is looking at.
Plus hits the shot there. Sways forced off the angle once again. Lots of rotation though. 3 people already onto the C site. If NYFU are able to find out that this is what's happening, they'll be in a good spot onto A, but instead taking it slow. Mocking on the cross. Makes the call. 2 people are rotating from the side of Lenny Time. That Jet and Breach ready.
I've got your trail.
Trailblazer out as the Seekers come out and things get turned up to the 9. Stuns, shots, everything is good as Ferbs connects with the 1 to trade it. 4-on-4. Ferbs has made his way into hell too. I don't think people necessarily know that just yet. Blind finds 1. Traded back a 3-on-3. Neptune still undetected in CT. Trying to push now around the corner. Finds 1 on a T. Good stuff. Great concuss and great teamwork there. Making it into a 3v2. Spaz, the Astra here in CT, doesn't know if she pushed all the way through or just is hanging out in CT continuously, and the Phantom at close range is so good. Sways connects with 1 with the Operator from Heaven, and at 6-3 they do have a lead, but not by much, as New York Fury look to close that gap. Only 2 rounds separate the 2 squads.
Only 2 rounds, and we have to see if NYFU is able to tie things up. There's 2 more rounds to go in the first half, and it's a big chance. Regardless though, they are doing the minimum at the least to feel comfortable into what can come out to be that second half, and it's still a really good push. The side of Lenny Time, they wanted to deny the spike to be planted, but they all have to play back at the end of the day, managing to get a couple of trades, but that's about it. And that means there's another A hit that the side of NYFU is going to attempt. But what they don't know is that Lanytime is looking forward to playing aggressive. That Sky and the Jet as well for Furbsa has been getting some kills, but can they do it again? Is it expected? Yes, it is. Shot up, getting away with those 2 kills, and out of nowhere, that aggressive setup doesn't work out. Mocking though, almost changing the narrative, but it's shot up with a 3K, shutting the Sky down, and it's Lanytime with only an Astra remaining. They know exactly where she is.
In such a tough position. King finds 2 when the odds are against him. But New York Fury find the 5th for 5 rounds on the board. 1 round separating the 2 squads, and shot up at 16 and 6, having a phenomenal day throughout multiple matches.
Shot up is just an insanely consistent player. I've seen him for a while now, different teams as well, but it's just one of the players I can count on. And I feel like there's just something about Omens, right? That they have such an insane clutch potential for some reason to get kills like that. You have such a good read. It's so nice to see, and it's giving almost the advantage here for NYFU. But Lanytime, once again, trying to play aggressive. Is it expected again? Almost. There's a trade though. Furbsa only good for 1. Does get taken down. Trying to dash away. Not going to be the possibility here. The big hit trying to come up.
A defensive Rolling Thunder comes out, absolutely whiffs a team flash, as well as Odorous in the bottom corner, won't get spotted out, finds 1 for his patience. Your boy Dre spots 1 out in garage as well, but comes back to his team as this Astra wall on the defense is kind of putting a damper on things. You can't really push through this without encountering a bunch of weird angles, so they're going to play their time here, work their way up towards B, find 1 off the back of Odorous, and New York Fury in a 4v2 split open this half.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Jesus
yeah.
Christ.
Odorous 3 kills here. And again, just the Astra remaining. Last one standing. Able to get shot up. Has to get 3 more. Is Spaz able to do it? Nope. Neon from the other side. Yeah, boy, Dre. And NYFU for 66. So we make things even for the first time today, and it's nothing else than grand final. Second map, we're going to throw it to a break, but when we're back, more of this action.
Go, go, go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the second half of our second map of the BO3 Grand Finals between New York Fury and Lanytime V19. It is the VALORANT Open Online Qualifiers from Nerd Street Gaming, and it's number 9. I'm Jim Basco, joined by Dryad, and we're tied at the half after a 13-1 first game.
At this point, we've seen any possibilities of how a first half can end up. But this time around is tied up, and it just makes sense, right? It is the grand finals. Plenty time and NYFU to see how far they're able to make it as everyone is playing together. Guiding Light, first one that we get to see, doesn't get anything. But a Trailblazer in the meantime, and are they expecting Shot Up to be playing so aggressive? Not really good for 2. A trade to take him down at the end, but I feel like the damage has already been done. And NYFU, with 4 members alive and now in the defensive setup, knowing exactly where that spike is going to be located.
Odorous nasty on those 1 taps with the Ghost. Sways gonna peek this and realize he's looking at the army that is New York. T down to 30 HP. Neptune finds his head, and New York Fury look good on that first round of defense, taking it 7-6.
When you're expecting it the least, that's when Shot Up comes up from nowhere to get the kills. 18 so far, and an Omen that pushes from Garage gets 2, does get taken down, but again, it gave all the information that the defensive side of NYFU needed to get away and to get ahead. With the pistol round, second round, that should go as standard. Nothing crazy being bought on this side of laning time in the meantime.
Concuss coming out from Teague. Trying to take some C presence as a quick push from Garage might just catch out Shot Up, completely oblivious. Sways, though, is the one to connect. And Spaz and Co. get stopped by that tripwire, which is going to put a damper on the situation for sure. Odorous wrapping around the right side, keeping an eye on Long the entire time. And that Garage and C push just kind of dissolved as Mocking from behind, from the window, finds one with the shorty. And now on a 2v2, Spaz stuck at 14 HP. We'll pick up a Spectre. That was free. No charge. Free money. Jae-Sung around the corner, though. Oh my goodness, Spaz is good for the trade. And now it's a one-on-one. Your boy Dre is stuck with the Marshall. He's going to switch on over to the Spectre. Does know that the Astra is low HP and 1 spray will kill him. However, Astra going for the plan to get a little bit more money and make your team feel a little better overall.
I want to see what can be done here. There's a little bit of utility coming in for this Neon, so it should be nice. Just deny a little bit of visibility coming up for this Astra. Again, 14 HP, that's pretty much nothing. But it's going to be this Neon trying to clear up those angles, waiting for the right time. Waiting to see if there is maybe something left remaining, but there's nothing. Making sure that the Astra is dead on the floor, and with that, the Spike going to get defused. NYFU 8-6.
Good stuff. Par for the course from NYFU. Good stuff from Lenny Time, though. That was their eco, and they demolished NYFU's econ. So coming into this, Lenny Time looking really stacked. NYFU looking cracked. They have no money to work with, and they've got no weapons either.
Because he lost so many at the beginning, right? So it's a difficult one, but as long as he takes the lead, I feel like you can take a deep breath, you know. The possibility is absolutely there to get something crazy going in for NYFU. But in the meantime, though, Lenny Time is going to try their best here, and we'll see how it ends up looking. Trailblazer spots, as it seems only one that knows there's a good amount of players around that A site now, slowly but surely creating a little bit more space, positioning themselves better, realizing that it wasn't as fast of a push as they expected. That means it's still a 5v5.
Herbza, no dash on hand. That's not great. They're lacking the capability to make it onto site in any big way, though. Breaking the trap momentarily, thinking about it. Breaking it, Trailblazer goes down. Ferbza out. Shots towards Link, not concussed, is able to back on out of that situation. Dre wide on the swing, really confident there, but doesn't connect on the concuss, so it wasn't good. But Lenny Time, chaotic round, picking it up 7-8. They make it a 1-round game once again.
No chances for anything else for NYFU, and sure, you would think that the B site and the B plan would be good for this defensive side, especially knowing that they don't have the best long-range weapons to work with. But At the end of the day, everyone playing fast, everyone playing together, allow Lenny Time to win that round can be the start of something great for this team. Who's been trying to get the advantage, trying to take the lead for so long, but NYFU still has it by 1. We'll see how this one ends up looking. All Vandals on this side of Lenny Time.
Good concuss from Dre. No follow-up, though, just yet. An odd concuss to follow that one up in the flash, completely demolishing that aggression. NYFU, a little bit on the back foot as Neptune goes aggressive once again, tries to find a spray transfer, but he can't do it. Now Jason's stuck by himself on the site. Also goes for the peek. I'm questioning every single one of these choices, but what do I know? I'm just a caster. NYFU's remaining 2 members now on the flank in a 2v4. Lenny Time, look to tie things up here.
I want to say it was a good idea coming in for NYFU, right? To try to play aggressive and play around Neon. Especially because, once again, we get to see the duel between the duelist, the Neon, and the Sky playing together. And even though the Flash connected, even though they got that information, it was also the Neon being flashed, not knowing where to look at. A little too wide as well for the Sky for Neptune, as he was trying to land one of those kills and multiple of those kills, even if possible. And with that, that means that NYFU will be saving the rifles, because things are going to be tied up once again, just waiting for the right time, waiting for that spike. And with 4 members alive, Lenny Time is looking better and better. It's exactly what we wanted to see.
Good stuff from there, tying it up 8-8. Lenny Time confidence intact, as it should be. Tough to do so after getting 13-1, but here they are, 8-8, making it happen on Haven. Having a much better time on the attack than they were on the defense. Fury, though, kind of slipping up, losing their momentum just a little bit, having some questionable rounds. Coming into this one, their bye will also be crippled. Lenny Time coming into this with a lot of ultimates, so we're going to have to see how they play this, but Fury have the same info we do. Do they try and bait things out? Concusses are good, pauses the Trailblazer. Odorous, aggressive and short. Looking for Mocking, finds one, but Teague is there to trade it out immediately.
Yeah, and playing all the way back to you makes the situation so much more difficult, but it's still a 4v4. And that means that Lenny Time is forced out of that comfort zone of A and Stewards that we saw over and over again. So you're going to go for a different approach here. They're expecting a rotation. They're expecting an interesting angle coming in for this defensive side. No one who's hiding there is Neptune. Doesn't have the best gun, though, but we've seen what he's able to do here. Tried to get one, though. Not possible. Immediately shut down. A headshot to deny his life. And with that, now we get to see numbers advantage coming in for Lenny Time.
Cover going out.
Tough for your boy Dre, as Jason finally gets one for the team. Shot up in 1v3. He's one worse. But definitely the odds are stacked against him here. You can't even see out of CT. There's no way. There's a wall, there's a smoke, and there's a Ferbsa waiting on the other side of this box. Taking his time now, trying to push through, finds one. Oh my, almost hits the flick on that. Shot up, there was a world. But Lenny Time, again, contesting and taking the lead.
Yeah, that almost turned out into a crazy play coming in at the end, but it was impossible. And with that, once again, Lenny Time, they were able to take the lead 9-8 in a round where NYFU, they were struggling with that economy. Some of them had their rifles from that last round, but everyone else hoping for the best, hoping to pick up some guns from the enemy. And it was a little too late for that. So 3 ultimates for both of the teams. Almost having all 5 for NYFU playing around an orb would be ideal for them. And now it's once again Duelist Initiator towards A side playing together, realizing with that guiding light there's no one playing close, and that means a shot up is going to get caught in the middle. Nowhere garage pressure that gets taken down, and in the meantime didn't know that Orderus is playing back.
Orderus good for one. It's the headshot, but the Phantom doesn't kill. It hits for 140 with a headshot at that range. Neptune rocked by the Rolling Thunder, and Lenny Time shocking the competition 10-8, widening that gap round over round.
2 rounds now, and all those ultimates that we saw that were available, there's 3 as well coming in for this side of Lenny Time. They weren't invested, but it was for a good cause, right? It gives them their round. That just means It's a good possibility here for NY if you may be trying to play around the ultimate for Neon, hoping for a pick or two. But so far, I mean, in getting any kill with the ultimate, it seems an impossible mission to make happen, especially on the defense. At least they're going to play together here.
Herbza, Teague, watching Garage. A three-man presence from NYFU. I don't think Lenny Time are ready for it. The blind only connecting on one as your boy Dre tries to go out with the hot hands and gets clapped. That's the disadvantage. You know, you have to keep your movement. You have to keep moving. You have to keep going left and right. You have to hit the slide. Otherwise, you're going to get one tapped with those pointer fingers. And Lenny Time have 11 rounds on the board to NYFU's 8.
Completely different to that first map. Anytime they wanted their map pick and they're giving the results that we expected. Yes, it's close, but now they take the lead by more rounds and it's a timeout coming up. NYFU, again, we saw it in the semifinals. We saw it earlier. The one side that we tried to see them hitting the most is a C side where they have the utility. They landed so well. They push everyone back. They're able to plant spike. But when it's not really that scenario, everything gets a little bit more uncomfortable, and Lenny Time is taking advantage of that, playing aggressive and always being able to trade, which is even like in the quarterfinals, we didn't really see those trades happening as much. So it's good to see the balance coming up, just so we can see that third map. But again, so close but so far. I feel like those results can be, it's a mystery, right? When you see more than 10 and then there's a comeback happening. How many times have we seen that possibility? So NYFU, they're going to try their best the timeout to see if they're able to find some answers, and throughout those timeouts as well for NYFU, most of them have worked out.
Taking a moment to recollect and regroup themselves. They have to figure something out. NYFU 13-1 doesn't happen without a fundamental understanding of the enemy team. Lenny Time, though, clapping back so hard. Feeling confident. Ferbs are chilling at 22-11. Really just putting on a showcase. And while we haven't had the pleasure of watching this team throughout the bracket just yet, I'm sure we missed many a player by this guy, because the level is consistent across rounds, and getting hit by that trip is going to mess up his day just a little bit, but he's able to dash out and save both his body and the spike. Rolling Thunder out of Garage from NYFU. Not sure if I agree with that once again. But your boy Dre finds one on the open. 5v4. Here we go into a retake. And Lenny Time's mocking. Yep, this is the thing we're going to have to watch out for on a huge flank as the Sky. Stuns coming out. Oh, shots good from both sides. It's a 3-on-3. It's a 3-on-2 on site with mocking still on the flank. NYFU need to move quick, but they don't know what we know with the Cypher ult. Detecting mocking on the back. Odorous is able to find one. Ferbza returns it. Sways. Good for 2. Man, oh man. Lenny Time, just when NYFU whittled it down to a 1v1. Clutches it when they need it most. And Lenny Time are 1 point away from taking us to a map 3.
Oh, no way that happens. 3 at the end to guarantee, and it seems like the defense, they had everything to their advantage, right? It was a neutral theft happening. It was revealing that positioning from everyone else that was hiding, that was trying to be quiet, but it doesn't turn out the way that is expected. That spike as well, it was planted for sewers, but it doesn't capitalize from anything. It's so unfortunate for NYFU. The strategy was different to what we saw before, but still not enough. And now Lenny Time only need one more. It's match point for them.
Mocking.
Scout destroyed.
Trailblazer through short. Spots out 2. NYFU, ooh, getting antsy around Garage. I love when Shot Up does things like this, so pushing out into mid off the smoke. Sways makes Trey pay for his curiosity. And now Shot Up in the window, mocking, waiting on the other side of the smoke. Mano a mano, they're ready to fight it out. Who's gonna make the first move here as the smoke drops? Shot Up better on the crouch, doesn't get hit once. And now in a 4-on-4, NYFU got 2 members down onto the C site. Ferbza updraft dash, gets hit by the concuss. Both of them concussed as Jaesung finds one. Smoke goes out, covers C long. Jaesung still anchoring back platform. taking their time once again, and NYFU with the numbers lead here, 4v3, while Lenny Time starts to walk up into garage. They get spotted out by the cam and met with the smoke, and they know there's a trip on B itself. So either way, they're gonna get spotted out here. Hit the trip itself. Oh my god, Neptune, good flash, but Sways is ready, and so is Teague, and just like that, they flip the advantage to their side. Lenny Time denied the plant.
Oh, no way.
No way. Jae-sung in a 1v3 now as the plant goes down. Double flashes in hand. Needs to clear backside, but there's so much to do and such little time. And Lenny Time, 13-8, take the victory in the second map.
It was their map at the end of the day, and they're showing us why. Yes, it got close, but at the end, it was a clear lead coming in for Lenny Time. Second map going their way, that means that everything goes the way that we expected, and we get to see that fracture at the end for this decider.
That is awesome for Lenny Time. We were scared, Triad, that this was just going to be a clapping after the 13-1, but my oh my, forcing Fury to take the timeout, making them change their plan altogether, and putting them on their back foot overall. Lenny Time V19 might just be the version that wins it all.
It only took them 19, but maybe, just maybe, they figure it out. I mean, we still have to see it, right? There's a fracture remaining, and there's a fracture that can be risky for a couple of teams. I like it, though. I have a good sign of this map as well to make it competitive, knowing the compositions that we've seen. We've seen a little bit of Neon. We've seen a little bit of even Fades coming up. We've seen those Breach, and all of those are part of really good compositions that we get to see.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll have to see what happens here. But of course, we are going to take a quick break. But that's not before we shout out our sponsors. Let's go ahead and talk about Mike and Ike and taking your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. Power up today with Mike and Ike. With that said, we are going to take a quick break and we'll be back shortly after.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Ukuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got Valorant Open Qualifier number 9 for Summer Champs. I'm Jim Basco, that's Dryad, and we just had a great map where Lenny Time took a victory over NYFU 13-8, if I'm not mistaken, after NYFU dominated in the first one 13-1. With that, we are heading on this BO3 to the third map, which is Fracture. Dryad, what are your feelings?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit before, right? Fracture, a map that it's always interesting to watch just because there's so many strategies and so many compositions that you can run. It really just plays to every single team's strengths. And to no one's surprise so far, there is going to be a Neon being played. Now, I think the difference that we see for NYFU is not only that now the Neon will be going on Neptune, but it's also better complemented with that chamber and with Breach and Brimstone. So I already like what I see, and it's something that we haven't seen in so long, right? This team, Fracture was their permaban for such a long time, and it has been over 2 months since we last got the chance to see NYFU in this map. They've been avoiding it with everything that they've got, but it means that ban that we got to see today early on was either countered directly, any possibility, or Lenny time to pop off and come up with a map that is way stronger, or ideally for NYFU, they feel are finally comfortable enough to play it and to show us what they got here.
God, please have mercy on my soul. I hope Mocking picks Yoru so badly. I really hope so.
About that. Okay.
Picks the Rays instead. A much better pick overall. I do like the comps on both sides, running the double duelist on the side of Lenny Time, hoping to speed things up, it looks like, from just a top level. But on the attacking side of Neon, I think Neon, specifically on Fracture, thrives. This map kind of was built for her, and I think if Neptune can really show us what he has on Neon on this map, we might just see some eye-opening plays indeed.
And I do like the swaps out that we see again for the composition, having Neptune, a player that has been pretty consistent on the semifinals and those finals, getting kills and being and willing to play aggressive. Most of the time we saw him on the Sky, but he also has something to prove on the Neon. So yeah, like you said, it's a map that plays really well for Neons. Everyone gets to choose, you know, what duelist they feel the most comfortable with, and that is why there's a double duelist composition coming in for the defense. They'll definitely expect a lot of aggression and a lot of early picks coming in for this team, as you see them all pretty much playing close together.
Let's see how they do it. Of course, we are in the grand finals. We're in the final map. Fury, 13-1 on the first. Lenny Time, 13-8 on the second. Fracture is a map we don't see much of, but boy Dre starts it off with a headshot as Mocking returns with one as well. Things are tied up 4-4 as NYFU hop on into the tower, and Lenny Time are playing underground. They're in the subway right now.
And they're all playing together. It makes it interesting here to get a couple of trades and to surprise NYFU, even though you definitely hear them running and you have a good idea. In the meantime, that spike is going to get planted. So 4v4 to work with.
Okay, Mocking now in tower. Crept up, has made it all the way through here. And it looks like all of NYFU is playing pretty far. They're playing Jenny. They're playing Canteen. Smokes go down, isolating the site. Shot up, trying to gain some info. Doesn't connect onto anything. Odorous, though, with the molly, trying to deny for as much time as possible. It doesn't look like it hits the spike itself. Finds one. The spike has been halved. And it's a 3-on-3 as Sway's trying to stick the other half. Odorous needs to pop out, and the sound was made that it was half, but they find the kills, but it's just not enough. NYFU give up the first round of Lenny Time.
Just one of the risks of that utility popping up, and just in the right timing. And it's crazy, right? Because we talk about this double duelist. In paper, they don't really have as much utility as NYFU, but just NYFU couldn't pick at the same time, and those lineups that they had just took a little too long to deny the first half of that spike. So unfortunate situation. Yes, they get some kills, but is it enough, right? We know the importance of officially winning that first round, and it didn't go their way. To see how they're able to recover next.
Jaesung. Shot up, swung hardcore by Mocking. Ferbza on dish finds that oppressor. Now NYFU stuck to 3 members remaining. Coming in from the attacker side, Spawn on a main. They're making their way onto the site. Your boy Dre has crossed Jae-sung as well, and Dre is good for the shot. That's pretty big. Now stuck in a 3v4, Sways finds Odorous, and Dre wants more. But the fact that they got the plant means that they will have something at least to supplement their eco. As Dre finds 3 in a row. Nah, what are we watching?
No way. 4 kills right away, knowing exactly where the enemy was. Turns into a 1v2. Plenty time. They thought they had all the advantage, the kills, but now it turns into a 1v2 and it ends up still going to side of Sway. That is insane. What a round. The 2 chambers popping up. But at the end of the day, does Lenny time with that clutch with the last opportunity to pop off, and the 2-0 NYFU so close.
I would be crying if I was your boy Dre. I just hit the clip 3 in a row to make it 4 on the round. All I need is for my boy to swing with me at the same time. And the coordination was a little mistimed, and so isolating those one-on-one Sways comes out on top. That's gotta hurt, but that's also fuel for the fire. I'm sure NYFU are angry after that one, and with a bye to their name, they're looking to take this, bonus round for Lenny time out of their hands, and then take the next one after to equalize things all in all.
All members live here, but the pressure is on for NYFU. They knew that it was close, but at the same time, being able to capitalize at the end from that duel, that 1v1, and it turns into a faster hit, trying to clear it as soon as possible. Neptune had it the other angle, is able to clear satellite for them, and with that, the spike should be planted in.
Let's play.
Boy Dre watching the exit of Link, keeping his eyes peeled. Not gonna see anything though. Smoke's concealing the positions. Neptune. No relay darts here. Going back up to the drop. Spots one out at the Link. Neptune closing the distance, getting super close here. Wants the swing. Is afraid of the burst. And is good on the shot. NYFU taking a bit of damage now from every angle. Neptune stuck in a 1v3 against Vandals. A couple of pistols. And the defuse is coming out, but Sways is good from the right side. The bait from T get dropped. Works out in Lenny time on a bonus 3-0.
No, not what you'd like to see for NYFU, but Lenny time fans have to be celebrating 3 rounds, potentially a little bit more, because NYFU and their economy has been broken. Any possibilities here for that round, the one that they needed to get, but they lost so many members early on, right? It turned into the last 2 hoping to clutch that last one, that last scenario, and it wasn't just possible. So I want to see how the speed is able to come up in a better way. Everyone from NYFU playing together, once again looking towards that A site.
Lots of speed. NYFU's Neptune is already out A main and ready to rock. Relay bolts, stunning himself. That is image that I'm sure we've all seen before. Onto the site. Spike plant not going down just yet. Is tapped. Ferbsa waiting in the smoke. Neptune falls back off the site. They're playing for a retake here. Smoke from Ferbsa clouds their position. Lenny time able to get back onto the site, and the smoke making it so hard to really see anything through. Thinking about the rolling thunder, and taps coming out, trying to bait it out. And they're not able to use it just yet as Jae-sung goes down to Sways, and your boy Dre's stuck now in a 1v4 once again. Finds a headshot, but Lenny time not letting them use their util. Takes the fight to them in A main and comes out on top 4-0 on the map.
And I like the patience, I like the respect now coming in for Lenny time, because they knew it was going to be a fast hit. No one gets close to that A site, and they decide to play for that retake instead, playing all together. And I feel like some teams, we get to see it sometimes, they get too hungry for the kills, they stay on site a little bit longer. But it's just full respect for Lenny time, waiting for that spike to be planted, knowing that that retake was going to be the most powerful as everyone gets close, everyone makes that rotation, and is able to get away with that round. Is it tactical timeout that we get to see in the meantime? It definitely a needed one, and I like those tactical timeouts for NYFE because it seems like they always come up with something that we haven't seen before.
4-0. NYFU unfamiliar with being in this position so far on this map. or really in this series. After winning 13-1, you would think that, and they would think that they'd be in a better position so far onto Fracture. But really, lots of weird stuff happening. Movements around the underside of the map, rotations through spawns, playing split across dish. Round after round, they're finding themselves at wit's end. 4-0 on the board. NYFU. Gotta be a big round here. They're gonna be dead broke if they don't win this one. And Lenny time, they've got nearly 5 ults to work with.
No.
It's a bit frightening.
And they're committing to an operator, too. So, I want to say that this one is going to play out for them. It's a risky one, but they're still committed to the same side. That A hit coming in. No one else from another angle. Just everyone towards main waiting for the right opportunity. The Boombot will get some information, but that's about it for now. And the timing just slowing down a little bit for NYFU.
Just waiting in their spawn. Trying to find an opening, a glimmer of hope. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Spaz and Mocking ready. Holding such a close angle. Flash comes out, Mocking goes for the wide swing. Gets hit by Neptune, and great dodges from NYFU to avoid the entirety of that Rolling Thunder. Hit them with their own concuss, and your boy Dre finds a great headshot there. NYFU 5 versus 3 against Lenny time. They've got the Blade Storm, and they have the tour de force. Furbza, Blade Storm in hand. Opening up the doors, and your boy Dre answers back. 4-1 here. NYFU looking to put 1 round finally on the board.
And it's interesting because we've seen quite a lot of early rotations coming in for Lenny time that they've been able to capitalize from, but Sway stayed on point pretty much until there was less than 30 seconds remaining before making that rotation. And so that means the challenge here, even with the Tour de Force, not the easiest one to take, but he's going to attempt it. It's a Tour de Force. There's nothing to lose here. Having to take those angles one by one, making sure that no one is closed, but the door has been heard. No, there's at least one of the players playing in that area, and that means the clutch, the time running out, all going against Sways, but he's good for 1. Tour de Force connecting with the collateral, 2, 3 kills, and out of nowhere there's only 1 last remaining. It's a 1v1. It has to defuse the spike. Has no time remaining, and at the distance Odorous will take him down. Sway though, the way that he's been able to operate with the Tour de Force, with even some of the operators that we've seen in his hand, and it was just literally lining up for him to get the kills.
Can't believe it. Especially that collateral was disgusting. Now putting NYFU onto a bit of a weird buy. Half Shields and Spectre on 2 of them, while Lenny time are big chilling with their money. In terms of ults though, coming into this next one, Neptune's got the hot hands ready to roll. Jaesung's got a Rolling Thunder ready to rock as well. NYFU a little split on their decisions here, and deciding to keep an eye out for the B push, make sure nothing crazy is happening, avoid the concuss, and Sways with the operator, close range, holding onto this angle. Dre, is he expecting it? Spotted out mid-air, shot up. That's gotta feel bad as Sways finds that and gets out to safety.
I mentioned the early rotations, but the rotation that was taking place wasn't from the kill that was gathered towards A. It was actually coming B. So anytime they had the perfect read that it was going to be a play. The one that we see right now for NYFU, playing carefully though in those smokes, just make everything so much harder to capitalize from. It's a 4v5. Is a Rolling Thunder playing back.
Yeah, good Rolling Thunder into Canteen, and that Jenny area sending Neptune straight into it, and straight into his own concuss. You hate to see it. Your boy Dre now stuck in Jenny. Has gotten 1. The Brimstone ulti is going to force him out of that spot, and of course Spaz will get him on the cross out. NYFU's Odorous stuck now in a 1v2, Spike in hand. It's not the end of the world.
30 seconds left.
And 3 rounds separate these 2 squads.
So many good reads, not only in this map, but the previous map that we've seen for Lenny time. They know exactly what the play for NYFU looks like. These are 2 teams that already face each other, and it was actually Lenny time getting away with the victory before. And that first map, it was an indication that there was a change for NYFU, at least for that first one. But now everything is so much more difficult, and anytime they seem to be online and ready to shut down any possibilities for NYFU, making some early mistakes, losing a lot of members early on, not capitalizing out of numbers advantage in the best way possible. And anytime, it's interesting because they're not pushing, they're not playing aggressive, they're respecting the enemy. It just seems like NYFU is just falling right into their hands.
Falling right into their hands and falling apart is what it really feels like. Even their little bits of aggressive, even their smallest aggressive pushes in a main, trying to get out of spawn, just stymied. A flash to the face, shutting down Neptune immediately. Sways takes the shot and gets out. Neptune gets onto the site, shot up, taking a bit of damage, nothing too crazy. NYFU have control of the B site though. Spike still needs to make the cross here, and they're going to be able to shuttle him safely to the target location. Spike getting planted, and Ferbza, he doesn't care. He is dashed onto the site, found one, and is still alive on default as Spaz finds another. Ferbza finds a second, mocking a third on the round, and Ferbza for the final kill. Just as soon it was planted, Ferbza comes flying in from the skies, finds 3, and shuts down the round for Lenny time.
It's a good opportunity. Everyone, even at the end, managing to stay alive, playing together. Ferbza has such a big impact on this team. We've gotten the chance to see it a couple times. But it's not only with kills, right? It's not only with picks. It's the way that he's leading everyone to play behind him and to capitalize from that positioning, from that map control that Lenny Time is trying to get every single time now, guaranteeing 6 rounds for them into this first half. And an NYFU that is looking a little bit more like Lenny Time on that first map, right? Not finding an answer, making a lot of mistakes, not capitalizing from small advantages that they have on the side, and even trying things differently. Once again, they're a little bit more split towards that B hit.
Setting up a concuss does hit into Canteen, but there's no follow-up off the back of that, and so that's an indicator someone's probably pushing Arcade. Stuns coming up. That was, you know, the foresight was unfortunately not there as Sways finds 2. Odorous returns, but NYFU dwindled down to 3 members. Neptune almost with a great spot, has to pay for it, and Shot Up finds a good one in main. And a 1v3 with 2 members of Lenny Time down to low HP. This could happen. Coming around the side now, Shot Up. Almost impossible there from 3 different angles. Spaz gets the headshot. And if there was anyone that could have made that look like it was doable, it was Shot Up. But at 2 and 8 right now, and 7 and 1 across the board, things are looking rough for NYFU.
If there's anyone that can clutch, like you said, it had to be Shot Up, but this time around is not the chance, is not the case. It's a 7-1. Is Lenny Time getting away with it? They look so dominant on this map, and again, NYFU, they haven't played this map since February. It's been so long. They played it against version 1, they lost it, and after that, it was just their perma ban for the longest time, and it's a difficult one. When you don't have the tournament experience in this map, difficulty can increase a lot more. Trying to get something going, but Mocking getting the best of Neptune. And Neon that gets taken down and Shot Up, thinking things personal. Trying to get some revenge for his teammates, but still so low in HP. Spike has to be planted. Trying to play aggressive. 2-3 kills for Shot Up. Now, can these 2 players clutch up their Sways on the other side? And it's Sways that has been looking scary on this fracture.
Scary indeed. Drops the operator, opts for the Phantom instead, and taking the fight from Sand here. Scoping out the opposition, can't see anybody just yet, so he is still wary of that corner because it's a very popular spot for players to be hiding in. Spots one on top. Here's the steps down below, but can't pinpoint exactly where they are. They could be taking these wide swings, and with the high-low setup here, isolating the fight. On the Shot Up, Sways sending Odorous running with the Brim ult here, buying himself some time. Sways waiting for the push, has to reload, taps the spike. The molly on it is going to drive him off, and there simply isn't enough time here. Trying to find the last kill on Odorous, he will, but he goes down instead.
There is no time. There is no time. He tried at the end, gets taken down, doesn't even get to keep the rifle or run away. And with that, finally, though, second round for NYFU. They've been trying for so long. to get something going in this map, and now it just seems like all the timing, all the momentum has gone for Lenny Time, hoping that that round alone was enough to shut it down, to shut down any possibilities for Lenny Time. But still, the question to be seen here. Tour de Force on one side that is available in Sways, a player that is ready to kill.
Concuss. Devastating for everybody involved. Both teams got stunned by that. A good bait there. That's a lot of noise. And hearing that should be a sign to rotate. And it is for NYFU, peeling slightly off of this B site aggression. Furbza, though, locking down the A main side. Yeah, this is always scary. Good awareness from NYFU. They have slowed it down and are aware that, hey, they have operator money. They're probably holding this aggressive. So good awareness there. Everyone taking the rope underneath the map to get back to A main. And around the corner now, Furbza. Oh, misses the shot there. Concuss coming out. Neptune going close and loses his brain. Furbza good for 2. Shuts down the null command. And while the res still could come out, NYFU try to get the push here, and they're going for the res instead. Or it looked like they were going for the res, but they're not, as Odorous instead out of A main, out into sand, finds 2. Daesung gets the res eventually, and now in a 3-on-2, they're going to run back out into A main and head B.
They're running the towards the defense, right, for Lenny Time. They had the right idea. They might be able to just catch up before the other side comes up, and it's a good opportunity for them. Spike's yet to be planted, and there's 15 seconds remaining. Just hoping that the kills are enough, but there's only trades. It's a 1v2. Spike attempts to be planted, mocking the last one alive, and there's a clutch that we haven't seen before. What just happened? Lined up again behind the Radiant box, and that was enough to get the kills. Last 2 waiting for mocking to get the kill. With that, the Spike is going to get defused, and it's the 8th round coming in for Lennon.
I can't believe my eyes, to be honest. I don't know how they lined up there. It's just again. And I think, you know, these little things that we're seeing happen more and more consistently. The Neon stunning their teammate, lining up behind boxes, not figuring out where to run post-plant. There's so many things going on that lead me to believe NYFU's mental is beyond shattered at this point.
It's just a point where we see an NYFU playing on the attacking side, but it seemed like they're reacting to what Lenny Time is bringing to the table every single time. And Lenny Time isn't even pushing forward and playing aggressive, even having the double duel this, right? They're being smart about the angles that they're pushing. They're not overextending in situations where they shouldn't. They're simply having the better read on the enemy. They're stacking those sites very well, and the operator as well has had such a massive impact. The one player in the front line, that Neon, getting shot down over and over again, just leaves everyone behind. A little lost, not having an opportunity to change things up.
Yeah, it's really tough. This pressure is unrelenting on all sides of the map. You saw Neon in your boy Dre trying to make something happen on arcade side, jump spotting, drawing attention, finding out there's 3, and they're like, okay, look, there must be only 2 on the other side of the map. They rotate. It's a slow one under the map into the hands of an operator, and like you mentioned, even at the close range where Neon should be thriving, getting scoped in the head is never a good feeling. And so TechPaw is coming out now. Score, if I'm not mistaken, is 8-2 so far, and we're close to reaching halftime.
And it's all that is needed on the side of Lenny Time, right? Again, we look at the composition, we look at what can come up next for the second half, and it should be them continuing this dominance. So it's the best opportunity they can have, the best and the most ideal situations. NYFU getting away with 2 more rounds, making it 4-8. But is that what is going to happen? It's an eco round. It's a Sheriff that connects to 1. But besides that, once again, the dominance that lets itself known as Lenny Time. The 3v2 to work with NYFU. They have a challenge here, and it's going to be planting the spike. That is all the way in the middle. Nowhere to be found just yet. And actually, it's a defense who's going to find the spike first.
Clicks back and forth all the time. Jaesung and squad now trying to push out here, mocking in a great spot. Jaesung good for the shot though.
One enemy remaining.
Finds one on the peak in a 2v1. Lenny time. Just waiting. Just waiting. Waiting for the push. And of course, Rolling Thunder in hand, but we're on round 11. Jaesung with the aftershock. It's not going to connect as Spaz from the back of dish finds his head. Ends that round. 9-2 for Lenny time so far.
And last chance here to get something done for NYFU. Maybe one round would be ideal, but besides that, that's the most that they can hope for. They have some utility to be bought. They have some rifles as well. Maybe relying a little bit more on Rolling Thunder for a situation to push forward, to allow maybe Neptune not to be the first one going, but allow that ultimate to go first, then Neptune, and then maybe some utility. That is best case scenario coming in for this team. But I see them all split up, and that makes the entire duo a lot more difficult. We'll see what NYFU is able to do for this last one.
Odorous going for the molly onto the site, setting up some smokes here. Jason, lots of utility. Rolling Thunder coming out to Jenny and Cat, to Jenny and Canteen rather, as Mocking going for the counter showstopper. 4-4. Rolling Thunder comes back, hits only onto shot up, as the rest of NYFU have yet to make it onto the site, as Dre finds two back-to-back. Jaesung now, eyes trained onto Canteen, watching that spawn area. Spaz waiting for the exit, and Sways as well. Eyes trained on the cubby. They know Jaesung is stuck inside of there, so if there's any pick that they can get, it's that one, and Sways gets that one. Opts to not save the operator and gives it another college try here. Smoke is covering him up. It is the last round in the half, and so why not? Lenny time, sitting comfortably at 9 in a 1v3. Sways finds one. Sees, oh, he hits the headshot, but it's not a kill there. 9-3, new NYFU losing by 6, and that's 12 on the half. With that in mind, we are going to take a short break. Let the players decompress for just a moment, and with that, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We've got the second half of the match between Lenny Time and New York Fury, with Lenny Time currently leading 9-3 in Game 3. And we're tied for game score, 1-1. I'm Jim Basco, joined by Dryad. And this is a game that we could not have expected in 1,000 years, to say the least.
With the way that this match started, absolutely not. But now, Lenny Time, they're warm up. And they're with all the advantage here, 9-3. So we'll see what can happen next. As the attacking side is the double duelist plus a chamber that has been popping off. It's everything they can dream of and more for this team. Now NYFU hoping to show what they got on the defense, and they start in the best way possible. Spaz gets taken down.
Dre tries to get 4 again like he did in that other round, only finds 1 as Mocking closes the distance. Ferpsa and Jason go back and forth. It's a 2-on-2. Spike is yet to be planted. It's currently out in the open. Jason taking a bunch of damage as Sways finds the last one there, and now in a 1-on-1. Great pop, flash, and it goes above his head, so he doesn't get flash, but Sways is seeing God, and Shot Up sends him there as NYFU pick up 1 in the second half.
They got risky for a second, yeah, for NYFU. Getting that pistol round can be the start of something great for this team, especially on the defense, right? This is exactly what you're hoping for, getting some momentum, being able to buy that utility that can be so annoying to deal with when you look at this composition. When you look at a Neon that, yes, is able to play aggressive, but is able also to play more for that utility, getting those stuns exactly where the enemy doesn't want them. So anytime the chance here, they're not going to invest in anything crazy. They're not going to be buying any of the Spectres. Just go back to common second round that we're used to seeing for them. Still, first pick coming in, and Sways being able to pop off first.
Good couple shots there overall. Teague, though, coming up big with that frenzy. Upgraded his weapon to a Bulldog. A come up and a half for sure. Spike getting planted in the cubby on site. Now waiting. Lenny time have tower. And this cubby locked down, and Sways has got a great cross from Arcade. However, the fast lane enabling access to the site. Neptune finds 1. Almost with a team kill there, but you can't do that in this game. Your boy Dre baiting out the tower, a couple of shots. Ferbza realizes he's off. Another tap on the spike, and Ferbza needs to peek it, and he's going to lose his head for it. NYFU find number 5.
Good job of playing together there, especially knowing that NYFU lost the advantage pretty early on. Lenny time looked scary for a second, especially because the first pick went their way. It was a headhunter landing that first blood, and it was a little bit more back and forth thanks to those shares. But NYFU back to control, back to this match, and it is exactly what we want to see from them. A map that hasn't shown us too much, but is a perfect opportunity to change things around here on the defense. As we see that positioning, and we start to see those changes too. The difference is on the attacking side for Lenny time compared to what we saw for NYFU. Their position all across, they're gonna get that information spike in the hands of that Brimstone, and everything else is hoping that the defense is going to be pushing them, which is exactly what is going to take place. But their rifles can connect a lot better, though, the defense with a 3v2 to work with.
Odorous finding a kill with the molly in the middle of all of that as Lenny time find the spike plant onto the B side. NYFU on a 3-man flank. He doesn't take the corner. He good for 1, good for 2. Almost finds a third, but Odorous shuts it down now in a 1v1. Brimstone versus Brimstone, who's the better all-American man. Vandals in hand. Charging the site. 2 smokes to work with here. Smoking the site itself. Approaching on the jump up here. Needs to pop out of that smoke. And you know, it was a choice for sure, but Spaz keen to the fact that was going to happen and puts 10 on the board for Lenny time.
Especially with those smokes, right? You need to get out of them, and not really knowing that positioning of the enemy Brimstone just makes it a lot easier to get the kill. It was a heavy round, a lot of kills that happened, turning into a 1v1. There's still the reinvestment coming in for both of them. They want to put up a fight, and that means that, yeah, boy Dre is going to attempt going for the operator. Yeah, it means light chills, but it means that there's a chance to slow down all the aggression the Lenny time can push forward with the Zilla duelist.
Ferbza has been suppressed, but not before sneaking through into that drop area. Dre keen to the fact. Odorous, though, good for 1, and Shot Up returns it 4-4. Neptune finds a headshot. Spaz gets the better of him, and Shot Up comes out on top, even though he didn't get the first shot in that fight. Taking their time now. Shot Up. Oh, spots 1 out at the drop, and Sways is going to be good for the body shot. Knows that's all he needs to hit as your boy Dre. Operator trained on the Droperator. Nothing gonna happen as Mocking on the other side of the planet is planting on the B side. And Lenny time at 10-5 on the scoreboard. Dre, if he can get here in time, he might just be able to get onto Arcade and get Sways. Finds, whoa, nothing. A great couple of shots to drop Sways down to 8 HP, but goes down Lenny time at 11.
It was scary just knowing that there's 2 members alive. It's a 2v2. Mocking just has a whole rotation, even though Sways was still on that A side. It gets scary because the race got taken down when they spotted her first. It could have been just a defuse where Sways cannot get there in time, but that is not the case. That is 11 rounds now for Lenny time, and they might just get away with it. They're getting close. They can take this one to match point. They have the better guns. They have rifles, and it's an investment here that NYFU is trying to take. Spectres in their hand, and an ultimate that we can see early on, but Neptune doesn't get anything. Trade at least early on.
Scary. 4-on-4. Ferbza dashing into the smoke, creating a lot of space. B site is theirs. Jaesung catching Mocking on that flank. Always in a good spot. Not this time, though. NYFU watching main as the Rolling Thunder comes out onto the site, but where's the follow-up from NYFU? Shot up, pops out onto the side, finds 2 great shots as Ferbza tucks into that corner on default, finds 3, and your boy Dre clutches it up. That was scary.
Yeah, Ferbza looking everywhere, handling and being able to take down 3 from different angles, but it's not enough. At the end of the day, the numbers give everything for NYFU to allow and deny that match point to get closer and closer. So Lenny will have to fight it for 1 more. It was an investment. Again, it was a force coming in for NYFU, having those Spectres at hand, knowing that they had lost the round before. But we see how they can capitalize from it, and it's just a patience game. It was a rotation they had to play out, with Shot Up getting the opening pick, the second one too, and then making everything a little closer and closer. It feels like anything can happen next for NYFU. Now that they have rifles, yet they might not have the craziest utility to use, but they're going to use it wisely with what they have remaining towards that A side as the Chamber and the Brimstone playing together.
Ferbza finding 1 just in the most random opportunities on the map, coming from Arcade, coming out on top, and metering his aggression so he doesn't get overheated and fragged out on in return. NYFU stoic on the defense. It was Lenny time. Making their way under now. Are ready for the Rolling Thunder, setting it up, clearing out tower. It's not going to hit anybody. Mocking is deep with the spike. Onto Cubby. Jaesung shot up. Gets forced out of that spot by the Brimstone ulti, and Sways is ready to catch him in the doorway. Lenny time gets the spike plant down in a 5v3. NYFU are looking for a retake. Odorous, the great equalizer himself. 3-on-3. Suddenly, it's doable. Your boy Dre, Canteen, Odorous from Jenny. Odorous finds a 3rd on the round. Dre goes down. Ferbza good for 2 from Arcade. And Jaesung in a 1-on-1 now, dropping him so low. Ferbza knows where the spike is planted, is waiting for the tap. Tap comes out. Jaesung sticking half. Could have stuck the whole thing, honestly. Ferbza going for the peek, and Jaesung finds the head. Beautifully done. Playing it so well, finding 7 rounds on the board for NYFU.
Yeah, really well played there at the end with that 1v1. Just going for that half, knowing the best opportunity, and stopping and getting that kill. Really good opportunity, again, for NYFU to find an answer and to slow down all the momentum that Lenny time has been bringing up from that first half. It's a good opportunity. It means a timeout requested by Mockin to see if there's any other possibilities. It's only 2 rounds, but those 11 rounds are always so close, yet so far from closing a map, closing a grand finals like this one.
That's really the truth of the matter. 11, so close, yet so far. And a good timeout here because at 7 rounds, anything is still possible. NYFU showing great signs and great glimpses of life, and showing that they could make this happen. And let's not forget, they took the first map of the series 13-1 over Lenny time. And here they are now in a deficit of 4 rounds. On Lenny time's timeout, coming up with another strategy. There's a lot riding on the line here, and of course we've been casting all day long to lead up to these real moments, these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, it's a long day, but it's been so enjoyable to watch these teams fight over and over again, get some insane clutches and duels. A situation like this one, a grand finals of 3 maps to see who can get away with that victory with the #1 spot. But in the meantime, for Lenny Time, is an eco round coming up. Not too much. We haven't seen too many eco rounds on this map for them just because of the domination that they had towards the beginning. But now they're forced to slow down a little bit. That means that NYFU is going to play aggressive, take a great opportunity to deny any possibility. What they're not accounting for is that ultimate capable of doing many things, including getting that kill into Nia.
Yeah, dropping Ferbza down to 5 HP, dropping Mocking down to 5 HP as well, but Ferbza don't care. He's going for the push inside the smoke, though. Shot up off the back of those frag grenades and all that util dumped into A main. They were able to find 1 kill for their services. Now NYFU in a 4-on-4, Mocking down to 1 HP. Looks like Lenny Time are kind of measuring their aggression once again in A main. Got one by Dish. They've got a split here. So if NYFU hear any, or rather if Lenny Time hear any of them rotate off of this A site, I have a good feeling they're going to bust out and try something crazy as Jae-Sung charged and at the ready. Doesn't have enough info to execute on it. And NYFU are starting this rotate off. And just like that, Lenny Time baiting the B site with the presence of Mocking. They're getting closer and closer to executing onto the A site. They made it onto the site itself. Dre and Shot Up, good for 2 apiece. Shot Up from the top rope for a 3rd overall. And NYFU shut down this round.
Yeah, there's no time to work with. There's no other hope. Shot Up coming up only with a Spectre and is able to find some answers that were needed all around that site. Playing very carefully and yes, engaging when it was needed, but also being able to back up like we saw him pulling up and hiding for the last chance opportunity because the rotation there wasn't possible, right? The rifles weren't there for Lenny Time, so that is when you take advantage of a situation like this one. And now it is a 3rd round for NYFU. Let's see how else and how far they can get because they've been getting pretty close in the last couple rounds. Again, it's 11. One more to push us to match point. For Lenny Time to see if they can finish this off, but the timeout so far didn't give them results. Let's see how this one turns out because Mocking already gets taken down.
Flash through, entrying, not looking straight ahead. Teague clapped for his effort. Oh, Outerist can't get the reset in time. NYFU in a 2-on-2. Flash from above, not connecting. Sways watching the high ground. Shot up. Mixing up and breaking his ankles so hard. Sways has no idea. Conscious to the push, though. Shot Up has spotted him out. Zeldris. Oh, I mean, Ferbza out the smoke, off the quick dash. Good for 2. This guy is insane, Dryad.
Ferbza is just so good. Again, it's a player that I've seen for quite a long time, and when he has to pop off, when he has to clutch for his team, he will do just that. Really good information. And sometimes that means you're going to put yourself in an aggressive position like we saw for that clutch, but he's able to make it happen right when the team was getting desperate to get to that match point. 12 rounds now for Lenny Time. Need 1 more to be crowned champions of this open week #9 of Summer Champs. And you're so close. Rifles on the other side, though. Once you put up a challenge, they have a couple ultimates for NYFU, and it's the last chance for them to stay alive.
Their last chance. Jae-Sung ready to use util from outside of Canteen. Neptune holding top tower, connects with the Spectre at range and opts for the stun instead, hoping that his teammate can capitalize on it, but Ferbza able to get out as Shot Up. Great flash again. Good for 2. This man's on fire as well. Back-to-back fights here, looking for a fight onto Ferbza, but Ferbza takes the fight to him, finds 4 on the round. Lenny Time close it out with a quick 4K and make it all the way through grand finals to qualify in #9.
It's another multi-kill that we get to see for this player, this Jen, and this double duelist. Yes, we had a couple questions about it because it's a double duelist, right? We don't get to see it every day, but that is the answer that we were hoping for. And with that, Lenny Time, they get away with a #1 spot. They fought. They didn't look good at all on that first map, to be honest, but they know how to capitalize out of that map pick. that we got to see second and out of that fracture where they knew it was a perma ban over and over again for NYFU. Unfortunately, NYFU got so close, especially in that second half on the defense, but again, so far it was just needing a couple more rounds, and it seems like those rounds could have been won on that first half. Wasn't really the case. Couldn't come back in the way that they wanted to.
Absolutely. What a tough run for NYFU. Dominant in the first one, getting taken to the distance in the second, and Lenny Time coming back, going huge. Ferbza and the rest of the gang finding the victory in map 3 on Fracture off the back of some insane plays from Mocking. Shoutouts to everyone for making it happen. But Dryad, what a day of competition. You know, we had great storylines leading up throughout the day, and we wanted to see NYFU succeed, but it was great that in a way, this adds to their storyline in the long run. And Lenny Time, congrats to them for sure. It's all part of the arc, and we're seeing legends really in the making.
Absolutely. It's players that we know individually, but when they get to play, when they get to have that synergy all together, that is when we see them really shining the brightest and really shining the most. It's so nice as well for Lenny Time. Crazy to think about how this grand final started, right? Only one round that they were able to get on Mind. Not a single answer found on the attacking side. The defense was already against them, but they were able to slowly fix those mistakes, look way better on their map pick, capitalize from the momentum that they got. And it is just some teams that are really momentum based like them.
Yeah, really good stuff overall. So with that said, we want to give a shout out to everyone for making this possible. Production, Twitch chat, the players, the competition. Thank you. Without you guys, this would not be possible, and week over week, these events would not be possible at all. So if you want to participate, make sure you head on over to the Nerd Street website, get registered for the next Open, give it a shot, get a group of friends, and start playing, because you can make it happen if you so wish to. So after a long day, it's been a fantastic night. I'm Jambasco. That's Dryad. We hope you've had as much fun as we did, and we'll see you guys next time.